though.
Okay, hi everybody, how are we doing? Is there a song about that? Like always on my mind, or how's that go?
I think it was the opening to Cheers.
Is it?
No.
Oh. I was like, Cheers was.
That's where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, everybody knows your name. In which case, then it's Jake. Everybody knows Jake's name, don't they, Jake?
They do.
I always remember Cheers as that show that told me that I needed to go to sleep.
We have no sound.
How is there no sound? I'm literally watching it being broadcasted. Like
I hear you.
I'm literally. I see it broadcasted. Okay, there's definitely sound. Okay.
Yeah, that might be you, Cozy. Oh, she can't hear. They can't
and
hear me,
Hammerhead said muted too.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. Which failures as
I hear
humans.
us. Yeah.
If you can't hear, try refresh. Oh man, that's genius. Whoever suggested that, brilliant.
Hey,
Anyway.
It's better than the Dark Souls advice, which is try fingers butthole.
Well, that's what I just said. Skill issue.
Crazy thing is, it
Dark
works.
Souls community thing.
Every note I got in Dark Souls, it's like anytime someone left a note, it's like, oh, I wonder what they had to say. What advice did they give? Try fingers butthole.
Yeah.
and
Amazing
Jake says
chest
it works.
ahead.
It just works.
Oh,
I want to see one of the late night advertiser dudes, the ShamWow guy or the other dude, do a try fingers butthole advertisement.
Didn't they die? Didn't ShamWow guy die? Like a coke overdose or something?
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Did
he really?
The other guy did. The slap chop guy. I'm pretty sure he died too. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he did. Maybe he didn't. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. I remember there was like two. I know Billy Mays died. That's
To be
before.
fair, if they didn't, they will.
That was before slap
That's what
chop.
we
did.
all.
I know the ShamWow guy went to jail. I didn't know he died.
Well, it depends on which one you're referencing, because Billy Mays is the original. Now that's never said the name.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
The other guy.
So funny thing, I didn't know Billy Mays' name until they did an epic rap battle of history, and he was it. And then I didn't know that he died
Slap chop guy
until
did
the
not
epic
die.
rap battle of history for the third verse. It was a new person, and I didn't get it, and I had to Google why they changed the person. And I was like, "Oh, look at that incoming hype train!" You know, like so.
Nice, Thursdays. Yeah.
I haven't watched those in a while.
Begin.
What did you say? Oh, I haven't watched those in a while. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I haven't either. I don't know if they even still do it, but all right.
they do.
It's a very fun intro, by the way. Their little like epic rap battles thing. Trying to do that voice is always very fun.
You change it wasn't consistent, which was nice. I don't know, the concept was fun for a long while, but last week on Lost Initiative, not last
Tell us what happened.
not our last session, like last week, I actually didn't watch that session, Keegan. That was the first one I didn't watch yet.
That was a good session.
I was gonna say, how did it go?
That was good.
It went well. My rolls were good in parts and very bad in others. We had basically the world's worst fucking chase scene because Wade kept rolling awful and then I'd somehow get under it.
I think
Like,
I
it
rolled
was
8
bad.
failures in a row. God, I stabbed someone in the back for 0 damage. I rolled a 19
He doesn't have
to
sneak
hit.
attack. Yeah.
What did they have damage reduction? I assume.
No, they didn't even have armor.
Wait, then how'd you do 0 damage?
My dice was 1d4 minus 2.
Oh, then
Yeah.
well, you still minimum
So
one.
he did
though.
minimum. He
Yeah.
did minimum 1 non-lethal
I stabbed him in
no!
the back with
because
a
he got
dagger.
reduced to 0, so it's not lethal. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
It was it was wild. And then he rolled. There was a bit of a chase scene, and I basically had there was a DC to like maintain your constitution in the constitution check, but also to stay ahead of the mob. And Wade kept rolling single digits, like
Think Last
failing.
Jedi running out of gas spaceship scene.
Yeah.
So I was thinking,
Like,
is there a
failing.
Monty
He's-
Python
he's
scene
tiring
of
down.
like they keep running and then it's like people over the hill and they're like and it's
Sir
like,
Lancelot just keeps
Yeah,
running and
yeah,
running and
exactly.
running.
yeah.
Only he eventually gets there. I didn't.
Yeah, he had to be dragged
Oh,
by
it's like Molly.
by Varlin.
Not only
So-
did that happen, but then at the very last second, spoilers, I took a hell of a crit. So not only was I not running, not dealing damage, not succeeding at anything, Then somebody had to drag my mostly unconscious ass because I had one action per round. I couldn't move, or it was action or move or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It was awful.
I dropped him to exact 0, so he was disabled.
Like if that had
That's
happened when
effectively
Graf died, I
staggered.
would have been like, you know what?
But-
I get it. But 8 failures in a row was pretty unprecedented for me, especially when the DC was like 8, and I couldn't, or whatever the fuck it was, and I couldn't hit a damn thing.
Yeah. Or sorry, he wasn't. He was staggered because you were at 1 HP but 1 non-lethal also.
Oh,
I think what it ended up being. Yeah.
So I swear there was like 1 or 2 times that this feels like a regicide moment. Like they had ridiculous, because they would like literally walk into towns, kick in the front door of like, I don't know, the mayor, then like piss on their daughter or something. And that was like how they did every session. The session would open up with, let's go to a new town where they don't know who you are. Poof! Run away! That was like, I feel like that was their shtick. So are you guys, were you the bad guy? Like what was chasing you? Was it the Del? Like what was chasing you?
We stopped cannibalism is what happened.
It was not.
Okay, you know what? I don't want any more details. If you want details, watch the session. There was session 3.
Pretty sure it was cannibalism.
It'll be going up on YouTube soon. So I'll be releasing starting to release those again in a couple weeks, so that they're more in line with when the last 2 are plans to come out or whatever. But wow, that's okay. Last time on our campaign. Oh, Brittany's over there with Gwen. Hi, Gwen.
We were basically in Jonestown, is where we were last session.
That's a more fair assessment.
I actually don't know what that.
That's the mass
Drink the
suicide
Kool-Aid.
cult.
Yeah.
Oh,
People's Temple. What was the
you
guy's
talking
name?
about John Jameson or whatever his name was?
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. And it was JJ. And that was like the air quotes Kool-Aid, but it was really like it wasn't
It's
actually
like a great
Kool-Aid.
flavor aid or something.
Yeah. It was some knockoff brand prior to Kool-Aid.
Nowadays, people just drink Haterade.
Okay, thanks, Tay. Moving on. I don't even know where to go with that.
Good. 2 weeks ago on Lost Initiative,
You guys were
I know where we ended.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Awesome,
Just
you did.
Wade got me with that one. So 2 weeks ago, you were in the town. You talked to people. You made friends with them because you rolled like a 50,000 a friend making check, and then sorry, Wade just completely got me with that one. So you rolled really well. Spoke to some merchants, if you will, to get some information, and they were more or less like, "Come back to my place, little boy." And you were like, "Okay." And then their dad showed up and was like, "No." And you were like, "Oh." And then eventually he was like, "All right, you can come over." And then you went and got your friends. And then it was a really creepy, quiet trek there. And then everybody like drank and danced around a fire. And then eventually showed up at the house. And you were like, wow, there's like a lot of people in a walled town in the middle of the woods, like not too terribly far from Hodgwen, that you didn't know existed. Rumors, Wade, as you knew, as Koa knew. But for the most part, didn't even know existed, which is kind of gnarly. You walked in the front door, walked into the cathedral / looks like it's probably the building used for other things like a town hall, if you will, where there are 3 people standing there. I described one as being kind of like an older woman, not old, but, middle-aged plus. One being a gentleman, clearly like, a seasoned adult, maybe not middle-aged yet. And then one being like quite young. Like she's a Perrin woman, but quite young, maybe 22 or so barely an adult. You know what I mean, from Perrin's perspective. And the 3 of them are sitting there, and you are being, I believe the word we used was assessed as to whether or not you are welcome to stay. They introduced themselves. The names that they gave you were his name is, I'm trying to see where I have that here. Casimir Casson. Then there is Vanessa, was the older woman. And then the younger woman, the galley, her name was Teresa Saros. Cool. Any questions before we kind of like dive directly back into the role play?
why did she get a last name and the other 2 didn't?
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's Teresa
They do have
Saros.
last names.
I just said that out loud. You actually don't know their. I don't think they said their last names.
No,
Last
you gave
session.
them to me.
Okay, cool. Well, I have their last names. Teresa Saros. Hers is Vanessa Hasek, and his is Casimir Casson.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Casamova. Got it.
Sure. He's a redhead, so feel free to beat him all you'd like. They don't have souls. You are ready for...
Koa's fiance is a redhead. I was like, wait, hold on. Don't we know a redhead in this game?
Wait, who's fiance? Oh, Koa's fiance. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
I was like, I don't know if you're being daft or if you're daft.
Yeah, I am. Sorry. Lots going on in personal life. So
Drag that into it. This is fun time.
I know. I'm trying to transition. I'm like chugging coffee, trying to switch gears here. So you actually never
This is
gave
like
me
a job interview, Scott. Have you done one of those?
so many lately. So many. Wade, did you you never gave me an update over the piece that you were having done. I just haven't gotten updates on
All
like, any
but
of
one
them.
are done.
You haven't shared any of them with me in any
I'm pretty sure
capacity.
you've had a lot of things sent your way in
Really?
DMs.
No, like not even in the enemy lines one are they shared publicly. I think like you just share them with just
I
with your
gave
friends.
Keegan the ones for the new campaign that were used last session.
I never saw them.
And you've gotten...
Mail.
Yeah, maybe you should go to the fucking show, man.
No, they're
We were on for 8 hours
last.
last week. It was a Keegan session. We played till like 6 in the morning. Maybe you should have showed up once.
That's impressive. Is you really?
It went pretty long,
It
yeah.
went pretty long.
We went pretty long.
I
I was pretty glad when that interview the next morning canceled.
Nice.
Yeah.
They canceled on
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
Yeah, so somebody had an emergency. And I was like, I don't want to be happy about that, but I'm real tired. So
I'm not periodically opening up the tab for my Gmail account and pressing refresh. No, you are. who's the
Scott,
psycho?
a couple are being sent to our Kingmaker chat.
All right, cool. Well, so any questions before we go diving into the RP here? Oh, that one is finished. Okay, I saw it when it was near done.
Where is... Okay,
did
there's
we-
that one.
were we told to do anything in particular, or are we just kind of
Wait.
about
It
to start
looks like
talking
she
to those
wants to
people?
be a part of your world.
Oh, there it is.
Does that not look like that?
well, chat can't see it. So
Oh, what was it for you guys? I'm not talking to chat. Who are they? Does chat even have a name? We'll just call
Chat.
chat Roz. That's just
you're being booed.
Yeah, so I actually didn't give any direction on this. I just was like, yeah, I'll just put these two together in some way. I kind of thought it would be like a family portrait style look, and then she sent this over, and I was like, I mean, that's nice. It's a nice happy moment before everything goes to absolute horrible shit and we all die.
oh my god, Varlin looks like Jake. Like legitimately, if Jake shaved his beard and his head, that's what he looks like. That is awesome.
Definitely do not look like that.
Oh yeah, when was the last time you shaved your beard and head? That 100% looks like Jake. even the eyes right now, and he's
kinda
kinda
funny.
sitting like fuck you.
Kind of funny.
Gorejaw looks more like Jake than Marlon does. Because I mean, whenever you said that, I'm pretty sure Jake snarled like that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh. All right, cool. Any questions
Remember
about the
when Jake
session?
was bald and 80 with a mustache? I forgot about that.
Right.
No, you're welcome to share any of those if you want to, Scott. You can. They're
Cool.
they're bought and paid
excuse me.
for, and they're mine now.
I asked some question earlier. I don't remember what it was, so I probably not.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Keegan. Wait, I know you bought and paid for, but which AI design did you like? Was it like Night
Be
Cafe?
very
Was it
careful what the fuck
GPT?
you're about to ask
What
me.
was- how did you get those made? Which AI?
I designed a cousin-in-law from Australian.
It sounds
From
really
Australian.
Midwest.
Cousin-in-law.
My cousin-in-law from Australian.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because I'm actually the AI.
I'm just
Malfunctioning
kidding.
for
It was
years.
legitimately done by a
No,
real
Bridgie
artist.
Odo. Bridgie did all
It
these.
was Bridgie. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if chat knows
They
who
were
that
they were in the
is, but-
they were in the chat.
Oh, really?
last
Oh,
week.
okay. Cool. Yeah.
She's been here for a couple weeks in a row. Scott just didn't notice any of the time she was actually in chat.
She wasn't here when I was streaming. She's
She
only
was.
here when Keegan. Oh.
No.
Oh.
Oh, that
That's
wouldn't be
false.
surprising.
Did
But
not
it is not.
notice.
But it is untrue.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe just her name doesn't match her Discord name. That's what it is.
It's Brigiota in both places.
Damn it! I was really hoping.
And it's like a bright yellowy gold color, so it even like stands out. Like it's
All right, well, let's get this game started. Okay, let's go.
yeah, nice segue.
So you guys come in
Why'd you
and
ask about the fucking art? I sent it to you and you didn't even share it with anybody. Why did you want it?
I wanted to see it.
Can other people see it, Scott?
All
They
right, man.
can.
Shared?
We could have
Okay.
done that before stream, after stream. You wanted it
I'll
done
do it
right
after
now.
stream.
for
I'll do it.
no-
I'll do it after stream. So
I'll post it. I'll post it in.
Yeah,
in
we
the art-
have
fan art.
permission. You can just do that. Yeah.
I'll post it in fan art. Jesus.
well, Roz, but you're not people. You're just Roz. All right. So
Didn't you guys miss Scott? Weren't you just waiting for this abuse for all of your support that you show? Is this what you wanted? Is this your king?
I wish I was wearing my Short King T-shirt from Pat. All right, cool. Let's actually dive into the session here. Enough goofing around, if you will. No, Cade. No, we have to start the session. So you guys came into the place. You went into the chamber. I described it. It's a cathedral, and I use the term cathedral for a reason because I want to invoke that Gothic style design, right? So it is large, it is imposing, it is cold feeling when you're walking into the place. Again, it has the stone itself has this almost like cold, rigid nature to it, if you will. There is stained glass and design along the back area that has the design to it that highlights imagery coming through, imagery of the three different goddesses that that they worship here through conversation or what have you had with the Vigilites on your way into this town. And this is not far off from the architecture that you see around the cathedrals inside of Paradel. It is very similar to that from Mikhail's upbringing. Aldo would have some small inkling of it from his time, his short times in or out of or around what have you Paradel. But so he'd be familiar with it too. Koa, however, is like, wow, this shit's like, if you're not familiar with cathedral with Gothic architecture and you went into it for the first time, one, it's impressive. It's genuinely awe-inspiring. But two, it's also genuinely almost like depressing. It's like, this is not a warm, welcoming place. This is a place that's meant to be imposing, to let you understand the force of will that exists in its presence, right? So when you go and you feel that, and then you look at the room, you see those three individuals that stand there, and they briefly introduce themselves. And so she introduced herself last as being Teresa. She says, "I'm Teresa Saros, and welcome to Vigil." And she'll actually then turn to look to the three of you and say, so you were introduced, by the way, I forgot to mention, you were introduced by one of the individuals that you were traveling with beforehand. He is somebody called an assessor. An assessor, I believe, was that described to you guys last session, what an assessor is? I believe it was from conversation.
I believe it was. I couldn't recite to you the explanation, but it sounds
Someone who assesses.
so. Yeah, it sounds like what it says on the tin.
More or less
Rafik?
a person who takes it under the responsibility to find those that they deem worthy to introduce to visit to their town, and that could eventually lead towards joining them, right? But at the very least, you are somebody of enough merit or snuff to be invited to go there, a place that's secretive to most people in Adir, right? So is just being invited here is an honorific in and of itself. Now, I know Aldo has his like kind of reservations, if you will. He has his reservations here, but
I didn't know they took reservations. I thought it was call ahead only.
He has his reservations here. But your characters are more interested in what's going on and more or less like, shh, pipe down, old man, as you're going in. So she says, and I'm Teresa Saros. Welcome to Vigil. The three of you were sponsored to be, sorry, let me get myself again into the mindset. It's been a couple weeks. The three of you were sponsored to come to Vigil, to meet with us. By what deeds have they earned this right? And it's one of those things where, like, if you were going to stand and say something, if you will, if you were like planning on speaking, you can hear the footsteps of somebody immediately kind of like walking up behind to from around behind you to stand before you. So even if you're just drawing a breath or opening your mouth to respond, curious if that's what you're supposed to do, or maybe you just keep your lips pursed, you can tell that what's his name that was traveling with you beforehand is walking to step around. And when he stands before you, he takes a breath, announces himself, and then announces the deeds of the three of you, like what deeds you were known to have done. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, it's Rafik, right? Yeah.
Yes, but the deeds that you guys were known to have done around a deer so far. And it's really impressive because the deeds that he's saying, none of them are fake, right? So Aldo has done a bit of embellishing here and there, but not for the sake of playing up the merit of what you've actually done, for the sake of playing down other people and kind of you're overstepping what other people's claims have been. He has never really played up your own value here. There's a bit of embellishing, if you will, from your songs, Mikhail, right? But not from the rumor mongering that Aldo's been doing. So the reason why I bring this up is because as he's coming out and stating these deeds, the way that he states them, it's very simple. It's very matter of fact, stating they, like, more or less, the three of them are known collectively as the Valiant Few, a title that they have earned. The Valiant Few have done deeds such as, and then like freeing of a estimated X to Y number of slaves from the slave pits to the south of Hodgwen under the control of, like that, those kinds of details as they come out. And there is, again, no embellishing. If there is a known fact, they put it in there, or if there is a rumor that was so well seeded by Aldo that it's effectively assumed to be fact, that might be in there. But for the most part, it's pretty plainly put out. And you guys hearing it announced this way, almost like titles inside of a royal court, it's kind of bolstering, if you will. Even Aldo, I don't want to put emotions, Jake, into your character's head, but even Aldo feels, I imagine, a little bit more settled hearing his positive deeds pronounced so well, especially with his own backgrounds, and not generally being announced so positively to such a cult-like force, if you will. So hearing these deeds announced and hearing them kind of like ring to the chamber, you'll actually have the first person to chime in will be, hold on, give me 1 second. It's gonna be Vanessa. I was actually trying to find my phrases. Here it is. And she will say the term, sorry. So as soon as they finish announcing those deeds, you hear Vanessa chime in and say, "Let it be written, judged, and remembered." And it's kind of like, you can tell from the tone of it, there's like a finality to it. After these announcements are done and you're kind of like reading the room, all three of you go ahead and roll me a sense motive check. And I think I'm finally getting my brain into DM mode. Took me a second. It's a really good one, Jake. It's a really good one, Mikhail, as well. You guys know that a basic hunch is defaulted to a 20, and so it's a solid number. I assume you want to stay there. As a reminder, you do have I think 2 +1s from chat that you can use if you would like. I'm assuming you're not doing so here. Happy with your numbers?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So quickly, Aldo and Kiken, you get the impression that Vanessa, right off the bat, is the words that she said. Those were not words that were part of some sort of ceremony. Those weren't words that were like predefined that she was supposed to say. That was, she said it impromptu in that moment as a statement of actual genuine, being impressed by what kind of deeds you've been known to do. Moreover, you can actually see that, I gotta have my names prepared in my head here. Casimir is, he's judging the three of you because that's a considerable number of deeds for, well, how young your characters are and how not like you don't come from a big background. Like you don't have a bunch of people to support you, so on and so forth, that they're aware of. They don't know that you have a literal army prepared to assist you. They don't know what kind of like network you have behind you to support you. So he's looking at you like this feels embellished. He doesn't look like he believes it. And probably the most important one here is Teresa, who actually looks like very impressed. Like I don't want to say flabbergasted, but borderline from the sheer number of deeds that are being said there. And so once she says that line, the let it be written, judged, and remembered, you can actually see that kind of like breaks the train of thought or whatever that's going on for Teresa. And she clears her throat. Indeed, let it be so. The three of you come with quite the resume before you. I think this should be a relatively simple proceeding if these deeds are in fact true. Don't you think that we're getting the cart ahead of the horse, if you will? Oh, yes, Casimir, of course. I'm not saying that the deeds are being done. I'm familiar with the procedures. Vanessa says, kind of, chimes in from the other side and says, these are the deeds that you're known to have done, but perhaps each of you would be willing to expand in some way. Which of these deeds was the most important to you, and why is it the most important? And she like looks amongst the three of you, seeing who wants to chime in first.
Yeah, Mikhail speaks up, and he'll say, I think clearly the freeing of the slaves, not only that, but the bringing to justice of many of the leaders of it. That's important, I'd say, because... Sorry, my dog is sleep barking, and it's really throwing me off. It's like as soon as I start talking...
Scott does that while he DMs.
Like as soon as I start talking, I just hear... like behind me. Okay. I think that would be the most important to me, because I hadn't seen real evil before that moment, before we dealt with Tor. It puts into perspective the kinds of things that we go against. What types of people succeed when those of means do nothing.
An easy choice, to be sure, for someone of your background. Being of Paradel yourself, I imagine you were raised to have very strong opinions against such savagery.
Strong opinions, yes. But that moment, it tested more than my values, but my mettle, the ability to stand for one's values and upbringing is not the same as speaking them to others who likely think the same thing.
This is the first time you've been tested?
At least to that degree, yes.
You say to that degree, says Vanessa. Is there something comparable that you can think of? You say to that degree. I mean, obviously, standing against slavery and the barbarism around it, and of course the volume of what you saw before you. This isn't the suffering of one or two, this is many, and seemingly has gone on for years. Is there something comparable that you can even imagine that you could have stood against or potentially stand against in the future?
Maybe. On the spot? Hard to think of. It's one of the most barbaric practices there is. But there is other evils. It was the first time that I was called to put my life on the line for such a thing. You never know how you'll respond until you're in that position. Now I know.
How did you respond? Says Casimir.
Valiantly, he says with a slight smile. but then immediately kind of elaborates, knowing that they're probably not the joking type. Says, but I fought. All of us did. I think we all learned something about ourselves. I drew my sword. I struck out with it. I drew blood. I killed. But I didn't know that was in my character.
Is this from Teresa? Is this the first time you've killed?
That was, yes.
Was it the last?
No.
Vanessa says, "How many have you?" Asks, "How many have you killed?"
Kill it now. I'm having to count in my head. I think the answer is 4. There's two. There's 2. Yeah. If it's wrong, if somebody looks it up later, pretend he said the right number. He'll say
it makes
4.
sense that your character would know. Actually, you know what's funny? It makes sense that like Aldo would know for a fact. Koa, I imagine, did care for a long while, but it's gone on for so long that because he's been in it for so long, Koa might not know. It's one of those like it's a fine line.
I definitely don't know.
Mikhail, because the number is so small, I can see it, but like at the same time, isn't he the sociopath? Or maybe because he's so self-aware of the sociopathy that he keeps track. You know, like I should care about this. I should care about this. I know I should care. You know, it could be.
Yeah, it's a thing. He's like kind of part of him obsesses over. So like he's not gonna be the one to remember their faces, that kind of thing. But the number of people, because it is a small number, he would remember. But I think it was 4.
And
so he would say 4.
So let's assume the number is 4 for the sake of continuing the RP here. And Casimir says, "And how many of those 4 were gnolls?"
None.
So, Vanessa, again, did you not kill any gnolls, or do you not count them amongst the lives taken?
I failed to kill a number of them, mostly Koa's work.
And with that, that answer, they seem to be satisfied. And because you got that 22 or whatever you got earlier, they seem to be satisfied, and you think that the judgment was favorable there with how things started. Teresa says, "Who would like to speak up next?"
Koa kind of looks to Aldo to go.
Aldo looks like he hasn't been listening for the last 10 minutes and doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Oh man, one of those awkward silences. Gotta love it.
If you give him a look like that, I guess he'll sigh and step up.
Yeah, I'm also talking about out of game. I had a phone call. I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Well, follow Koa's lead. Go ahead, Koa.
they basically just want us to pick one of our deeds and elaborate on it a bit. Is that what it?
It's which one of those is the most important to you and why?
Okay, you said that they listed a lot of our accomplishments. What all have they actually listed? Do they know about like the?
It's the ones that are publicly known. Whatever you would,
Okay,
whatever.
So they don't know that we're going into the ruins and working on curses and stuff like that.
That's not publicly known. No.
Okay, so it's bandits and slavering and fighting the gnolls. That's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Like you personally would be. Oh wait, no, I think you're all the hero of Leshev, right? It's not just you.
Koa was the original one because.
Oh yeah. So you're the hero of Leshev. You would have that
Right.
extra honorific that the other two don't have, right? Like so for context, if you will. Not that you have to choose that one, just as for context.
It's a complicated answer for me, if I'm being honest. The dealing with Tor was most immediately necessary of the events you all mentioned, but it's also the one that I feel I failed the most at. The job isn't fully done, and too many innocent people were killed or sold off or hurt. And so feeling pride or accomplishment in it seems wrong to say that. So, to be honest, I've been racking my brain. know exactly what answer to give you because all of the things that we've done, while they've hopefully made Idir a better place, it's not as clean cut as a good deed was done and that was that. It's all messy.
How much were you paid to do this job? Says Casimir.
I was hired originally, I don't even remember what it was now. A couple of gold, I think, to escort a man named Phil and his family across the woods from Rid to Leshev. And I successfully protected them and navigated them to the roads between Forvin and Leshev when I put my guard down for a moment. The family was ecstatic. Leshev was in sight and they were singing, and an arrow came from the woods and pierced Phil. And the glow, the happiness, faded into fear and panic, and I defended his wife and his daughter. And then I was hired in Leshev to go after those responsible. I don't remember the pay. It was also personal at that point. And then we found out that it led to connection to the slave ring and Tor and everything else. And we aren't really hired so much anymore as we just do things that we think are right, and we hope that somehow the money will figure itself out. This place needs a lot of help, and not many people can offer to pay for what it takes to fix things. So we get help and assistance where we can, and from generous people and benefactors, sure, but we're not exactly mercenaries for hire at this point.
Vanessa says, so you weren't hired to do the job to end this operation?
Trying to remember all the specifics. We talked to a councilman in Leshev, Jim Smith. His son was one of those taken. He might have asked us to track him down and hired us. I don't remember. I think there was an exchange or something there. But to be honest with you, a fire was lit in me whenever we were pursuing this path. I'd been wandering around searching for some kind of meaning. Something that I wanted out of, I don't know, existence. And from pursuing the bandits to finding out about Dan to pursuing leads through Forvin, Hodgwyn, warehouses, this and that, to the actual location of Tor and everyone. I don't think I would have needed to be at that point. I mean, sure, we need money to, keep our equipment up and heal ourselves and have places to stay and such, but I feel as though that's more of a necessity at this point than the purpose.
You speak of the problems that need to be addressed. Can you expand on this? Asks Teresa. What are you referencing? Where are you referencing?
I think you are all relatively knowledgeable. You know a lot about us. I'm sure you've seen corruption, and poverty, starvation, pain, evil, greed, Orsugo, slave ring. Who knows what else is going on we don't even know about. Even a plains cat in the wrong place. Just a lot of people are in low spirits and suffering and struggling. Even just helping out a little bit with the fires in Hodgwyn recently. I wasn't there to help defend when the gnolls attacked, which I very much regret. But everyone in this place seems to need help in some way.
You wish to so Casimir says, so you're trying to restore order? He says almost like skeptically, like almost like accusingly. If I don't know if Koa would pick up that tone, but certainly the other two do.
Probably not.
Koa probably just picks up. He doesn't have a friendly tone, but he seems out of the three of them, the most militaristic, if you will.
Sure.
So Koa is probably just getting douchey, aggressive vibes as opposed to specifically, the how I described it beforehand, almost being like sarcastic, right?
To be honest with you, I don't know if there's an end goal. I don't know. It'd be nice if there was some sort of order restored, but who do you really trust that kind of power to? I don't know. I just know people are suffering and we seem to be able to do something about it, so we have. Hopefully it leads to more pleasant things moving forward and less terrible. I think we're just doing the best we can without really knowing where it's going to lead or having a big goal in sight. Just problems seem to keep presenting themselves. We have 100 things on our plate to deal with, and trying to prioritize them is difficult. Knowing what it ends in, I'm not sure.
A mark of wisdom, says Vanessa. She says the mark of a good person is trying to aid. The mark of a wise person is understanding where you can aid.
Well, we're trying to figure that out.
She doesn't expand beyond that. Teresa looks kind of like past you to Aldo and says, it seems as though they share a particular situation, even if not completely. Am I to assume that's the most important one to you as well?
Aldo looks at each of them like in the eyes and then go to the next one and then the next one. Just raises an eyebrow and he says, I'm proud of all of our deeds. Putting one over another doesn't sit right with me, and I don't want to filter through them. We help people, and that's what matters. Your own man here, and he points at the guy that brought us in here, said, told us you have a saying here. Goes something on, instead of something like, instead of blathering on, sometimes it's better to stay quiet.
Speak plain, not at all.
Yep, that's the one. He says that, and he says, and that's as plain as I can get.
So when you say that, there's actually a moment where you can see Teresa, the corner of her mouth, like starts to curl up to smile, and her eyes like really go like piercing. Koa might think with how like intense her eyes look, she did not like that. Koa might actually anticipate like, oh, she's upset with the fact that she's now not directly looking at him, looking past the three of you, and she has this intensity to her stare. However, the two of you recognize she's intentionally trying really hard not to smile, right? Like she's actually like holding it back to the best of her ability by not making eye contact with each one of you and kind of looking past it. And then in her gap of silence, one of the others will speak in and kind of like break that moment, if you will. And so you'll hear Casimir say, that sounds like a non-answer to me. Are you trying to avoid the question?
With all due respect, I feel like that response shows a lack of wisdom.
Again, good response. And so he draws breath, and you can see like his face starts to scrunch, like he's about to respond in some way that's forceful. But jumping ahead of it, Vanessa very quickly says, no, I agree. There is wisdom to what you're saying there. Not to boast yourself over an individual deed, but to take pride in the whole of it. You are correct. We do have a term here. Speak plain or not at all. We also say... hold on. We also say...
Oh my god, they wrote that castle in Monty Python. We also say, ah!
We also say the page remembers.
Oh.
And so all deeds, every part of what it is that you do, it is important. Please understand, Aldo, this questioning is not meant to be is not meant to have you be boastful about one particular item. To speak plainly, if you will, it's to understand your character. Which one of those items is the most important to you and why? is so we can understand what drives you forward. Now, I'll be honest, we can't know that the words that you're saying are truthful. You could be adding a flowery nature to them. Do you still, with an understanding of the questions, stand by your response? Or would you like to take a moment and choose one to speak more closely about?
No, I stand by what I said.
So when you say that, Teresa will then speak afterwards and say, "Thank you. Your responses will be spoken of, contemplated. There are potentially other things that's maybe done for part of this assessment, but for now, you've traveled long, you've traveled hard to get here, and your road leading you to the merit that earned you the rights to even travel here, I imagine has left you weary. Why don't you spend the evening? Rest. Take in our hospitality. We have prepared for you a home where you may stay. We ask that you go to this home and you enjoy the evening there. You are not prisoners, and should you wish to leave the city, the town, you are welcome to do so. But understand by doing so, you're choosing to end the assessment. If you're willing to adhere to our rules, we can continue to move things forward. In the morning, we'll give you a tour of our town. Before you go, do you have any questions?
Do you think tomorrow will be the conclusion of the assessment one way or another? Not to be rude, we do accept and appreciate your hospitality, but we have unfinished work, and some of it time sensitive to a degree, and while I do want to do things right here and get off on the right foot, I don't wish to do so at the peril of others.
The assessment takes as long as it's needed to get done. While that's true, we also appreciate the fact that your deeds, as listed before us, are not the final ones. You are but in the early days of your life, and you have many more deeds that you look to accomplish. I understand that you are very involved in the current going-ons in Hod Glen, and so we'll want to make sure that we don't keep you for too long.
That is all from me, then. Thank you.
And so with that, she'll then Teresa turns to Rosk and says, I think his name Rosk, and says, if you could please escort them to the to the home we have prepared. And yeah, of course, whatever. And he'll turn to walk you guys out. I will describe your walking over there as is necessary, but I didn't know if there was any immediate words or anything you want to say, or if you want to kind of keep quiet even while you're still with Rosk, or if there's any questions you want to ask him.
Mikhail gives a small bow to the council, the gathering, before he turns and just will follow.
Okay.
Aldo doesn't. He just turns.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Mostly quiet. Yeah.
So you guys turn. Do you want to talk on your way over there? It's not a long walk. To be clear, it's like a 3-4 minute walk, if that. So or do you want to kind of keep quiet and analyze the situation, especially with Ross?
So it keeps.
I want to look out as we go to the place here. I just want to see, I just want to have a look around and see what's going on, see if we're attracting attention or what's going on around.
Same as last time, people are definitely interested in seeing you, but it's not like people are standing there and gawking at you or anything like that, right? You even asked last session if there are children running around or whatever, and I mentioned, yeah, there are, and they're actually interested in you and whatnot. They're the ones most interested in you, as is the case for children seeing outsiders. But interest, but not gawking or anything. You imagine that it's infrequent that people arrive here like this, but not so rare that people are like, oh, an outsider, But anyway, so you get the idea about that. So the walk over there is actually pretty simple. You stay along this back wall, if you will, of this walled-in town. When you walk out the building, you turn to the left and you walk along the buildings that are there. You'll notice that I mentioned there were like a few buildings of large design. One of the buildings, as you're walking by it, Mikhail, go ahead and make me an architecture and engineering check. I believe you have that for how kind of like that one stands out. But as you walk past that larger building, which you are very easily able to identify and very excitedly able to identify as being a library, as being like a house of books, you can tell because of like, again, this is very similar to parent architecture, right? For the parts of parent architecture that are genuinely parent. This is the design is in such a way to, first of all, everything of course is stone because it's non-flammable. It's designed in such a way to allow air to pass through it without, keeping moisture in there for too long, so it grows like musty or stagnant, so on and so forth. There's just like telltale signs and markings, symbol of Winifred, things like that that kind of like are indicative of that. So anyways, you see that there, one of the buildings you're walking past, you're like, oh, that's exciting. But either way, so you go past that building.
He will out loud go, a library. He just can't help himself.
So not the immediate building after that, but 2 buildings after that is going to be a very nice looking home, like a house, stone and structure, so on and so forth. I always forget the name of the word, like a shingled roof, like clay shingles roof, or whatever it is, that you guys are brought into. And when you go into that house, it's a nice house. It's not as grand in size as the manor you have in Leshev, but 1, it's better maintained, and 2, fully furnished, right? Like it's not quite as large as that one, but it is definitely equally, if not greater, in value because of like how well maintained and built it is. And then again, it's fully furnished and whatnot. And so he'll bring you over there, and we'll open the door and lead you in, and we'll stand inside with you and say, this is the home where you'll be staying. You'll be staying here for this evening, and as was stated by you'll in the morning have an opportunity to get a tour around the town. Go ahead and roll me a sense motive real quick. Anybody who cares to be paying attention. I don't know who is or isn't. I don't want to put it on all of you. Koa, really on point. Jake was like, I wasn't going to roll, but now I have to.
Yeah.
Aldo, you can see he seems a little bit distracted. You know what I mean? Almost like I don't want to use the word dejected, but definitely seems like a little more downtrodden and distracted coming into the scenario with the way that he sponsored you guys in there, and the fact that he seemed to be very, very friendly beforehand coming into this place. He seems to almost be kind of like second guessing, if you will. His decision is kind of like the vibe you're getting off of him, if you will.
I thought it went well.
And he also again just seems distracted. I don't know if you care to call to that. The 2 of you, you're not getting that at all from him. He just is come off as stoic.
Aldo will just say to him, didn't go as well as you expected?
Not a bad line, but not something that immediately pulls information from me. Why don't you go ahead and roll me a diplomacy with that to see if you get him to loosen his lips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Nice.
wow. It tickled that 3.
Nice.
All right, a 27 is a really fucking good number there. I don't know if you care to modify that or if you're happy with. Okay, you're good with it. So with your 27, he actually he says, just strange seeing her in that position. She didn't even have a sword. He kind of like shakes his head, then looks at you, and then realizes that the words that he's saying mean nothing to you.
Is
sword? Sorry.
a new appointee?
Yes, it's the Lady Vigil. It's strange seeing Teresa is how I've always known her. It's just strange seeing her in the position of Lady Vigil. The decision must have been made in my absence. And I've never sponsored anybody for the assessing before, but I've witnessed the ceremony, and it's strange to see Lady Vigil stand there without her sword. It was just the whole thing. It just felt off. There was also tensions in the room that aren't generally there. I do apologize. I wouldn't have expected you to be invited to that kind of scenario. And you can imagine the next words he's going to say are, "I'm embarrassed," but then he lets it fall. Doesn't say any further. Aldo.
New leadership can always start a little bumpy, but when they settle into their position, things generally tend to streamline more.
He nods. He says, "If Lady Aravel had chosen for Teresa to serve as Lady Vigil, then I imagine that is the best choice for who should have that position. And I'm being disrespectful in using her name. Lady Vigil, I'm sure, will serve our town very well. A little bit of insight that might mark in your favor. While Lady Vigil may be young, she has a similar background to my own. She was actually also trained as an assessor and has sponsored for 2 others to join our town as well. One successfully having integrated into our fold, and the other having declined the offer, but still is welcome to visit our town as they see fit. So she understands this ritual as she was trained in it from a very young age."
Oh, that's nice to know. What happened to the previous lady or Lord Vigil?
He's kind of jaw locks, and he looks down, he shakes his head, and says, "Those vile outsiders. What they did." We kind of discussed this briefly before. You had mentioned the goings-on that happened inside of Forvin. You had apprehended someone, they got chased to the woods, and individuals were apprehended in the woods and returned. You recall this?
Yeah.
One of them was a practitioner of magics. They couldn't be trusted. They were dealt with accordingly to ensure that they wouldn't cause any more issues for our people and for the sake of those that they were being returned to. Unfortunately,
Mikhail idly rubs his hand, his own fingers. We heard.
He says, unfortunately, they aren't without their own network or connections. They others decided to strike back against us. We didn't understand why at first, but later on it was understood from one of the captives that we had collected why they had attacked. It was a retaliation for the apprehension of them, the death of one of their own, and the returning them to the town of Forvin. The attack happened in the middle of the night. Our guards don't sleep. Our guards do not waver in their duties in the evenings. Our eyes pierce easily into the night, and we do not easily fall asleep, no matter how tasking the evening watch may be. That's more or less him kind of explaining the merits of being Perrin, right? He says, despite that, they were able to find a way in. It's already been understood the pathway closed. They were able to find a way in and wreak a bit of havoc. There was death and injury amongst our own. Lady Vigil is not one to sit idly by. She took her sword, the Sword of Vigilance, and she chased as soon as the alarms went off. She was the first to clash swords with them, and she fought hard. Unfortunately, she fell. I think it was even the leader amongst them that did it in. He escaped. He got away. Injured, but he got away. we were able to procure his name. Jaaek. If that means anything to you.
It does, maybe.
We only know
think
one Jaaek.
that's-
That's the captain of our odd, right?
Yeah, no,
No, this would be Blackard.
Mm-mm.
One of those folks that rolled with what's his name?
It was
Milk toast.
Yeah, that group.
well,
We always remember Milk Toast.
he wasn't alone. He had about a dozen or more with him that assaulted. When Lady Vigil fell, there was a man that had come up behind her and grabbed her, looped her arms in his, and held her arms out wide. She had no defense. And from what I understand, I didn't witness this myself. Jaaek had thrust his dagger into her repeatedly. My wounds were too great. He just shakes his head.
We weren't aware that they had that many friends. We knew there was a group of 4 or 5 of them, but I don't think we knew that their reach extended far past that.
5
The
left.
others were not part of this tight group. What was the name that they had? There was a name to their group, if you will. But these others, this dozen plus, those are some of the people that we collected. They were hired. Brutes. Molly!
Hey, Molly! I'm sorry that happened to you all. The sword is important here, I imagine. I guess I wonder why the new Lady Vigil wouldn't have had it.
He shakes his head and says, I'm not sure how much more I'm supposed to say to this, but the sword is central to the role of Lady Vigil. And so I will leave it at that.
Fair. She did introduce herself to us as Teresa. Should we be referring to her as Lady Vigil?
He thinks for a second and says, she did. Like, not at questioning, because he was standing there behind you at the time. He says, she did. Strange. Perhaps I'm the one that's putting the cart ahead of the horse. Maybe she hasn't officially taken on the role, but is just acting in the role for now because of her background and her lineage.
Is that how she was chosen to lead her lineage?
He shakes his head and says, no, it's decisions like that aren't made so crass. Decisions like that are made by Lady Aravel, not because of someone's, family.
I feel like this question is one you can't answer, but how
Thank
do
you
you
for
know what Lady
understanding.
Aravel decides?
He
Okay.
interrupts you. Thank you for understanding. How would you? Okay.
It's like the volume just turns down at the end of the sentence.
Yep. Oh.
Well,
So that's the only answer he gets?
yep. Well, this is a nice place.
He says,
Like we're at the
indeed it
house,
is,
yeah.
and it's my responsibility to guard you while you're here. So I will be outside your door. If you need anything pertinent, please feel free to ask for me. You do, of course, have a kitchen here. Your pantry has been stocked with many foods. And if you check the cellar, there is an internal entrance to the cellar. If you look around the, kind of points off to the side, you'll find more foods downstairs where you can use to keep yourselves well fed. And I understand that some of you likely keep to an exercise routine. You're of course welcome to stay on the premises of the building. You'll know which premises I'm referring to because it is all on a stone slab. And you're welcome to do your exercises out there as you feel necessary. But please do not go exploring throughout the town until tomorrow morning, where I'm able to bring you on a guided tour.
Okay. I think we can handle that.
Yes. Thank you for answering what you can and sponsoring us, putting yourself on the line. I hope it proves fruitful to you, or we don't let you down. I'm struggling for the right words, but you catch my meaning.
I am confident in my decision that the three of you have earned enough merits to be sponsored to be here. At this point, it's in your hands. And he looks directly at Aldo and says, "Good luck."
Aldo says, "May her eyes see you as worthy and your steps fall in perfect order."
Okay. He'll turn and walk out the door, giving you guys, peace, if you will. It's important to note that this building here, it is well made, so on and so forth. The floor in here is also stone. It's not wood. And that's an important thing to note, because the windows here are, in fact, open windows. There's no glass inside the windows. So it's like stone framing, if you will, which allows air to pass through, but it's not like it's glass. So if you are going to have any conversations, it's not that you can't have private conversations. Is I imagine you're not going to be in whatever room is immediately adjacent to where he's standing outside, and he's not standing immediately outside.
We learned about what windows are like last session that you weren't here for.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
So the obviously he's not standing like immediately outside the door. It's probably like 10, 15 feet away or so. But you'd probably go in a room that's slightly removed from wherever he's standing, and then have kind of a quieter conversation. So just understand, as you guys are getting into role play, if you do have emotional moments, something like that might rise to the volume that it can be heard, but otherwise, you can have with confidence a quiet, secured conversation, right? Just to describe the place really briefly, each one of your rooms are so you each have your own room. I should say there's actually 4 bedrooms inside this place, despite being square footage wise smaller than your own estate back in Leshev. It's just the rooms are small and are simple. There's beds inside each of the rooms. I'm not going to say the beds are not comfortable, but they're simple, right? Like this is not quite a Spartan lifestyle, but more leaning towards that than the luxurious lifestyle that you would imagine some ambassador would be lavishly living it up inside of a place like this, right? So simple rooms, simple beds that are there. When you go down, there is a gathering room, or like a parlor, if you want to call it that. That's downstairs, where a fire could be lit in the fireplace if it was cold. Luckily, it's summertime. You do have a kitchen. The kitchen has in it an actual stove with where you can stack wood inside of it and light it and have like a proper stove for like cooking. And over by the fireplace, you could put a kettle over the fire if you need to boil something, whatever it is. Looking at what foods you have prepared, there's a considerable number of like vegetables and fruits, though granted some of them may be very ripe or underripe, because it's not like in the modern day where you're going to a grocery store, right? But there's a considerable number of like fruits and vegetables that are there. There's even some like salt packed fishes and meats or whatever that they're like well enough preserved that you can use them. Like, you're surprised by the quality of food that they've prepared for you. And they've even also made available for you a few different, types of liquids you can use for either cooking or drinking. No alcohol, though. But there are other things. Like, let's say there might be goat's milk. There might be juices or something along those lines.
I'm glad you answered that, because that was my first question.
You're welcome.
Goat's milk? What a weird question.
Yeah. He actually prefers sheep's milk, if you remember. Lamb's milk, even. So you are so just as an idea, they clearly are setting you up for a level of comfort, or to make you feel comfortable enough to not realize it's poisoned. Bum bum bum.
Nah, they wouldn't poison us if they're gonna eat us.
Okay, moving on.
Unless they're immune to it.
Oh shit! They've been drinking little bits of amounts over years, so they build up a tolerance.
I gotta hand all my food to Aldo so he can pass it seamlessly to Koa.
I'll prepare some food. Here you go.
Huh.
I make a decent meal, good meal. Oh.
I mean, sure, sounds good. I mean, it's not a cooking skill, but you know how to pack that meat. I mean, work with the salt packed meats to make something yummy. So, good.
Woo!
Any conversation amongst yourselves while you're there?
Yeah. Reminder to us, what was our plan after this play? We kind of like we were gathering information, then we just ended up on this like 3-hour tour. What
Literally, we're here because you were trying to find out where, what's her name?
Benny was buried.
Benny
That's
was
right.
buried.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you
Okay.
believe it's here. And you
Listen,
asked that
hoping this-
pointedly, and he was like, "This." He's like, "This trip will be fruitful for you," but he couldn't
Yeah.
answer beyond that.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think, assuming that they think we're cool or whatever, we might be able to buy supplies here and then head up north where we were going anyway. Because I think that we can get to.
Oh, we're going from here
what-
to.
I think we can if we can get traveling supplies.
So like what? From here to Rid to? Are we going to the keep?
Unless you don't want to. I guess we can bring that to our.
I mean, I just did. I genuinely just didn't remember. It's been so long.
I think that's the discussion. I don't remember it. 100%.
That was seemingly the path you were going on,
Okay.
with the expectation that Scott was going to fuck everything up along the way.
Yeah, as always.
Yeah. Well, this time he knowingly would fuck it up because we said it out loud.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
I don't know that Koa would start a conversation then at that point. That's already kind of the plan. I think we're kind of waiting to see what happens with the grave of Vinny.
Aldo, where did you learn that phrase?
Which one?
The farewell phrase you said.
Oh, you hear it in Paradel a lot.
Yeah, I know. When you're young, you get in trouble in the classroom. They make you repeat that and walk in a perfectly straight line with a bowl on your head.
I bet that happened to you, Mikhail.
Yeah, you're damn right it did.
More
than once.
sucks.
I got really good at walking straight though.
I thought you were from
Yeah, thank
Galdaria. Is that close to parts of Paradise? I guess I don't know all the politics everywhere.
I've done some traveling in my time, Koa.
Oh. Me too, but only when I was young. I don't remember a lot of it.
I mean, yeah,
I
that was
forget that you're older than us sometimes.
yeah. Doesn't really look it.
Yeah, you know, these things come and go.
Age?
I've got another one. I think I got a bunch of these. What's the Vroga one? Strength to strike, fury to follow. You know,
Yeah, that's one.
they're you know, it helps to know a couple of these. You know, especially with where you're traveling. Paradel is very. He looks around. Yeah. Familiar right now.
Yeah, it's a lot like it. Even the architecture. That's how I knew that thing was a library. I can't believe they have one. I wonder what kind of books they've got in there. There gotta be maybe historical texts. I'm sure there's some, religious things, maybe some hymns and whatnot, but I mean there's knowledge in those too.
Well, perhaps if we pass the assessment, you can take a look.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
okay.
about that assessment, how did you guys feel about that? Because they asked you a loaded question.
They asked us
He
to
did.
pick a good deed and pat ourselves on the back a bit. It felt uncomfortable.
It did, didn't it?
I didn't see it as self-aggrandizing. I just saw it as a way to display our character, as they were saying. I mean, it would
Hopefully
have
we
been-
did that. We all answered very differently, but I think all in a good way.
Yeah,
Didn't
Honestly,
feel right.
I thought a little bit. I thought a little bit about giving an answer like you did, Aldo, but I kind of thought myself out of it.
I just
Well, you know, I don't care what they think. That's probably the difference there, Mikhail.
truly don't
it
believe
works
that
for
any
you.
of the tasks are done. It's hard to be like, oh, I'm so proud of this whenever Beltran's still out there, and they obviously don't know about what we're doing with the ruins and such. Which
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not that our accomplishments aren't things we did. Maybe there's more to do still, but the progress is still there. We did take those guys down, at least the ones that aren't running a city.
You're not wrong about it. It's just, I don't know. It's probably just all of the Beltran stuff being so fresh, and then having to keep everyone locked away where they are.
Yep.
I'm so frustrated by it all, and now, on top of that, the curses are all getting mixed in with it, and it's like fighting a beast with 8 different heads, and I don't know which head to attack. They're all
Task
biting
at
me
hand.
once.
Task at hand, Koa. We're here for a reason. We can't do anything about the rest of it right now.
I know. Just getting to me is all, I suppose.
Yeah. It'll do that.
Speaking of being here, what are we thinking? The cult meter going up because it's kind of just really looking that way.
Well, based on the meal that they left us to prepare, it'd be a perfect thing to eat if they were going to cook us up and eat us tonight.
We're not in the barren lands.
I'm joking. That was a joke.
Honestly, the cult meter or whatever is about in the same place for me. This just seems like I mean, it's different, but I mean, if I imagine folks back home having like the smaller sects or like groups and things, I mean, I could see them operating a lot like this.
I will say the assessment went a little bit less culty than I would feared it might. I mean, it wasn't as if they were chanting and doing some horrible ritualistic things or whatever. It was just a couple of questions, and it wasn't overtly, promoting this god or that goddess or anything like that. It was relatively,
light. Yeah, are you kidding me? That was simple.
I agree.
That was
what I'm saying.
Way harder to get myself into an academy back home. I mean, that's like an hour, and they make you justify everything, and that's with a sponsor.
I once got hired as a mercenary, and it took them 6 minutes to negotiate pay.
Yeah, I'm sure that was really similar.
I didn't. I was just trying to relate. Yeah.
Jeez, Mikhail. You okay? You okay, Koa? Aldo like pat you on the shoulder.
Yes, I'm fine. Just I didn't have a formal schooling or an interrogation process to get into one. It was just learning on the road and such.
I'm sure you would have done fine if you needed to. I don't know.
Oh, probably not. I was much more interested in chasing girls and hunting squirrels.
It's canon.
You get to do some of that once you're past the whole interrogation thing. You just have to do it again next semester. I mean, that's the not fun part, but once you get into the college or the conservatory, in my case, then there's a lot more fun to be had.
Running around, exploring, seeing different places, and living on the land a bit. I think preferred that to sitting in a room looking at a bunch of books. No offense.
Maybe you're reading the wrong books.
I didn't read many books.
Oh.
Aldo looks at Mikhail.
You can tell he is actively fighting to say anything else. He's just holding it in.
How about you, Aldo? Did you go to some sort of university of some kind?
As a student?
I didn't assume you were a teacher.
You know what they say about assumptions, Koa?
That's why I asked.
God, he was a teacher now.
Professor Aldo.
Taziendale,
he was a professor up there.
I've been around,
Professor of Galdarian literature in Taziendale.
I can see Aldo being like the Indiana Jones, the first one. He's up there giving a lecture, and it's like where the students are like blinking, and it's like says "love you."
He's a sociology teacher. That's why he can pretend to be so many different cultures to get laid.
That's why we call them the soft sciences. Yeah.
I don't know where I was up to.
I asked what kind of schooling you went through.
He just says, I didn't do school. How I guess Mikhail did. Wasn't really offered to us.
Me either. Live off the
Hmm.
land and survive, learn survival skills.
Yeah, no, you meet interesting people and they become your teacher, and whatever they're most proficient at, and you learn from people and expand your own skill set. Not so much reading and studying from books. I did have one teacher, weirdly enough, was a cleric of Alnair for a while. He was a strange fellow.
Huh.
So you were
How'd
like
that
an
go?
apprentice? Yeah.
No, he taught us to read and write.
I can read a little bit. I'm not really much of a writer.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's one thing those clerics are good at.
You will want to practice that writing. I mean, if we're going to be all over the place and you're going to be married, you can't leave your wife in the dark all the time. You're going to have to send her some letters.
I can write them for you, Koa. It's fun.
Oh, no offense. I was going to have Mikhail do it.
Oh my god.
But,
You have to make him an enchanted quill so he can talk to text his quill.
perhaps I should learn to do that.
Depending on the content of the letters, it might just be nice to do it yourself.
You think post reaches the keeps?
Maybe not the keeps, but the towns near them, that kind of thing.
If Kethrel delivered them, it would just take 6 years.
Maybe longer. You gotta account for the time it takes you to tell him where it's going, and then for him to ask clarifying questions, and all the bathroom breaks you're gonna have to take between. Seems like a good guy though.
Very, very low speaker.
Can you imagine if we brought him with us? If he was having to speak on his own deeds, we'd still be in there.
Greece had been matured by the time it ended.
She might have to use that sword for something else.
I do like Kethrel. He's just a very unique, slow-speaking fellow. Be glad, I guess, that it's me traveling with you, not him. I feel like I'm a bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to doing good, but he's another level.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are pretty different. Both good people. He says very few things. It takes a really long time. You say a lot of things, and it takes a lot of time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. What the hell do we do tonight?
I don't know. we
Well,
normally would be.
there's no. They haven't provided any, but Aldo opens his bag and pulls out some flasks. He's like, "You'll know I'm always carrying, right?"
Yeah, of course.
Some days
Sure
I
you
don't know
don't-
if you're drinking less or quitting or drinking more, and I never know with you, Aldo.
Well, I haven't been spending evenings with you lately. Remember, I've been out working. And, I work in taverns, so
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling the need to keep my wits about me, just in case.
Yeah, but can you at least play something? It's kind of quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
Play something upbeat though, lively. No sad songs or ballads.
Oh, yeah. No, not after all that depressing stuff you just told us. No thanks.
Yeah.
And
Play the
he'll
death
take
of
out the
Princess
lute.
Tatiana.
Is that happy? I don't even know that one.
No, I made it up. There's a joke.
Oh, okay. Getting really good at saying your jokes with a straight face, if that's what you're practicing.
I think I'm trying to uplift myself. Like I said, everything's been too heavy, and I'm feeling the weight of it. So, working on.
All right. Mikhail, so new song, The Death of Princess Tatiana. Let's see what you got.
You want me to make it uplifting?
Yeah.
Maybe she was really evil and deserved it.
Yeah. I feel like it paints me in a certain light if I'm writing a song where we're celebrating the death of a powerful woman.
Let's just improvise it. Koa, start us with a beat.
All right.
My God, he's actually on rhythm.
All right. Well, your
He's
turn.
like, Tatiana, Tatiana.
He's just saying it under his breath. So, Mikhail will. It's like very basic, like strumming at first, and then like he kind of seems to catch on to something, and he starts into some very quick, more upbeat chords. And he goes, "All right, Aldo, you're the singer. Jump in whenever you got it."
Oh yeah. I mean, Aldo would jump in and start talking shit and making stuff up. Oratory.
Oh, I forgot to roll.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, you're making Mikhail laugh. He's fucking up.
Wait, 16's not fucking up, right?
No, it's
Come on,
like
guys.
fine, but for Mikhail, 16 is bad.
Compared to your 43 the other night, yeah.
Yeah.
I just like that one of my best performances. You're like, this is one of my worst. With same number.
Right. He's like giggling. He's laughing at Aldo. So I guess that's what Rafik outside will hear is whatever the death of Princess Tatiana is. A bunch of shit talk.
Is Tatiana the name of the woman in Ravenloft that like dies every day or whatever it is?
Oh,
like,
dude,
commits
I don't
suicide every
remember.
day or whatever it is.
I don't remember
It's
anyone's
Ravenloft.
name from any of that.
It is. Thank you, Green.
I don't know what
Okay.
Ravenloft is.
Have
It's
you ever
a-
heard of Strahd or the Curse of Strahd? Barovia? Any of those terms? That any of those mean anything to you? No. Okay.
Like
Doesn't matter.
Legacy D&D stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just the old school D&D stuff that got popular with every edition. They redo the same. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Yeah.
So
Succinctly.
cool. You guys, play into the night, probably not too terribly late, but late enough to like really allow your nerves to settle and enjoy the evening or whatever it is. And then eventually you go and find yourselves into whichever bedrooms you call your own and pass out. You get a good night's rest, unless you choose to say otherwise because your characters are, nerves or what have you. Usually able to get a good night's rest. And in the morning, you're woken up quite earlier than what Aldo would like. The knock on the door to downstairs is like as Koa is already out of bed and starting to do like his morning stretches, like maybe his room door is open, so he has more wingspan inside there as he's starting to do like his morning stretches. He hears a knock downstairs. It's like, well, he's already up, so he can go and check it out. And it's one of those things where, Mikhail, because he's accustomed to working out periodically, if not more frequently with Koa, he's probably like in that state of lying in bed, knowing that Koa is going to wake him up, but hating the fact that he's awake, knowing that Koa is going to be waking him up soon, and totally just lying there wishing that he wasn't awake. So it's like one of those, and Aldo's passed out still.
Thinking about faking sick. You know?
yeah, exactly. Even though you're already on that like not symbiotic, what's that fucking called? Circadian rhythm, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, Koa will go downstairs and to open the door, and you can see that it's Rask on the other side, and he looks quite tired, but he's not.
Was it Rask or is it Rafik?
Rafik, sorry, I'm
I
saying
thought it
Rask.
was Rafik. Okay.
It is Rafik. You are correct. Thank you, Keegan. He looks quite tired now that he's like like openly wearing his tiredness. It's just simple fact of the matter is bags under his eyes, and he's probably locking his jaw occasionally to not yawn. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. Now that I'm talking about it, I'm totally not trying not to yawn. And so he says so you open the door. I don't know if you say anything to him or let him speak first, Wade.
You really did stand guard all night, eh?
He says, as is customary, may I come in?
Of course, yes. Can I get you something? Drink,
No,
eat?
if you would like to see to it that the others have time to prepare themselves, it's also customary for me to make breakfast for you. Do you mind if I start with tea?
Do whatever it is you normally do.
He nods and he goes over and immediately will get like water and put on a kettle or whatever it is to start get a fire going. Maybe there's embers left over from last night to make it easier, and we'll work to get tea started because he needs some, and we'll go about that. That gives you a chance to go upstairs, wake them up. Unless there's anything worth noting, we can jump cut.
Koa, my fucking character's name, will totally knock on Mikhail's door. You're off the hook today, except for one task. You gotta get Aldo up. And then he goes back downstairs.
Yes. And yeah, he'll go wake up Aldo. He just keeps knocking until he gets a response.
Like Big Bang Theory.
Just
Aldo, Aldo, Aldo.
just that like really annoying nonstop knocking.
Aldo's like, what?
Morning, guys here. Breakfast being made. Still knocking.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
I'm not coming in. You're probably naked again. He's still knocking.
I'm not coming out.
Then I guess we're at an impasse. Still knocking. There's a pause and he switches arms, but he's still knocking.
Right,
You
doesn't
know
he
what
use a
would
rhythm?
get me out of this room?
There's tea. Do you like tea?
You know what I like more than tea?
I don't have any of that. I can make the tea taste like it.
You know what I want more than that right now?
Money?
Are you offering?
No! Switches arms again.
Like,
So you could just hear
can you
repeated knocking.
Can you just play the death of Princess Tatiana for me one more time?
I just burned my arms out knocking on your door for 14 minutes.
Loot Dude would be able to play. If his
Oh!
You're going, no, he wouldn't, as he's like obviously walking off to get his loot.
Brought up Jeribald.
That's his name.
You hear it playing from the like kitchen area.
Aldo gets up. You can hear he's obviously changed some of the lyrics since last night, but he is yelling in not a singing voice, but he's just yelling as he gets ready and comes out.
You said not the same lyrics as last night. Is there a tonal shift to it? Perhaps a bit more crass or what have you?
Definitely. The way I'm seeing it, it's like gonna be like Bust a Move from Young MC.
It's like, you want it,
Yep.
you got it.
That's exactly right.
Baby, you got it. Bust a move.
If Rafik looks at Koa at all, he'll just say, not a morning person.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's definitely a morning person. What are you talking about?
Right? I ain't doing that
Singing his way out to the kitchen. He's probably dancing as well. He'll jump up on the table if there's one.
Oh my god, late 80s like hip hop dancing. Oh man. Oh boy.
Mm.
Is that going to be our legacy? We bring hip hop to it, dear.
I mean, Jake did invent the dubstep, so
That is true.
the Densho dub.
But dub
Then show dub.
Oh. Anyways, anyways, moving on. So watching this kind of chaos, you can see that at first, Rafik is kind of like thrown off by this. He's, oh god, parachute pants. You have Mikhail in super tight pants and Aldo in parachute pants. Oh boy.
Oh, The guys
So-
are shaping up.
Does that mean Koa's in like the MC Hammer pants?
That's parachute pants.
Except his were like kind of flooded.
Were they? Were they
I
different?
think in one of the videos, unless I'm thinking of the wrong ones.
But either way, it doesn't matter.
He had like the genie ones.
So you guys, so at first, or actually for most of the time, Rafik is kind of like thrown off by the energy of you guys that's here. It is well outside of the customs or culture that he has, and certainly as he's going about doing his like ritualistic routine here of the honorific routine here. You can imagine like tea ceremony kind of honorific, not necessarily cult, Aldo, but like a almost like a tea ceremony
Definitely
kind of honorifics
not
here.
cult.
Definitely not cult. We're not associating tea ceremonies with cult-like behavior. Okay, Aldo.
Did I hear any rumors last night about how all the men have to sleep like in like a barracks while the women sleep with one guy somewhere else? But it's totally normal.
His name is Koa, coincidentally.
The men are sent off to war.
Well, no, they're safe with him because he's the purest of us.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
And they wear
Why are
these
they all
white
pregnant?
t-shirts and have to go like swim in the water a bit. It's really weird.
Yes.
Hmm.
And he ensures to inject them with more purity as time goes. So
How immaculate is that conception?
so you are Jesus Christ, jokes about like how dark Our Lady are of those eyes. So you you guys are fuck, where were we? So you're throwing him off with like your energy here, and it certainly, especially because it's like his first time doing this like honorific kind of like a preparation ceremony. But he makes for you a meal. It's not that the meal is bad by any stretch. I don't want to put that taste in your mouth, if you will. It's that he follows a recipe that clearly is practiced. So there's a difference between having like a meal that was made by somebody who followed a recipe but isn't necessarily a chef, and a meal that was made by somebody that knows how to fucking cook. Like there's just a difference there. So this tastes like it is composed as a meal of somebody who had a recipe engraved into them and followed that recipe. It's not that it's bad, even if your characters may like or dislike or whatever as you choose to see fit for yourselves. It definitely comes off with lacking the flair or the comfort of somebody who's like legitimately a good cook. And so he goes about this detail here. He does have tea and whatnot that's prepared for you, and he does kind of like offer it. And he does, as you guys are eating the meal, he and at this point he really breaks your singing dancing as he's like, perhaps we should go over the agenda for the day, to like pull things in so he can like kind of explain how things go. And once you're like settling and eating, he'll speak to you about that. Any notes here before I dive in?
I don't know
Nope.
if I want to settle down.
Just that normally Mikhail, when he is playing his lute, is much more like relaxed and kind of loose. But because Aldo's being extra, he was being like really rigid and as if he was playing in like a king's court, like standing very like classically and whatnot, just like kind of standing over by a wall, not how he usually performs. But then once the guy like cuts in, he just walks over and sits at the table and continues to play the lute.
You keep playing the
Oh,
lute?
he keeps paying the loot. I'm telling you, Aldo does. He's up on the table.
This party is turning into the terrible.
Okay, if Aldo's on the table, then he'll stop playing the lute. Because shit, he went to the next stage. I have to stop. So
You see,
I
Aldo,
should probably.
he's doing the running man for an extra like 3 seconds before he's like, jumps off.
Koa's just like, I almost said reaching around. I don't like that. Going around trying to grab food, even though you're dancing.
Rafik again is immensely thrown off by this. Again, there's a rigidity here. There's like a strict way of doing things here. And somebody getting up on the table and dancing at breakfast time while trying to go over the itinerary of the day for your assessments as to whether or not you're welcome to continue visiting this place or welcome to choose to stay here indefinitely is, shall we say, outside of any preparations that he has made in his life's studying.
What's
Say
Aldo's off the table?
His prompt did not cover what to do here.
Yeah.
Situation.
Once Aldo's off the table, Mikhail is like straightening, like pushing things like kind of where they go on the table, and he'll just say, "Well, is that what you expected?"
He honestly is intentional. He's trying hard to hold back being like really annoyed and horrified. He's tired. He traveled with you guys the whole day yesterday, did not sleep overnight, just spent all that time going through the first time ever doing this ritual, which required a lot of like focus and dedication to make sure he doesn't fuck it up. And then your like result of this and everything of his own like that he has on the line sponsoring for you being here is like literally you might as well just pull down your pants and defecate it on the table. Like it's like you're shitting on.
We were
like,
doing it
all the effort you
outside.
get there. So I mean, like it's one of those like he's trying to hold back genuine anger and like or frustration at the very least, if not anger, and confusion and whatnot in this scenario. And so you kind of like get things set up, or what line did you say there at the end of your reorganizing things, Keegan?
Is that what you expected?
He spends an extra second or two saying, perhaps we should get back to the task at hand. Excuse me for a second. And he'll actually like turn and like walk out of the room for a moment and like go step outside.
He has to like reset.
No, he's going out there and he's like humming it.
You want it. You got it.
Practicing his running man out there. How did he do that? He didn't go anywhere.
His legs were moving forward, but he was moving backward.
Fucking moonwalk. Yeah.
All right. So anyways, so he comes back in maybe a minute or so later on and has a sip of his tea. And he says, okay, so the plans for this morning's activity, you're to meet with the leadership again later on in the day. But I'm to bring you throughout the town and to introduce you to the different areas where you're welcome to ask some light questions and I can answer. And of course, I'll give you a tour throughout the place and kind of explain through a couple of details. Much of this that we're going to go through, just speaking plainly as I believe I know the three of you, he says, intentionally not making eye contact with Aldo. Of the places that are here, there's one particular place that's you'll find of interest. And again, feel free to ask some questions, but after the assessment is over, after you're invited to stay, we can get into even more detail as you feel is necessary. And I'm looking forward to being able to invite you to find the answers that you seek. And then he kind of like, at this point, he'll actually bring forward a very simple looking map of the town and just give you like a gesture. It's not like a map and a scroll. It's like a carving of the town itself. And so it's not like it's fully up to date with all the buildings that are here because this building is meant for these kind of assessments. So they have a carving that is nearby that he's able to bring over and put there. And while it is by no means similar in design or what have you, it does remind you of, well, the table that you find in each one of the those chambers across all the keeps that you've visited so far, because it is a 3D representation, even if it's far-fetched or what have you of
That's
actors.
interesting.
But anyways, so he does put that down and he says, we'll start in this area and we'll kind of like go along this pattern here to walk. He's like, by no means is there a are you being chained to me, but please stay within a close distance to where I am bringing you on the tour, as to not come off as being threatening to the other townsfolk that are here. You are entirely welcome to adorn yourself with all of your weapons and armor as you normally would as you would travel through town. As you would travel through in any other town or even between towns. You are welcome to do so here. I would perhaps suggest that you don't bring your travel packs with you, as bedrolls and rope and otherwise would be seen as a bit strange. But feel free to adorn yourself as you see fit for the defending oneself. It is seen as a positive note, one's ability to defend themselves and being familiar with your weapons. As we get to the different areas, there might be invitations from the people around town to do certain tasks. My suggestion is only accept the invitations for the items that you find comfort in. For instance, he gestures to one part on the carving here. Over here is where we often have our soldiers train. If there's an invitation for you to participate in, say, a test of archery or into a wrestling match, feel free to engage if that's something you're comfortable and confident in doing. But follow, of course, respectful rules as they're laid out for you there. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Thank you.
Interesting. These maps. Why do you do maps in this variety?
He looks down at it for a second and looks up at you and says, "I don't know what you mean."
Just rather than drawing something on parchment, this looks a lot more elaborate, difficult to produce.
Oh, the original reasoning, I'm not sure, but I know that this chamber is used for all assessment. This building's used for all assessments, so I imagine it's just a matter of any knocks at durability. 100% speculative. He doesn't have that answer.
It's very nice.
I guess the only other question I have, which I find kind of interesting, is if the assessment's not complete, taking us on a tour and showing us around and having us participate with various people around town seems an interesting custom.
You've passed the first rung of the assessment.
Oh, that's good to know.
How many are there?
He shakes his head and says, "It depends on the individuals, but at the very least, there is the initial conversation. There's a statement of deeds, and it's the assessment of one's not the word I'm not looking for is morality. It's like
character.
Oh yeah, one's character. Thank you, Keegan. He's like it's assessment of one's character based off of their own opinion of their deeds as they're known and understood by us and our people, by me, who stated the deeds for you. The next rung of the assessment is around town. And then...
Thank goodness it's not breakfast etiquette.
Thank goodness.
He doesn't say anything because very well it could be. You know, he's not being forthcoming with what, you know. But either way, he doesn't say anything.
But he wants us to pass, so he'd lie anyway.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah.
I imagine Aldo sits there pursed-lipped and is very well behaved. As a matter of fact, he even says his pardon me's and his thank you sirs and ma'ams. Even
unless Jake says otherwise, he's a good... Oh, fuck, he's back.
See, look what you did.
Even offers him Great Papon. Moving on. So, yeah, moving on. So you guys are... he kind of like lays this out for you. So unless you have any questions, we can kind of like jump cut to this next part here.
Nope. I don't think so.
Cool. The way we're going to handle this next chapter, it's actually meant to be something what, like I said, there are, as you walk throughout town, there's a bunch of different areas that you're going to go through, right? There's going to be the areas where there isn't a merchant area here. It's like that people here don't trade amongst one another. It's like, I've got wheat, I've got pig, let's trade for... they don't trade in that basic sense of trying to gather as much wealth as possible. They do have an area where people will go and make trade, but it's not like a marketplace in the sense of people set up shop and those will go and exchange goods. It's a sense of somebody might go with the goods that they're willing to, that they're willing and able to spare, and then encounter others and see what they're willing to take. But the place isn't flooded with a whole bunch of other individuals. It's more, I don't know the correct terminology, at least off the top of my head, but it's more of like, I have surplus, I'm willing to trade with somebody else who has surplus to make sure that we're all, you know, good to go here. But it's very much watch after your neighbor kind of vibe is what you're getting from it, as opposed to trying to hoard all the wealth that I can for myself and my own kin, is kind of what you're getting off of it. So, but it is like a bartering system, yes. So either way, you can see that is there, and so you're not welcome to trade into the market, if you will, because there is no setup that would make sense for you to be like, I have coin for you. You know, that you know, kind of a setup where you guys even bring anything that might be of value to them. I'm not saying you don't have anything. Let's comb over your character sheets. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense in this scenario. But where you are walking around, you can see the area where they have children that are, having stories told to them that are being educated. Where you go through where there's over by the graves, and you have a whole bunch of graves, which I'll touch on in a second, that are set around the obelisk that I mentioned beforehand. We have the training area, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are different areas where you are invited by the people there to participate in different tasks. I now put before you PCs, if you imagine this as being a skill challenge, if there is a particular area, and I'll gladly prompt ones for you, feel free to ask, but I'll gladly present some to you if you don't have any stones to stand on. An area where you would say, I definitely think that my character would engage in this way to try to put forward his merits to the best of ability. Where would you like to see your character kind of engaging with the townsfolk in whatever tasks they have go here? I want to hear what kind of engagement you have and sponsor yourself, if you will, with the skill you wish to use for that engagement.
Riding, fighting, or handling animals.
Sure. No, all of those are legitimate options. Each one of those are legitimate options. Which would you like to do? I understand that like two of those were literally skills, like actual skills that you're sponsoring.
I mean, yeah, but
Koa
also like getting to ride around. Like I don't think he has. Did we bring our horses? We were on foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, getting to let Nightstorm stretch your legs, or even if it's not Nightstorm, getting to ride around is something that he genuinely enjoys that he doesn't get to do as often, unless they're just going from place to place. So that's kind of an exciting, fun one. As well as sparring. I mean, if there's like brawls of some kind, those are things Koa would enjoy.
Yeah. So you're welcome to engage in any one of those. Which would you like? And you can assume, Wade, that Koa engages in multiple. But which is the one you want to bring highlight to? Which is the one that you want to bring to bear for Koa showcasing himself before the people?
I think riding around, it shows skill, but also shows like being able to bond with a creature or something, which is a little bit more than just physical prowess.
Sure. So this is you're bonding with the animal. Now, when you talk about riding, is this meant to be riding more in the sense of the speed, the ability to do kind of like tricks, like the complexity, what we'd call the hunter style riding? This is more like the complexity in the way that you ride with the horse. Is this more like a militaristic, like showing that your battle capability on the back of the horse? Is there a particular focus that you're going for, or are you more jack of all trades? I'm good with that.
Just kind of not really trying to show off one particular thing. I mean, Nightstorm, I think, is trained more militaristically overall, but like he's been with her a long time and he treats her well and they have a good bond. So riding around, jumping, just her obeying commands, eating an apple out of his hand, just genuinely, I think he's just going to enjoy himself with it. And if they end up being showy offy, great, but he's kind of just looking forward to the actual experience.
Sure, sounds great. We can definitely do that for you. I do want to say that you can, with this, because of how you're describing it. Oh, actually, before I say this, what is your handle animal modifier?
Handle animals is 6.
Okay.
Ride is an 8 because, well, if Koa's wearing his armor, it's that because of the dex penalties. So yeah,
you can remove your armor. You're welcome to go around town as you see fit, as you want to be judged by others. Koa might want to wear his armor because of his free folk background, so on and so forth.
He described it as like it's better to keep your weapons and stuff on you, so he'd be wearing it.
Okay, cool. So then you are wearing your armor, so you would not remove it, so take your penalties.
Okay.
You're welcome to use either ride or handle animal for this kind of bit, depending on how you want to showcase this more. Go ahead and choose your skill check and go ahead and roll.
I'm going to go with ride because I like the thought of them getting to ride around together.
A 15 is a solid number. Are you happy with your 15?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to use a +1 and roll a 4 to get it to a 20. So I think.
But remember, it's not always 20s when you're dealing with these skill challenges. 18s are very common numbers. 19s are common numbers. Things like that. 17s, depending on the scenario. So
16s even.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So it's not just at the 5 point.
Do you guys think I should luck or use anything?
I'd say go ahead and luck. That's my thought.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
18.
Look how much luck you have in that pool. That includes the one that Ninja Sub-Zero just put in there 2 seconds ago as well. So So yeah, you got an 18 total.
Thank you.
Wade, that's a class skill and you have it trained, yes?
Mhm.
How many ranks do you have in there?
2 ranks.
Okay. So you get to add, roll me a 1d8 plus your dexterity modifier, because I think it's the base skill for this. For
1d8
your
plus
overall
what?
success. One plus your dex, whatever that is. 1d8 plus your dex.
Dex bonus, which I think is 0.
It is. So remind me, do I slash roll in this? Or is
Yep,
it
slash roll 1d8. All right, Keegan, do you want to go next or Jake? Oof. So it's not that you aren't successful. You are successful. It's just it doesn't leave as big of an impression with these people as much as possible. They do have horses here. They do train with their horses for many different tasks, whether it be pulling their caravans, whether it be transporting messages quickly, as well as cavalry training, so on and so forth. Koa's approach to how he rides around the animal is impressive, but doesn't really mark against their uses of the horse. You have a stronger bonds to the animal as like respecting the beast and its what it represents, like to your community and your background, whatever it is. They see horses as tools that they use to accomplish their tasks. And
I
so
see DMs as tools. I think
Especially
I had to
that
do
one.
as Koa like an hour ago. I just forgot to do it.
Keegan?
That one. So
Let me do it.
what I was thinking is because they do have a library, and Mikhail, not only is he very trained in like linguistics, but he also knows a lot of languages. I figured he might be able to help them make some headway on translating any of the texts that maybe they haven't finished. My thought there is that they likely have some text in languages that not many of the people here speak. Maybe a few of them know some
Oh, you're
words in
trying
it
to
or
do
know it
something
like
in
a
the
broken
library
way.
itself?
Not necessarily. It might be in the library, but I don't know if maybe they're doing like outside classes or whatever with people
Okay.
or anything like that.
So
Anything I
I'll
could
cut you off for a second
contribute
just
that
to set this, because, and this is on me for not being clear about this. Thank you for the idea.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
You are not welcome into the library as of right now, but there are lessons being given, but they're, from what you can see, oratory lessons that are being given out into the sunlight right now. While there likely are writing lessons being done, there aren't any that you're witnessing in your time kind of coming through the area. So I love the fact that you're going with linguistics here and trying to kind of like showcase that aspect of yourself. Unfortunately, I actually have to, I feel bad. I have to say no to that one. There's reason for
Okay.
it, you know,
Yeah.
but I'm so sorry, Keegan, because it's a good idea, but
I was trying not to be boring and go with performs, because that's what I always do.
no.
You
I
can't have the
appreciate,
translations, but you can give oral.
I
I
think
appreciate where
Aldo's the
you were
one trained
going
in
with it.
oratory.
But there aren't those kinds of, and there's reason for it, but there aren't those kind of lessons being given right now. So I do apologize.
Okay. Huh. Okay. I need to think then.
Yeah, then we'll
So
cut over to
you can
Jake.
cut to
Jake,
Aldo. Yeah.
what would you do? Sorry again, Keegan. You had an idea you were running with, and I just put up
It's
a
fine.
roadblock and veered you off course. Ugh,
That's fine. I'll find one.
sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
I'm gonna old man yells at cloud. But we'll probably we'll do storytelling. Aldo will.
Sure. So you're going to go over to where they're kind of like having lessons being done for the youths, if you will, and they're telling stories. One of the things I'll mention about the stories before you get into it is these are the kinds of stories, as you can imagine, like what, you know, actual ancient literature, like, you know, the Bible and shit like that is, where what it is that it's called oh, fuck, I actually just forgot the term here. I think it's called ancient truths or whatever. So more or less like you tell stories that are themselves not necessarily factual, but they have truths inside them for morality and societal composure, so on and so forth. That's Aldo's perspective of what he's hearing, the stories being told. He's like, well, that's a bunch of bullshit, because, you know, he doesn't believe in gods or whatnot, and there's a lot of faith woven into their lessons, if you will.
Yeah. And Aldo picked up as well that they think of Lady Arabella, whatever it was, differently than the others, and he was able to correlate that. So in his storytelling, he leans more into, like, he probably takes one that he's heard in Paradel, right, but then like hashes it to more reflect how these people believe. So yeah, he's going to do things like that.
So what skill are we using? Are you trying to use like knowledge, religion, because you want to like really lean into the faith aspect of who these
No,
people are?
perform oratory.
Oh, okay, so you're going with the safe skill, not going with the gamble. Makes sense.
Yeah.
He's also lying a bit, right? You're adjusting it so you're bluffing.
Where are we?
I was gonna say, does Jake ever roll low? Yeah, he actually did. Woohoo! He's double keeking.
Yeah, I'm going to use the +1 and I'm going to luck.
Okay, so you're looking at a 13. You're gonna luck it up. Luck it up. Fuck it up.
16.
All right, 16. Cool. So he's 16 total. This is a class skill for you, and you are trained into it. So why don't you go ahead and also roll that D8 plus your charisma modifier? Okay, so you actually do a pretty good job of taking these stories. What it was is you were listening to the stories both being told around the campfire, kind of the overall vibe of it. You mentioned this beforehand. You listen to the stories that are being told here. And Aldo digs deep to think of like a story he knows about Lady Aravel, maybe from his own, childhood, or maybe from his time in Paradel or what have you. And he thinks of a story that he's like, it wouldn't surprise me if this story didn't get brought here, right? And how can I curve this story in such a way that it fits kind of like their mold, but like is a relatively new story, not necessarily to the people giving the lessons, but certainly to the children and how it, And so you tell the story in such a way that you have captivated the children. And at the end of the story, they actually ask you a couple of like clarifying questions about the story because the children are encouraged to engage afterwards, right? Because the kids here must behave, right? So imagine this is not some fucking Montessori school, right? This is a school where when the kids misbehave, they get wrapped on the knuckles by the nun. So the children must listen. You are a guest that's here. They must behave themselves before the dare officer or whatever. And so they're engaging with you afterwards and asking questions. And this is where you captivate the adults here. It's how you're handling the children, their inquisitive nature and whatnot. And I imagine, I don't know, I don't want to, again, put thoughts into Aldo's head, but I imagine Aldo himself actually finds the children engagement and the questions they ask and answering them as being the most enjoyable part of this whole fucking adventure so far since he left.
100%.
Yeah. And so he's able to kind of like answer the question to plant seeds into their minds that both he knows will be appreciated well by the adults that are listening in, but also maybe planting a couple seeds that are more in alignment with Aldo's own views. Do you want to expand on this at all, Jake, beyond my kind of blathering, or do you feel as that's answers?
No, you hit the nail on the head. Literally everything you just said was what I thought.
Okay, cool. I'm glad I live inside your mind. All right, let's circle back to poor Keegan here, who had his plan interrupted. I am so sorry again, sir. Hopefully I don't shoot down your next idea.
I need the pitches. You said you had some pitches.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me 2 seconds. I do apologize. Let me pull this up.
He doesn't.
Skill challenge, but you can only use intimidate.
Not my best skill.
What about craft stonework?
Worse, actually.
Knowledge the Dale lands.
Okay.
I can roll that.
So, putting aside kind of like the bullshit that's going on here, other things that you can do to kind of like chime in. It's similar to where what's his name is here, to where Aldo is. So you can kind of like lean into some of the other lessons that can be given to the youths, if you want to go that route in trying to give them a degree of education. So because what they're doing is they're being with a religious framework to the education they're receiving, a lot of that you can imagine is coming in the form of hymns, if you will. A great way of getting children to memorize complex concepts is to teach them in the form of song. That's why we've used that in the oratory teachings for all of human history, if you will. So your artistry songwriting allows you to actually break down the composition of the songs that they have and why they're significant and why they're framed the way that they are, and allows you to kind of like, put that in there for their own education. So there's one that like really plays into the nature of who Mikhail is and the background that he has.
Okay.
Where was I? What was the other one here? So moving away from the children and that aspect there, and more speaking towards the adults and engaging with others that you can have kind of like a philosophical debate being had around the others over by the library as opposed to within it. Your character actually comes with a very strong background in it's not architecture engineering, it's the mole history. So talking to them about the historical aspects of this land, the people here, so on and so forth, engaging with them in this kind of conversation. So if they invite you to be a part of their conversation, steering it towards that based off of the framing of the conversation that's there, and really strutting your stuff with how well you understand the culture, and even pointing to some of the buildings that are here and what have you, and how that architecture was inspired by those things are where you can kind of strut your stuff for how well you know this land as being somebody from outside of it, which is also with your Dell backgrounds can play into it. And then the last thing I was going to have for you specifically is a flat out diplomacy. This one is kind of boring because it's literally just leading on diplomacy, but because you culturally come from a very similar background to them, you can really just kind of lean into how, hey, I'm one of you guys. And it's like really just kind of like blend in with them, almost chameleon yourself into them. And it's not one place where you're really trying to showcase. It's seeding your, how well you are already one of them across all the different areas here. And it's only you that gets that feature. You can take those as inspirations, use one of them, or kind of come up with your own beyond that.
Okay. No, that works. Those all make quite a bit of sense, actually. I think for Mikhail, what I was thinking along the lines of was initially I was leaning towards the artistry songwriting. I was trying to figure out my own, like, okay, how would I use this? And I had a couple of thoughts. But since Aldo is already working with the kids, Mikhail would more likely just kind of let him do that and not like go in there and be like, now it's a group project, you know. It's like just let him enjoy himself. So he'd probably go with he'd go nerd out with the old folks and do philosophical debates about mole history.
Sure,
he would definitely do that.
I'm also going to give you a +1 as an apology for shitting on your idea earlier.
I will take it.
Yeah.
Philosophically debating.
No arguments
history.
there.
What is mole history?
Yeah.
Start with what is mole.
That's like your degree, Wade.
Right.
What is
well?
morality?
First, you got to define mole. What is it? What are they? Who were they?
Let's talk about mole business ethics.
So can we talk about how if you replace one stone of the keep each at a time at certain intervals, at what year is it no longer
the keep of Theseus?
The keep of Theseus, yeah.
Does that include the +1?
That has the +1 in it, yeah.
So you're sitting at a 24, which is a very strong number to start off with. Do you want to modify this and go for some insane fuck you number, or are you happy with just taking the 24? The other two have already used luck, but you know that you have 9 more in the pool.
I think I'm gonna luck.
Go ahead.
Because I don't know what it is, and I want to beat the hell out of this DC.
Okay.
There
so,
it is.
So with your modifier, hold on, let me just do math real quick. So it's actually a 28. So you beat it by, if I go down to 18, that's a plus. So that gets you to, okay. So you get to roll your D8. You get to have your intelligence modifier applied to this. You also get to have a +3 on top of that.
Sweet. Okay. That should be everything. There we go.
That's a 10, meaning you as a group have received 18 total successes, if you will.
I feel like we've equally contributed to this.
Absolutely. You could even say
6 apiece, guys. 6 apiece.
It was 18 evenly divided amongst all of you.
I don't know. I feel like Koa should get like a D4 to add on to that or something, as when they're not responding exactly the way he wanted while he was like doing his writing tricks and things. He could just intimidate them into clapping harder.
You love me! Yes, sir!
Nightstorm very much appreciates your applause.
Especially you.
Chamomile? What was his name? Casimir?
Chamomile.
Did I try it? Okay, I tried.
I'm sorry, but have any of you ever been to a Ren fair? Because they legitimately do that shit. Like you go to like a jousting. Actually, what's her name?
Yeah.
She's not around as often nowadays since she got married. She's like super
Right,
cool.
Snugga?
What the hell is her
geez.
name? V-Sword. V-Sword dancer who literally is one of like the people that go around the joust and is like, we will clap for our champions. You there, clap for your champ. Like that's literally her job at Ren
I went to
fairs.
medieval
It's
times
awesome.
as a kid, and I started calling
That's
like
hilarious.
our enemy knight a peasant, and he got offended.
It's fun.
I was like, "Come on, Blue Knight, kick his ass. He's only a peasant." I didn't say ass. I said butt as a kid.
I've seen. I still talk to V-Sword on occasion. I don't think I will see her at the Ren Fair this year, though, as we typically go during the time where I'll be in Italy. But anyways, so where were we? She lives close enough by me. We can go out and grab a beer again sometime. So
That's cool.
yeah. What was?
We had an 18.
Yeah, we
Thank
had
you.
18 successes.
So 18 total successes. So I want to do the sure up and where things go after here, but I also want to knuckle into one scenario that kind of like really stands out. The rest of these areas aren't really, noteworthy for Jesus Christ, Steve. Aren't really noteworthy for the individual spots, except for the obelisk with the graves around it. One of the things that you will notice with the obelisk and the graves around it is there are a number of graves that are around the area. And you'll have some sort of honorifics on those graves, like maybe titles or what have you that's there. But one particular plot, if you will, the soil is clearly much fresher than the others. I mean, not that anybody here is a mortician or a grave digger, but you can imagine that this grave was probably dug in the past several months rather than everything else is just well packed. It has been the case for a long time. And the marking on the grave there says, Lady Vigil, Octavia, as being the most recent Lady Vigil that had that position prior to, of course, her death. Here. So you guys kind of already knew that, and so that you do see that grave there, and you actually will have. Fuck, I almost said Hassan is his name, but it's not Hassan. Rafiq, thank you. Yes, Rafiq.
Chamomile?
AKA Hassan Piker. No, so
Chamomile was close.
Chamomile. Leave Chamomile alone.
So anyways, you have Rafiq will go over and will pay his respects to the late Lady Vigil while there. But while he's doing that gives your characters an opportunity to slip in a little bit and do a quick viewing of what's in the area. All of you go ahead and roll me a perception check. If you're willing to stray a little bit, you're welcome to have a D4 to the result of your perception check, which I should have said prior to that. But that's only if your character is willing to stray, which could be, problematic. You don't know.
Nah, Mikhail would follow the rules for now.
Yeah,
I
that's not
could
who I was
luck if
talking
you guys
about.
want me to luck. But did you guys both use +1s already?
Who are you talking to?
Not you.
I only used luck. I did not use the other +1.
I don't know if there's a reason for me to try to get like a 25 or 26. Do you guys think I should luck or add anything?
Oh, you got the 22? Yeah, luck it.
Mm-hmm.
26.
Nice. Cool. So you can see that the obelisk that's there. First and foremost, the base of the obelisk, as previously stated last session, is made out of the same kind of mole stone, whereas the rest of the obelisk is this kind of dark stone or whatever it is. You're not entirely sure, but it is a dark stone that has the obelisk, stand up tall. You're no geologist. You have no fucking clue what kind of rock that is, but you can see that it stands there. It stands tall. But as you're making your way around and kind of try to look at the obelisk for the different areas, you can see a couple of details with a fucking 26 that's huge. You can see a couple of details, Wade or Koa. First and foremost, in the base of the obelisk, there is carving into it. The carving is outside of what you can read. You don't fully it's actually no. Roll me a linguistics check. Normally you can't roll this but you can. It's just with a with this scenario. Okay. So with your linguistics check, because this is just a earlier dialect of Perrin, and I don't mean Tal, because it's an earlier dialect of Perrin, you can actually understand what it says. It takes a few extra moments, and you do have those moments because you rolled so high on your perception that you have to study it to like really kind of like translate how the characters are written slightly different from, you know, like it's a carved font carved in than how it is done nowadays. So it takes you a little extra time to figure it out. But you realize that this literally is marked as the resting place for Veni, who martyred herself for our freedom, right? Like these markings here, you're like, holy shit, this is literally exactly what I was looking for. And it makes sense that it's Koa here. But Koa, more importantly, as you're looking at this, you swear that the metal filigree, if you will, that's woven into the stone that you always see from the mall, you swear for like a moment you see it shimmering, not just like reflection of the sun like in the daylight. You swear for a moment you see it shimmering, and that the shimmering as it goes down where the stone is like embedded into the grounds there, you swear you almost see that shimmering like in the ground itself as well, not like along the grass. Like you swear almost like you have X-ray vision looking at wiring into like through a wall, right? You swear you see that shimmering in the ground itself, almost like the maybe the stone continues to dig deeper, or kind of like branches outwards, or at the very least the filigree continues to do so. But it's like a trick of your eyes, like you almost like rub your eyes for a second and you look and you can still see it there. You ever look at a bright light, Wade, and then you look away and there's almost like a ghost image of that bright light for like the next several seconds to minutes?
Through mirrors when you're bald? Yeah.
Actually, you studied for a short while for eyeball stuff, or at least worked in an eyeball place. What's that called when you see that ghost image of a bright light burned into your retina for the few extra moments?
Don't remember. I'm stupid now.
Okay, Mr. Stupid now.
Thank you.
When you see a shiny bald head image stuck in your eyeball for a few extra moments, you more or less, you continue to see that as you look away, which makes it continue to act as almost like a specter in your mind as you continue to look away. Nay, you got a 26 in your perception. That's not what it is. You swear you continue to see that network around here in this grave area. It's strange. Like a continuation, as though that network continues.
After image. Here. Norway's got it. It's after image.
After image. How scientific.
Yeah. I'm like,
that was
what
a
complicated name
DBZ
did that probably
technique.
have?
But you swear you see that almost like this network continuing through there, and you think it's an after image at first, but then you're like, actually, I don't know if it is or isn't. I don't think it is. But after like your attention's kind of like pulled away from it because of somebody calling your name, very quickly it kind of like fades from you don't notice it anymore. But like you get like a shiver down your spine. There's like a moment where, remember how beforehand when you kind of like prayed to Veni, you got like this like feeling when that happens. You have like a shiver down your spine, and you have that similar kind of feeling that you did after you prayed to Veni. Almost like this was presented to you, right? But what else did your perception check get here? Looking around at all the different gravestones that you see, these gravestones are situated like everybody that's set here is a person that had some degree of title. There's not a single just like farmer, right? Every person that's set here has a degree of title or an honorific to them. Maybe they were a former lady or lord of vigil. Unlikely. There doesn't seem to be many or any others than the one that you saw there. At least not right away, but other people with higher titles. And it kind of like stands out to you. You also see another thing is with your high perception, there's another individual that seems to be looming around the graveyard, kind of like clearly meandering about, but keeping an eye on you lot. The individual that you see is very wearing, adorning very well maintained armor. They are casting casual glances your way that you easily are able to pick up. They are clearly well trained. In with their, again, you can see like the markings on them. They clearly have some degree of rank within their military structure. And out of everybody that you've seen, kind of like dressed this way and adorned with their weaponry, they have the most ornate weapon that you've seen out of all of them so far. The most ornate bastard sword that you've seen out of everybody so far, that is on their back, with another separate bastard sword strapped to their side.
I wasn't already engaged.
All right.
That's a fighter.
Oh, yes. Anyways, so those are the details you have. Do you have any questions? Wait, are we moving on? Or anything you want to do?
Gravestones, the fancy giant obelisk is to Veni. What was the one like that was for Lady Vigil that had recently passed?
Imagine like an old school gravestone, like if you went into like a graveyard that's hundreds of years old, right? So like a simple grave.
That's the one for Veni, or that's the one for Lady Vigil?
Lady Vigil.
Okay,
And
the giant obelisk is to Veni.
Correct.
Okay, and it's a mixture of mole stone and a dark stone, or the
Yeah,
dark
it's the base of it, like the foundation.
Base is the dark,
and the top is the dark. So the foundation is like the mole stone. The top is the dark.
Okay.
All the other ones are just made out of basic stone. They're not using that. Yeah.
I don't think any other questions on what you've said so far.
Okay, cool. Any other actions you want to take at this point, or are we good?
Are we? Rafik is the one guiding us still at this point?
Yep. You spent some time kind of getting a little bit closer, not in a disrespectful way, and rolling your perception check, kind of like taking in the surroundings there while he was distracted giving his prayers.
To Rafik, and so the others can hear. Who's the well-equipped fellow up there?
Rafik looks over to where you're pointing, because maybe he didn't notice him. That's a good
He
thing.
doesn't point, he nods.
Around.
I'm not like, look!
To where you were gesturing or bringing his attention, if you will. And he looks over to see for a second, and he sees... He's just trying to get the... There it is. My apologies. He says, that's Erwin. He's the sword keeper. And he still has it. He says more to himself than to you.
Oh. Just looks like he's got some nice weaponry.
Indeed, he does. If you'll excuse me a second. And he'll actually walk off to go and engage, since you pointed him out.
Okay, so it's just us here then?
Yeah, his excuse me, if you will, was very obvious, like removing himself, not come follow me, you know.
Yeah. Mikhail will, because he already was going to do it, kind of nudges Aldo, and he's like, does that sword look like the one you saw in your vision?
I can't remember. Did I see a sword?
I actually don't remember a particular sword in his vision, sorry.
No, I don't either, but Mikhail's asking if it looks like one that he saw in his vision.
Okay,
or not.
cool. Then the answer would be whatever Aldo wants to say.
Yeah.
Yes. It's the exact same.
Bluff check.
No, he doesn't say that. He says,
okay.
No, I don't remember any sword.
Oh, damn. Okay.
The Martyr, the obelisk. That's her gravestone, I think. She's buried there.
Mikhail kind of like double takes at it. Wait, really?
I don't want to make a big scene about it because I'm not sure that from this distance we're supposed to know, but yes.
Well,
I guess we could ask.
You want to check it out?
I think it'd be best that we wait till we get through this assessment. But I thought it was important to note that she's here. There's a glimmer, Mikhail. I don't know if it was magic or a trick of the light, but like when I was looking, it shone a bit and it like trickled down into the dirt.
Hey.
Is that a thing, or am I just seeing things?
Mikhail will stare at it for a while. Just, I don't know that you have the ability that I know. If you're seeing a shimmer, maybe it's something I can't see.
Do I still see it right now, Scott, or is it gone?
Once you got distracted, it kind of got lost.
I also don't see it now. I'm just saying I saw it for a moment, and I don't know if that's what drew my eyes to it. I don't know.
Why not go and have a closer look?
Because I imagine it's a very important place to them, and if we're still
Did they tell us
outsiders-
not to go near there?
It was.
Do we pass it, or is it further?
It's further
We'd be
in.
moving
It's
away.
further into the
Okay.
graveyard. Yeah. It was very much you got the vibe. I mean, you weren't explicitly saying don't go over there, but you very much got the vibe that's not meant to be a place for you to go. He left you kind of in this spot of the graveyard. The graveyard is not massive and expansive, but it's also not tiny either.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if we like passed it and it was like between us and where he just walked off to, then
I think
Um,
things are going well enough. I don't want to risk anything. I'd rather just wait.
yeah, we'd have to wander off from him. I mean, couldn't hurt to ask once he gets back. Maybe he surprises us.
It seems as though he was interested in the fact that I'm assuming Erwin is carrying the sword he expected new Lady Vigil to carry.
Maybe it's
Sure.
a coup.
I have no idea how the leadership transfer works. I'm just putting out some guesses. Am I forgetting something? That's what I saw, right? The graves and that guy. That was pretty much it. Okay. I also don't know
Probably just internal things.
what kind of stone is that. There's like mole stone at the base, but the darker stone. Do you know what that is?
Do I, or would I need to get closer to it?
You just have no idea when your character's not educated in stone, right?
I mean, I'm educated in everything because I'm a bard, Scott.
Not educated in stone.
I can roll dungeoneering.
In your dungeoneering, if you were to roll, would give you like, well, here's a list of dark stones that exist, as opposed to it is this stone, right?
I have no idea. It's beyond me, Koa. Maybe if we got a sample, we could take it to. We're not going to, but if we did, maybe we could take it to someone who's an expert in it.
Thank you for clarifying. It was more curiosity, not a we must do this.
Right.
Even as one who believes, I'm not sure the etiquette, how I should behave in the presence of. I don't know. I feel strange being here. Aldo, I know you're not much for religion, but being this close to the body of a goddess.
You actually think it's where she's buried?
I don't know. I've got a feeling that even if it's not exactly that, which I think it probably is, but even if it isn't exactly that, there's some connection. There's something important. The shimmer, the fact that we're even here.
Well, I mean, I guess that'll be the first stop once we get through the rest of this whole assessment thing. Assuming it goes well. It's kind of fun doing the other stuff earlier.
And before anyone says anything, I do not want to dig up and have a sample of her body.
We've been over this, so we're not doing that.
You know, the weirdest thing was that I was kind of not thinking that, but you know what I was actually thinking, right? Could you imagine if there was a body here? And, you know, I'm not suggesting this in the slightest because I just want to get that out there before I say this. Didn't 3 give us something that allowed us to talk to the dead? Could you imagine that?
Yeah. Yeah. That,
Does that have to... I don't know how that works.
Neither do I. She just said it works. I don't know.
she did just say it works. Do we, well,
I think no matter
Scott,
what our assessment said, if we dug up the body of a goddess, we probably wouldn't be welcome here.
Do I
No, and that's why I'm definitely suggesting we don't do it. But it's just a thought. Like, could you imagine that?
do I know what how the spell Speak with the Dead works?
Speak with Dead is
Can I
classically
do
a cleric spell, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm assuming I'd need to make a check. I wouldn't just know it.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. I'm confirming real quick. So Speak with Dead is cleric, inquisitor, medium, psychic, shaman, spiritualist, witch, knowledge, and repose. So not in your purview. It's pretty much a third level spell across the board. Yeah, you'd have to make a knowledge arcana or spellcraft to know it. It's
Spellcraft usually do identify spells.
Yeah, so I think
as
it's
they're being
knowledge arcana.
cast. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I probably don't know it.
I didn't see a result. 13. Does that
If it's
include
base
the
10,
half
I got
level?
it, but I don't think it is. Yeah, they all do.
Okay.
It's only
It's up to you if you want to
+1 right now.
modify. Did you use both +1s or just one?
We only used one.
Yeah, you can use a +1 that gets you to 14, and then you can
You guys think I should go for it? I was just
Maybe. I mean, it's actually not a bad idea if we don't have to dig her up, but
Oh, you're shooting me. Okay.
I didn't. mean
Jesus
to do
Christ.
that
Oh my
time.
god,
I'm probably
you confirmed
dead.
that.
Who
Dude,
did
you
you
wasted that. You
I
wasted a
didn't
natural
mean
19.
to press it. I went to minimize something.
You
keep
ruined
going off
it.
prematurely with your bow, man.
Mm.
It's like your third.
Oh,
or
it
fourth
hits
bow shot.
Erwin. Oh no!
No, I got Lady Vigil this sword as a present.
You got. What do you think, Jake? Should I lock it or is it
What do
not that big a
we?
deal? I'm trying to see if Mikhail knows how Speak with Dead works, since that's probably what the thing she's using.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's character knowledge should be handy.
Okay. Yeah, I'll +1 in luck then. Try to get it. That probably does it.
God, I like the way your fingers look by your mouth.
You've said that before.
You keep doing it. And
Excuse
besides,
me.
it's only Wad that had to insult you. So I gave you a compliment instead. Next time, spell my fucking name right. Wither.
Okay. So sorry, your total here is you took the +1 to get that up to a what's that, a 17?
17. Yeah.
So there's identify auras is 5 plus spell level. Spell effect that's in place is 20 plus spell level. 20 plus spell level. This
Yeah. There's not a hard rule. That's why I didn't know.
No,
what
there's
DC
not.
was.
But I would imagine it's based off spell level, right? And so
Yeah.
what you would have needed was
Like,
an 18.
as it's being cast is 15 plus spell level.
Yeah. Which
It's
feels
short
like
knowledge.
this is more along that lines. No, actually, that's identify auras. So identify a spell effect. Sorry, a spell that just targeted you as 25 plus spell level as it's being cast.
That's targeting you. Yeesh. Oh yeah, that's a lot quicker too. It's not
Yeah.
just recalling.
Yeah. Identify spell being cast using material components is a flat 20. But you're talking about like you're taking time to think this out, so on and so forth. It feels like a 15 plus spell level because there's no hard rule for this. In which case the DC is 18. So I think you missed it by 1.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if there's anything here I'm missing. Or that's why I'm actually looking through spellcraft as well to see if I chose the wrong.
He has a +1 from wearing a
skills.
Dragon Ball shirt.
Everybody's
I know those bald heads from anywhere.
Let me put me on Krillin. There you go.
Yeah.
We have a
It feels like it should be 15 plus spell level is like the generic for like lots of items related to spells, both spellcraft and knowledge. So let's go with the DC is 18 because it's a third level spell. That just makes the most sense. And so unfortunately you do fail by 1. You understands the concept of the spell because it was explained to you, but the parameters of it and the limitations to it, like for like what to target, distance for targeting, how to target, how long it lasts, that's outside of the purview. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I know that this exists. Damn it! It's just it's so close to necrophilia. I wasn't paying attention. Like, who's that? Oh, it's a girl I went to school with.
No. But yeah, he'll say, I don't know that we'd have to do any digging, but I don't know that we wouldn't. So, yeah, probably just better as a thought experiment. It'd be interesting.
Yes, interesting. Koa looks very uncomfortable at the prospect of digging up the martyr.
Again, we're not doing that. It's just, it would be interesting to ask questions of whoever is buried there if someone's buried there.
What if it is the martyr and you do that? You would be like dragging a goddess back into a mortal form or something? Like what?
I don't know. Maybe she would tell us. Maybe that'd be your first question. Was this an okay thing to do?
No.
If the answer is no, then I suppose you forego your other questions and
You just start
seek atonement.
piling dirt on as you're asking other questions.
How do I atone for this?
Well, I was
Is my
already
next
not
question.
knowing how to handle being here in her presence. Now I'm in her presence speaking of digging up her corpse. Great.
So you do believe she's there?
That's such a complex question, Mikhail. It's beyond
It's
my
really
understanding.
not.
But I don't know, but I feel something here. Whatever that means. Maybe,
Yeah.
yes. Maybe something connected to her, even if it's not her herself. Perhaps a very devout follower. Perhaps it is her. I don't know.
No, I mostly ask because it's one of those polarizing things. I mean, in some circles, they might do more than give you funny looks for suggesting that a goddess was once mortal, right? Even in these parts sometimes, right? But obviously not here. They clearly seem to believe it.
I guess I never thought that deeply about it, and now that I'm confronted with the question, it's what we've learned points me toward yes.
That would be a hell of a discovery.
Yes, and perhaps she wouldn't favor us so much if we put her back in a 700-year-old body.
I think Aldo was just bringing up the idea as an interesting thought experiment.
Believe you me, having a conversation, even asking a question or two, whatever it is we can do, I mean, it would be amazing, but not at potentially what we'd be doing to accomplish it.
Yeah. Huh.
Rafiki's coming back.
Yeah, I think he like pauses for a second and goes, yeah, he is, okay.
Just pictured actual Rafiki with like the stick and the colorful butt. Our witness haughty, he's been naughty.
Cool.
We're waiting for Rafik.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he returns and comes over and he looks a little perplexed and he says, "Well, I think perhaps we should move on to the next phase from here. You are welcome to have a time of respite, if you will, and then you'll be called once again this evening to be spoken to."
Okay.
This is wait. I thought we were doing more than one thing here. We were just doing one. Oops.
Yeah, no, just one for because your characters did a bunch. You guys were all making one check, so you guys get brought back to the same home where you have time. You guys already had an RP, so we don't need to get into it anymore. Where you're able to stay there, and like the hours are going to go by, but not hours go by without anything happening. At some point in time, there's like a at the door.
Mikhail will answer.
When you answer, is Rafik standing there and announces the presence. Hold on, let me get the name right. Fuck are you? There is Custode Vanessa Hasek is here to speak with you.
Vanessa. Okay.
Um,
I know she had Toad in her name.
Custode. Vanessa Hasek is here to speak with you. Would you welcome her into your home?
Mikhail does like a really quick look back, making sure that like a mess hasn't appeared there since we last came in.
Aldo's
And he says,
actively pissing on the wall. Like he's at a
No.
That's what it's
urinal.
not.
Like
Yeah.
one hand up, leaning forward, swaying slightly.
Assuming it's not on fire or
Tatiana.
everything's not upside down, he'll say, yes, we'd be happy to. Folks, we got company.
5,473, 5,474. Oh,
Lies.
Yeah.
She says, thank you, Rafiq, and steps past him and goes in and waits for the door to be shut and says, I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Not for me. I think Koa was doing push-ups.
Don't allow me to interrupt you. She says to Koa from as he's standing up, you can continue. And she looks to Mikhail and says, a word?
He like gestures to wherever a good spot
Sitting
to
area
talk
to go
is.
over. And,
Yeah.
Koa's like in the doorway. Like it's one of those you can always see his hands. Then when he goes down, you see his head and his hand.
slowly
He
creeping
always counts
forward.
out loud.
Like crawl forward to push up. Anyways, so she'll sit down with you and say, I hope you found, it's kind of like those basic pleasantries of hope things have been comfortable, so on and so forth, get your general vibe. We can skip past these for the sake of timing here, but she goes through those basic pleasantries with you, Mikhail, and it kind of gets to the point. She says, I came because I actually had a question for you.
Ask.
Who was your sponsor?
Oh, I was thinking in terms of this place. You mean back home?
She nods.
That's Cadero Gliogale.
Cadero is sponsoring now.
Yeah, has been for a bit. You know him?
I do.
Interesting. Okay. So, I guess I hadn't put any thought into it. You must not have been here as long as I assumed.
Oh no,
This place not all that old?
I have.
Oh.
It's my responsibility here as the custode to oversee the library to Lady Orenda.
Oh, you've seen his writing.
Well, what I mean is, it's my responsibility to oversee what education that what books that we have here. But the books that we have are limited. My education needs to be far broader than that. And so, many years ago, she says, not trying to get too deep into that subject, many years ago, I studied to the south.
Anatomy.
Were you at the tail song?
She nods. No, so hold on.
Huh.
No, she
That's
says,
where I was.
because it was, she says, she shakes her head and says, Lux Australis.
Oh, right. That's where he went. He's a professor at Tailsong now.
Yeah, she nods and says, so she was going to inquire, like, where, like, clearly she was
Sorry,
going.
one
She
second.
says,
I need to
okay,
plug this in real quick. Give me 1 second.
It's probably beeping at him.
It cuts out to tell me that it's low battery.
Yeah, it's annoying. Low battery.
Stupid.
Thanks. So anyways, so she says, I was going to inquire as to where, so Tailsong.
Yes, that's correct.
And he's a professor there.
I'm refreshing myself. I think he is still a professor. No, he was a professor there. He's now he's a consultant advisor on the ethics of enchantment. So he's gotten a few promotions since you've seen him.
He oversees ethics?
Why do you seem so surprised? He's a very ethical man.
I imagine that is an attribute that he's acquired over the years.
Damn,
Wow.
they really did fuck.
I won't say it, but I suppose you're allowed. Maybe you know him that well.
Um, she thinks for a moment and she says, "There's a well-known tavern in the southern reaches of Bard. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you haven't. It's well known for the stories that come from the place and the quality ale that it has to offer. It's also well adorned with all sorts of trophies, if you will, on the walls. Kind of a hodgepodge of a location with all sorts of conquests, if you will. People that felled the largest buffalo in all of Eroth, or perhaps the wings of a Vrock or something like that. Since these are what adorn the walls of this this place. Anyways, you should ask him about the time that he spent in his youth hovering around this this tavern.
I think I might. I do owe him a response letter soon.
And she shakes her head slightly and says, "So you're not just from Paradel. You've trained there immensely. Have you completed your training?"
No. My venture into Adir actually was meant to be my thesis of sorts, studying the curses. As you can see, I've gotten a bit sidetracked. Um, but brain. I've gotten a bit sidetracked, but honestly, it's a very complex undertaking.
I heard you talked a couple of our locals into a corner when it came to this conversation.
Maybe just a bit. A pretty spacious, comfortable corner. I didn't want to make anyone upset.
Again, there is limited literature that we have here to expand the education of our citizens. You were not so limited in where you started. But beyond that, something tells me that you've also encountered things recently enough. Your encounters of the Knolls, that's well known, and it's known to be to the west of here, as well as a couple of the other deeds that you've had along the way. Have you been spending your time visiting the ruins?
Koa like slips doing a push up.
Aldo gets up because this is actually boring him and goes over and starts motivating Koa when he sees him slip.
He says, it's been a topic of interest. So with all due respect, I can only say so much. You know the power of knowledge, and some of the things I learned I don't think are ready to share.
She nods and says, "I'm not going to press you on the issue. But you have been traveling about, trying to gather this information."
Yes.
She thinks for a few moments. Are you still going to go and complete your thesis?
That's the plan. Most of my initial books were stolen, and some of my stipend, and a lot of my things, but the task remains the same.
Nods. Well then.
Is there a reason I shouldn't?
Shakes her head and says, "I'm not here to tell you what you can or cannot do."
But I wouldn't say no to any suggestions. I mean, you know my old professor. Maybe you know some things I don't.
"Oh, I'm sure I do," she says, like a friendly way. She says, "But, you know, we very well may have some literature inside of the library that could be of assistance to you."
I look forward to gaining access, if all things go well.
If indeed. She stands up and says, "Huh. I still can't believe that it's Cadero. That's strange. Well, it's a pleasure having the opportunity to speak with you. Similar backgrounds, if you will. So I wanted to ensure that we were I read you correctly."
If your read was positive, then I hope you were correct.
She'll give you like a friendly smile that's meant to be teasing, but so you assume that it's meant to be teasing and friendly. You hope your read on that is good. And she will say, "I'll be speaking with you in a few hours anyways."
He'll stand and give like a quick bow, and we'll see her out.
As you go to leave, she'll turn and say, "Oh, I think you understand this. You're trained as such at the academy. Just make sure your friends understands that the wise course is sometimes to know when to act, and sometimes to know when to stay your hands, your blade, or your tongue."
Right.
Aldo hits Koa with like some parchment, and he's like, "Every rep writes your story. Make it worth reading."
She'll turn and leave after that.
6,238, 6,239.
Pain is the cost of protection. Pay it in full.
If
Switch to my left hand.
if she thought it
Door
was
slowly closes.
funny,
I've got like
keeps
I've
it
got
to
like
herself.
5 more motivational quotes if you want me to keep going.
Anyways, so she leaves. I don't know if there's any internal interaction before I move on to the next bit here.
There's no way you're doing 6,000 anything.
You haven't been counting, and besides, it's a day's worth of work, not just one set of reps.
Oh, wait, you've just been adding the previous day to the next?
No, that's just today's.
You don't let me do that.
Because you count in single digits.
I do one push-up at a time, just like you're doing. So I've really done like 700.
Really, let's see you double it real quick.
I'm busy. He just goes to his room.
I think Mikhail needs the motivations, Aldo. Ugh.
Maybe. I don't know. This was fun, though.
Think it's a good sign or a bad sign that there were no questions for us?
I don't know. Probably just like-minded people wanting to get a read on one another. I don't really know if I would have much to say to her. Would you?
No, not at all.
Well, probably lucky we didn't speak to her.
Mikhail comes out of his room like really fast. He goes, "Were you guys listening to that?
It's a
Much
bit
as I
hard
could,
not
yeah.
to.
Oh,
Do you think she slept with my professor?"
Yes.
yes.
Okay, it kind of sounded like it. I figured it'd be rude to say, but it was just like, it was giving off the vibe, you know?
Yeah.
You should bring it up at the meeting.
No, I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't, Aldo.
Should
No.
I?
No, I don't think any of us should. I don't think
Ken.
you or me or I don't think any of us should bring that up at all.
Candamir's uptight enough as it is. I don't think he needs more motivation.
Casimir, yeah.
Fuck.
I'm
Like I said
actually
earlier.
starting to get worried, though. Did you guys see Rafiki?
Why are you adding an extra key?
I don't know. Easier to remember that way.
Yes, I
That's his
assume
name.
whatever's going on with the new leadership with the
Yeah, but have you
Lisa.
seen how tired that dude is? Like, let the guy sleep, man.
Yeah, I keep wanting to just be like, hey, you can just go sleep. We'll be fine.
They're so
he won't.
uptight here. Like, it's like I think they're forcing him to like guard us.
I think it's a big deal to sponsor somebody, and it's a big responsibility.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
I-
Forcing, not like it's sword point. I mean, it's more of a. I imagine it's more of like a cultural pressure. Like it's a thing that people do here in that role.
I think he
So-
knew what he was getting into when he did the sponsorship. He knew this was coming.
Yeah,
Doesn't make it
I mean, I don't
pleasant,
like
but-
it, but yeah.
At least he's not swinging at a bunch of little tiny tree creatures.
God. Even talking about that just made me think of something. Never mind. I'm not going to bring it up.
I'm just saying, last time I stayed up for 2 or 3 days straight, it was swinging and swinging and swinging.
Yeah.
Well,
I think he'll, assuming this is the end of it, then maybe he'll get some rest at the end. That sounded really final. I mean, maybe when he's done taking care of us, he'll get to just go do normal things like sleep.
taking
for the
care
night.
of us.
Once
I'm
he's
just-
done guarding us
Oh.
and all the other stuff, his responsibility is dealing with his assessment of us.
Yes, I imagine he will be able to. I think we're winding down.
Yeah. So you heard the last thing Vanessa said about the knowing when to hold your tongue is important.
No, I was being whipped with parchment, being told motivational quotes.
Oh.
Holding your
Yeah.
tongue is important.
Yes, knowing when to speak versus when to hold your tongue is it's an important lesson to take to heart. I don't know why she was telling me that. Did one of you say something while we
We've
were
all
out
been
on the
together
town?
all day. When would we have said anything out of sorts? I mean, I guess we split up during the middle of the day, but I just rode my
Yeah, I
horse
wasn't
around.
riding Nightstorm with you.
I wasn't speaking a lot while doing that, and then I just punched some, you know, people. Punched back.
maybe it was more advice for in the next few hours, the upcoming meet we're going to have.
Yeah, I don't know. It had a kind of an ominous, you know.
It did sound like a
Strange.
warning, but not. It
Yeah.
sounded like a warning, not a threat, though. I think it's advice. I think maybe we should
I don't know. Maybe
listen.
Rafiki did something wrong, and they're gonna like punish him in the thing, and they know Koa like doesn't like stuff like that, so maybe they're like, yeah, you just gotta let it happen.
Uh, I hope that's not it.
Perhaps they're going to berate and insult us, and we're supposed to just take it.
I just feel like the advice was maybe don't take the first opportunity we feel like we need to say something. Maybe it's more important we listen, observe.
I will follow your lead.
Okay.
You can follow mine. He says to Mikhail.
I don't mind leading this one.
Glad we all agree. He says, like, patting Aldo on the back.
Aldo hits you with the parchment while he yells something else at you.
Fine, we'll do sit-ups next.
What I feel like every time I look away and look back, Aldo's got another piece of his priest outfit on. Like there's another piece of it every time.
Puts the palms on the ground, or else it gains another pound.
So,
Buffalo Aldo.
sometime later, hour and a half or so, there's another knock on the door. Who answers?
Popular today. 17,243.
Mikhail comes out and answers.
Same thing. It's Rafik. He says, Commander Casimir Kasun is here. If you would welcome him into your home.
He's since tidied up the living space just in case more people came over. So it's like, yeah, absolutely.
I don't think I described this beforehand, but when he is not wearing his helmet, he has it in his hand at his side, kind of like pinned to his hip, if you will. And he comes walking in to the place and looks about. And I imagine, like you said, the place had been tidied up after the last meeting, if it wasn't prior to that last meeting. And it was probably easy for you to do because you just wave a hand and say some words and it's done for you, right? Take you like 2 or 3 minutes to clean up the place pretty quickly. So he comes in, he looks around and sees how well maintained it is, or whatever that's there. And he's clearly steps in. And unlike her, who smiles or says something nice or whatever, he's just appraisingly looking around the place. And then before even saying a word of acknowledgement or whatever, we'll take it another 2 steps or so in to look around the corner. Again, as appraisingly taking in the place as it is there. Does anybody say or do anything in this first several moments?
Nope. Biting our tongues.
Mikhail's just standing there kind of watching him walk around.
So after that's done, after he kind of spends the time kind of like taking into place, he looks at the three of you and says, "What have you been doing?"
Exercises and patiently waiting.
Exercises.
Like,
If it's a pause,
gestures in the direction of the counting.
Koa will go through his like workout regimen he's been doing.
Physical exercises. Understood. I have a
Yes.
couple questions. And he goes over to the table, to sit there, and like clearly pulls out his seat, his chair for him to sit, and we'll kind of like stand there, expecting you guys to like go over to the other chairs.
Yeah, Mikhail will go over, pull out chairs for everyone, and take a seat.
You know who I'm waiting on.
Well, seeing as
Koa
Mikhail
goes to. Oh,
pulled the chair out, I'm hoping he pushes it in for me as well.
Oh, you fix your skirt afterwards too, there, Aldo.
Like he's already sitting. Aldo
He's
sits
not
down,
wearing any pants.
pushes him in.
When you say he's not wearing pants, do you mean like American pants or British pants? I'm not sure which one you're referring
whatever
to.
kind's less
Australian.
offensive to chamomile.
That's right.
Like, I honestly don't remember which one, when Aussies say pants, what they're referring to. I don't remember.
Thongs.
Oh, wow.
I said pants, not floss. Anyways, moving on. So
shoes, Scott.
once each of you sit down, he'll then sit down and say,
Thongs or shoes?
"You said some stories last night about encounters that you've engaged in. I believe these to be true. The rumors are widespread enough and well enough understood that clearly you have engaged in more than a few fights. Looks to Koa, I imagine you even more so."
Koa nods, kind of like you can tell he's like thinking about them.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you prepare for these fights?
I suppose try to figure out what exactly we're going up against, what we think we might need supply-wise, rest-wise, how to set up our course of action, and if we know we're forced to go into combat, then sharpening our blades and such. If we think there's another way, we try to find an amicable way, I think.
What's another way?
Sometimes diplomacy, simply just talking, figuring out a way to get someone to step down or change their ways, cooperate. Sometimes going over someone's head, talking to someone in charge of them or has a better way of handling things, like in the case of Dan. We talked to the other captain of the guard and got the guard in the town on our side and such. It really just depends on the situation, I suppose.
No other ways? You talk through it or you fight through it? If you're planning to fight through it, how do you strategize?
Start by knowing your enemy. And that may include strengths and weaknesses, whether it be in their tactics or their capabilities. And exploit the weaknesses and avoid the strengths. Or if you can fight strength versus strength and overwhelm them, sometimes that's the optimal way. But
Now,
less
your
often.
enemy is a answer a child would give. Anybody who's ever read any book knows know your enemy. How do you
did elaborate.
strategize?
I did elaborate. What? Fine. We can entertain that. Give us a scenario.
Fine. You are going to be engaging with a pack of gnolls. You know that there's going to be what's a manageable number for you. I think the rumors are half dozen, something that you can handle. There's a half dozen gnolls. They're typically reported to have one or two hyenas with them. So now you're outnumbered nearly 3-1. These gnolls you're going to engage with, let's say, in an open field. It's an advantageous battlefield for them. They move at higher speeds. They have well-practiced packed tactics, so on, so on. What strategy are you going to take when engaging with these gnolls? You didn't know them well enough in advance for to properly plan out the battlefield. You're just engaging with them with short notice.
Well, the hyenas are quicker than the gnolls themselves. The gnolls that we encountered had spears and such that they would throw from a distance. So trying to dispatch of the hyenas and making sure to protect our lower regions where they tend to be bitey would be the first course of action. Try to get some kind of shielding or cover from the spears and whatnot of the gnolls. To me, it's just handling it as fast as possible. The longer they have times to bite at you and hammer you down with primitive weaponry, the more they're going to take you down. So you need to be quick, decisive, and make your blows count.
I have an additional question, honestly. Are we hunting these gnolls? Have they ambushed us? Are we protecting a settlement? Like, why are we fighting them?
We would not be hunting gnolls and encounter ourselves out in the middle of a field. The high ground was crucial in our first encounter, so we would not have put ourselves in such a position to begin with.
You're damn right we wouldn't. That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Chance encounter.
An open field? Okay.
Do gnolls spend much time outside of open fields?
The ones we encountered were in the mountains.
He pauses for a second, and he says,
And they shouldn't.
If I understand the stories correctly, the fields is still where you encounter them. There's a field in the mountains. They weren't climbing over crags.
Their encampment was in the field, yes, though they did try to ambush us at our camp, which was a bit off the beaten path, more in the hills, which is why we had the height advantage. However, whenever we had to pass through the field, they did pursue us and chase us through there, in which case having our horses and being able to outrun them was important. Hyenas could sort of keep up. The gnolls themselves wore out over time.
No, the first encounter was on that mountain path. That's when you got bit by that hyena.
Yes, we had the high ground a bit there, but they still try to sneak around.
Let's take a step back from where we are, he says. Chance encounter with gnolls, open field. Your plan is to strike hard and fast, take them out early enough. That's what your tactic is. He looks away from Koa, pointedly away from Koa at Mikhail and Aldo.
Koa's like,
the hyenas will reach us first. If we are prepared in any extent, I mean, we have options. We can take them out quickly. That eliminates that part of the threat. I can then focus on distant targets. Usually, that would mean putting them to sleep. And it can be more than one. And get half of their group in one attempt, and the other half in the second.
Putting them to sleep? I heard that you're a musician. I didn't think you were that bad.
I'm not. I'm that good.
Takes a moment, but then he recognizes what you're saying. He looks a bit cross when he realizes what it is that you're saying. And then he looks over to Aldo.
Aldo just looks him dead on the eyes. He says, mount the horses and retreat.
That's what I suspected. You don't have a strategy. Fine, a different scenario. Let's say you're encountering some political adversary. Let's use this Beltran from Hard Glen. This is a pertinent one. I understand you've put a considerable amount of time ruffling his feathers, if you will. I imagine you've done a bit of research into looking into who he is. You understand where he comes from, his personality, etc., etc. What's your plan of going around him? What's your plan of going above him? Where are you going to attack him? What's your strategy?
My strategy would not be talking about my strategy.
He clearly is unamused by your non-answer and looks away from Aldo.
It's not about Beltran. Aldo has a point. Listen, we have things in the works regarding him, but let's say our goal is to remove him from his position. That could be done. The people who put him in that position can be outvoted. That would require a lot of political maneuvering, social gatherings. We would need money, and time, and someplace within his stomping grounds that we can lie low. We had all of those things. We drum up support, we curry favors, and we get him voted out of his spot. If there's anything else after that, then at least he's no longer in a position of power.
He looks to Koa.
Beltran is a cruel, terrible person. Making sure people are aware of who he is would make it unacceptable for him to remain in power. Another way of getting him removed is for it no longer to be pertinent and for the power of those who put him in charge to be slipping, because the people themselves are very unhappy with Beltran's leadership and his cruel tactics.
So when it comes to diplomacy, when it comes to the nuances around the court, I understand that you do have strategy. Whether that strategy would be to keep everybody else at arm's length, he says looking to Aldo, or to utilize the people that give power to the council, he says looking to Koa, or even those that give power to each individual within the council, he says to Mikhail. You clearly have a strategy in place there. Even if you don't want to share the nuance, that's fine. I'll concede that you have an idea around how this functions. That said, you have zero strategy when it comes to engaging in combat. That is unacceptable. The fact that you go out there and you put not just your lives, but the lives of dozens, if not hundreds of other people around you at risk when you enter into combat scenarios with no plan, no understanding of what each other's strengths and weaknesses are and how to work around one another, no understanding of how to build a phalanx and to trust shoulder to shoulder with the soldier at your side, that is unacceptable. And certainly you will not find a comfortable seat in our home if we have to rely on you to stand shoulder to shoulder with our soldiers defending us if the time comes. Perhaps you should think on that. And he pushes his chair back and stands up.
Does every soldier fight better shoulder to shoulder?
Every soldier knows how to take orders and know the capabilities of those around them. You must be able to fill in you must be able to know your role, your responsibility, the roles and responsibilities of those around you, and to fill the holes as is necessary.
Casimir, you just described the duty of a leader.
It is the duty of a soldier to know the capabilities of those to their left and to their right.
We know each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. Our description may not have been apt, but I can take a beating. I'm faster than these two. I charge in because I use a sword. Mikhail can handle groups.
Mikhail wiggles his fingers and says a few words and people fall asleep. Exactly how many seconds does it take for him to wiggle, and how long after that does it take for the targets to fall asleep? How much distance can you close between the time that he starts that wiggling and the time that they hit the ground? What timing can you have around that? You are 3 people, Koa. 3. And you're talking about going up against the captain of a guard in Hod Gwen, which, if you fail at your task, has enough downstream implication to bring greater suffering to not just the citizens that you have these stories singing your praise about, but all of the surrounding towns. Whether or not trade routes can be maintained, whether or not people can get the goods that they need to survive winter. That is all depending on whether or not you're going to be successful in your task.
Yes, I was referring more to the Knoll discussion. When it comes to Beltran, it is a rather large task for only 3 to take on.
Koa is plain enough in his... hold on, where's dice? Koa is plain enough with how he wears his emotions on his sleeves. And unless Wade is intentionally rolling a bluff check to not have that carry meaning, I'm going to roll a sense motive to see if he understood your meaning there.
That's fine.
Okay.
He's not going to give him info, but he's kind of going to imply, like, we're smarter than to think only 3 of us can do it.
My other dice aren't on my desk like they usually are, so give me 1 second as I have to move shit around my other dice tray thing here.
Yeah.
So hold on, I'm going to roll a die.
Yeah.
I don't even imagine
we're all
that
kind
high
of
of a
under
DC.
that impression of, like, he knows better than he's acting like. He knows we're capable of more than it seems like we are.
Okay. He says, so he hears your response, takes a moment to contemplate it, and then he says, find your holes, know each other's, find how to fill them. For Christ's sakes. He's like, in the name of Aravel. I know. He's like,
Who's that?
it's my brother. No, he's
we
like,
dig him up.
Just wearing a shroud around town. No, so he says, in the name of Aravel, this isn't the god's damn free folk. We're not just going to go riding into a battle willy-nilly, hoping that we're going to win because we're half drunk sliding off of our horses. You need to know what you're getting into. You need to prepare for it. You need to know those gaps and how to fill them.
Aldo really wants to say something.
You seem quite convinced that we don't have that handled. Would you be open to be proven wrong?
He says, I think I already have enough proof. And he'll turn to leave unless somebody says anything.
Honestly, Mikhail just looks at Aldo because he already knows he's just like ready to say something, but
Does
he's leaving it up to you.
Aldo antagonize the dude? No, he doesn't.
Okay, then
Would
all of
like
you go
to.
ahead and roll a sense motive. Good job, Aldo. I assume you're happy with it?
Yep.
Aldo was thinking about saying something. He has something on the tip of his tongue. Ooh, it's a particularly sharp one. He maybe even starts to draw like a small breath, getting ready for that right moment, hand on the doorknob or whatever it is he has to do to like make sure like that it really comes out sharp. And then he recognizes something. The warning that was given earlier, the way that this guy is attacking things, like don't get me wrong, it's not that his advice is bad, right? But he's coming off as being intentionally ignorant and aggressive in scenarios where it doesn't necessarily make sense. He's antagonizing you. He's seeing whether or not you are willing to kind of like cow to the fact that you're getting strong criticism in this like almost militaristic format. You're realizing this is to a degree a test in and of itself. And it's fucking stupid and annoying. And it makes Aldo even more so want to lash out with a comment because of how stupid it is. But he's here for the stupid test. And in theory, they can have answers to what Koa had visions about beforehand or whatever. He locks his jaw, stays quiet. The door opens. He walks out. The door closes shut. Whether or not Aldo says anything after he leaves is up to you, Jaaek. But he recognizes what this is. Sorry, what this was for what you know what I was saying.
Yeah, Aldo doesn't say anything.
Pretty much called it earlier.
The moment like he's gone for after a second, Koa turned to Aldo. You wouldn't leave us while we were fighting gnolls.
He's actually abandoned you guys
wouldn't.
before. He's 100% turn around and run away.
If it was my decision, and we were mounted, and we came across these gnolls in a field, 6 gnolls and a bunch of hyenas, I would suggest we make use of the horses.
Which is fine tactics, honestly.
I want to kill them.
Well, yeah, but we also don't want to get bit by them, and we're outnumbered. It makes sense to just get the hell out of there. Unless we're protecting something or whatever. That's
exactly. The situation was that, we come across them in the plains, it's just us, just them, and yeah, I don't see the need to put any of us at risk. Anyway.
We're better than 6 gnolls.
I think he knows that. Yeah.
Yes, that was all like part of the test, if you guys didn't pick that up.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Like he was testing us, of course. You literally said that like an hour ago. That was going to happen.
Well, we answered his questions and we weren't as mean to him as he was to us, so maybe we did well.
Yeah, that was kind of what I
I
thought might be
don't
happening.
like
But
that guy though. I'm just putting it out there. Really don't like that guy.
I think he's okay with not being liked. He's
I
that
bet he is.
personality. Yeah, he's kind of a
You know, people
dick.
that don't like, don't like being liked. It's because people just
Yeah,
don't
don't
like them.
care what anyone thinks. That whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or people that pretend they don't care what people think. He like nudges Aldo.
Aldo looks over at your nudge at Mikhail.
I said Mikhail, I meant Aldo. I nudged Aldo.
Yeah, and he
What
looks at
happened?
Mikhail.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like,
Mikhail looks,
nudging him about Mikhail. He's like, yeah.
There's another knock at
Okay.
the door.
Is that at me? Oh, God. He gets up and goes and answers it.
no, that wasn't. Goes like no. What? How did this flip?
You hear from again Rafik, Assessor Teresa, Lady Vigil is here too, and like he stumbles and like can't even get out the rest of the words, and I imagine
He just cuts in. He's like, of course she's welcome.
We hear a sword slash from behind as he's cut in half.
and she walks past him and doesn't look to him or anything, and the door shuts behind her, and she looks to the three of you and says, "You look considerably less rattled than I would have anticipated."
We've been in worse situations than questionings.
Yeah.
She shrugs and says, "Some people just have a way."
If I may, how should we address you?
She kind of gives like a small smile and says, "It's a fair question and observant. You can call me Lady Visual."
Yes.
And we shall. Mikhail will go pull a seat out for her.
She'll go over and sit down saying thank you. "How do you take our town so far?"
Familiar. It's strangely familiar. It's I don't know, it makes me a bit nostalgic. And I mean, it's different. Don't get me wrong. There's things obviously we're still learning, but it reminds me a lot of home in a lot of ways.
Tight knit but isolated.
Could use a theater.
A theater.
Yeah. Everyone can use entertainment every once in a while.
Perhaps we will take that under some sort of advisory. There is entertainment to be had around the town. You just haven't had much of an opportunity to engage with it. But that's neither here nor there. Thank you. I'm here in case you have questions. Not to question you, but in case you have questions for me.
How in depth of questions may we ask?
Let's keep things light and friendly.
What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Generally speaking, I like to start off with 3 goose eggs in the morning. It's I'll eat them raw prior to going out for my morning exercises. It's not how I used to do things, but I have larger boots to fill than I did in the recent past, and so I want to ensure that my routine is a bit more regimented than it was. After that, I will have some, depending on what is in season, fruits and maybe another egg or 2 that is fried up, and some type of grain, perhaps a bread with a jam or the like. It's good to have a somewhat well-rounded breakfast. It's also important because once the day's duties really get underway, you don't always have time to stop and eat. And then dinner, you're usually ravenous. I know you didn't ask, but I'll have a very hearty dinner to make sure that I can recover for the day's lost opportunities.
And
do
before
you
Koa
cook
was
for
engaged,
There
yourself?
were
some
2
pretty
questions.
young lady saying she takes it raw.
Okay, wait. I didn't even describe her as pretty. So,
We can ensure that she's not. All I have to do is flirt with her and then have people roll for hot. She'll get like a 3.
Steve, roll for hot, Steve. I think it's exclamation point hotness or something like that. With one team.
Yeah,
Mikhail's gonna have a different girlfriend in every city.
Apparently.
Come on, Steve, give us some hotness.
Calling Steve.
We're regimentally sucking eggs. Anyways, so back to what was the other question that was asked? Yep, there you go. Yep.
It says, "Do you?" Never mind. Not pretty.
I didn't do anything. So
some
fugly
fugly young lady taking it raw.
We're gonna encourage them to start wearing like full costumes whenever they're running the city. We're so mean. We're so vain.
You upset Joey.
Joey can roll for the hologram of Octavia. So anyways, you so she is very much unattractive. Yep, Octavia would have been a knockout. Speaking of necrophilia, Mikhail, are you looking for a girlfriend in this
No,
town? Okay,
don't reference me. Motherfucker.
Just asking.
No!
I'm just asking.
Fucking word association
You
bullshit is that?
You dig her up, you ask her with the pendant to the prom, you know?
Would you marry me? Yes.
I will leave this fucking call.
It's simply, do you consent? You know, like that's all good. All right, moving on. So you
well, I think Jake asked a question at the same time.
Yeah, I just don't remember what it was.
Before. He was asking a real question. I was being a dick.
Yep. You are with tweets. Jake.
You know, ask her if she can cook.
Oh, that's right. You said you cook your own meals. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
She says, generally speaking, I don't. It's a matter of timing rather than being able. I can. I used to. I don't now.
I don't know if this counts as light and friendly, but how many Lady Vigil have there been?
How many have had the position?
Yes.
At this point, nearly a dozen. And it's not a matter of longevity. Most of them have unfortunately met untimely end. 2 of them through natural causes, just grew sick. You don't always have the ability to. Medicines don't always work, as we know. Others through unfortunate circumstances.
Right.
In that case, how long has this place been here?
The original founder, he's still amongst us. The place was founded about 125 years ago. I only say about because we actually don't know what month or day it was originally founded, but we do know the year.
A dozen in 125 years.
Yes.
Who's the original founder?
He goes by. She says Xander Saros. He's older, but he's still with us.
Oh, okay, that's what they meant by lineage. Huh.
She raises an eyebrow and says, "Who?"
I honestly don't remember. Because I honestly don't remember who said it. There's been a lot of information thrown at us today. But so that would be your great-grandfather or grandfather?
She says my grandfather.
Yeah, parent longevity.
Why here? Why so isolated? I mean, originally.
That is more in-depth question. But to keep things simple, my grandfather, or Xander, the original founder Xander and the other founders did not appreciate how things were done back at home. And they wanted to have a more idealistic way of raising their families. It was more in line with what they felt was appropriate. At home, our views would be seen as a schism. Some might even go so far as to say a cult. But if you are familiar with the teachings of Lady Aravel and the others through the perspective of the Dell, and you become familiar with the teachings that we have here, then you'll understand that perhaps our views are for the better. I'm not telling you this as though it's a fact. I'm saying that likely you'll come to the same conclusion.
Okay. That does spark a couple of other questions. So do you practice anything like Iniktar here?
She shakes her head and says, no. Even if it was something that the founders originally wanted to do, I am not privy to that. But even if it was something that the founders originally wanted to do, they lacked the manpower to be able to do so. They didn't have they were not great enough in numbers to be able to enforce such a thing. When you have that kind of a approach, it's not meant to be decided and placed upon other individuals ad hoc. It must be placed upon all. Otherwise, well, then we're broaching the conversation of slavery again, aren't we?
It would. What about Metahina?
So, another strong question. We do not enforce Metahina here. Some choose to have Metahina for their family. That is for each family to decide amongst themselves. There are no laws to support this. As a matter of fact, there are some that have joined our ranks from Paradel in the recent past after they found out about our existence, intentionally because they are opposed to the idea of Metahina.
Huh. Okay.
Do you all get to travel and see other places at all? And we know at least a few of you leave, but do you all at least get to experience something outside of here? Or you mostly kept sheltered?
Everybody here is welcome to leave if they wish to do so. However, there are a lot of rules that must be followed when doing so, otherwise you bring great risk to those that live here. So if you intend to leave, there is training that has gone about that before you can leave. That training is time consuming, it is rigorous, and you can't shirk your own responsibilities while taking this training. But once the training is completed, you are of course welcome to leave. And if you choose to circumvent that training and just flee the town of your own volition, we're not going to hunt you down and come dragging you back. You're not a prisoner here.
That's good. I suppose I was just curious how much maybe you personally have gotten to experience outside of
A considerable amount. I'm trained as an assessor, same as Rafik and many others. Assessors, it is our training to leave. We spend more of our time outside of the city, outside of the town, than we do within it. The way that we show our love and dedication to Vigil is to find others that are potential Vigilites.
But now that you're Lady Vigil, I assume that means you stay here.
It will be an extremely rare scenario that any of the three in the highest roles of leadership leave the town's, shall we say, area of influence.
How are your leaders chosen? How did you become Lady Vigil, I suppose?
The way that each role is selected is depends on the role. The custodian is elected by those that that oversee our historical documents. So for the people that have the responsibility of remembering the stories, caring for the stories, gathering the knowledge, recording the knowledge, shall we say the scholars, they choose amongst themselves who will be the next custodian. We certainly can't have some farmer have the responsibility of overseeing all historical details. They must be well trained themselves. The people that they want to inevitably become this are often sent outside of our walls for many years at a time to seek outside training, similar to how custodian Vanessa did in her time abroad in the schools that the Arcane Congress has to offer. She had to have a wide understanding of many different subjects. She's not the only one that was amongst the children that were sponsored to go and get this education. She's just the one that eventually rose to the rank that she is now. When it comes to who is the commander, that is a more straightforward militaristic approach. Who has proven themselves time and time again with dedication and leadership. Eventually they were selected. As for the position of Lady or Lord Vigil, that is different. When the existing Lady or Lord Vigil is laid to rest after their burial ceremony is completed, the same day as the burial ceremony, there's a separate ceremony that takes place where all Vigilites are gathered, and there is the one second, where there is the Sword of Vigilance is put forward. Everybody who deems themselves willing and worthy can step forward and place their hand on the sword. The sword will judge them as to whether or not they're worthy, and whoever the sword chooses becomes the next Lady or Lord Vigil.
How does a sword choose?
The sword is an acting piece of Lady Aravel herself. Lady Aravel chooses through the sword.
I'm assuming that's a ceremony of some kind. Oh God.
It's simple. You step forward, you say a prayer, you place your hand upon the sword's hilt, and you will know shortly thereafter.
Does everyone know shortly thereafter? There's like a sign of some kind, I'm assuming?
There is. I did witness this before. When she says, kind of like playfully, I did
I
witness
sure
this
hope
before.
so.
The sword itself is very heavy to those that aren't meant to wield it. It also is it makes those who wield it uncomfortable. It's the easiest way to describe it. If it's not meant to be in your hands, you grow very uncomfortable with it being there. It feels heavy in your arm. For those that are meant to, it embraces you as you embrace it. It becomes an extension of your own being. And despite the size of the blade, it feels in your hands like one of a quarter its size.
I would very much like to hold it, but I'm assuming that wouldn't be appropriate.
You're no Vigilite.
No. But it sounds fun.
Huh. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just a little curious. I'm assuming honored.
I think that you are going to ask a question that maybe you shouldn't.
Maybe. He just kind of sits there and like holds it in. He's like he really wants to ask whatever it is. No, I think it's okay. Look, I'm just curious if you're happy with it. But I mean, I'm sure it's an honor and everything, but is this something you wanted before it was a possibility, before you knew it was a possibility?
If Lady Aravel calls you to serve, it's your responsibility to serve. There's no higher honor than being called to service by a goddess.
Yeah, of course not. I guess to be a little more clear, was it something that you had thought about before you knew it could be coming?
It's something that every child thinks about. How do I put this? It's not uncommon for little boys and girls to for children. She says they're not strictly gender, for children to play games in the fields and whatnot, fake marriages and what have you, and certainly some people will dream about that throughout their entire childhood. It might inevitably it might happen, it might not happen, but it's just something that's always in the back of your mind. Maybe there's a position that you've always wanted to have, be a guard, whatever it might be. It's always there. It's always in our minds to have that role. It's always there. You're always thinking about it. It's in the background. And so if you get the honor of being able to serve that, you do not deny that honor. If you didn't want that honor, why would you even step forward and place your hand on the blade, on the hilt of the blade?
Well, in that case, congratulations.
She grows like rosy cheeked, but and kind of like breaks eye contact, and then kind of clears her throat and says, "But moving on to other subjects," she looks over at Aldo and says, "You're quiet."
What's your favorite type of weather?
She nods and says, "Honestly, really, really, still air. You haven't had an opportunity." No, actually, hold on. Let me change things in my head. You guys saw the lake coming up, or no?
I don't know.
You haven't had an opportunity to see it yet. But no, hold on.
I don't
I think you
remember.
did. I think when you traveled from the south. Let me look at the map.
I know we heard water. I just can't remember if we saw the lake.
Yep. Okay, so you did. She said you traveled from the south, and so you saw the lake on the approach to Vigil. Well, spending time down by the lake when the air is very still, when there's not even a single ripple, and the water is so smooth it's like glass. You can look in and see a perfect reflection of the world stiffed upside down around you, but still see the dancing of the schools of fish beneath the surface. Serenity.
You just nod.
You're asking extremely lighthearted questions. Is this disinterest? Or are you trying to be quirky? Or are you trying to make sure that you don't step over any boundaries that you don't think you should?
Respectfully, I don't really have any questions. I mean, knowing more about you, I guess. Probably what I'm most interested in. Better to, ask the light questions rather than try and pry into your business.
She nods, says, "Very well. Do you have any more questions?"
I would love to
Probably
pry more,
many.
but I'll wait.
She raises an eyebrow, says, "Anything that you think you can ask now?"
Ask, no. I will observe the fact that whenever we were given the tour, I did see, I've got decent vision, that there's a very decorated grave, an obelisk, and I could perchance make out the engraving. I'm curious if this place was chosen because that was already here, or...
I asked that same exact question when I was 7, I want to say. And fortunately, because of who my grandfather is, I got the answer. It's less that it was chosen because it's already here, and more because they were called to it.
Have you ever seen it shimmer?
Shimmer? Oh, I imagine the sunlight or
No,
twinkling of the stars, or if there's
different, like a
shim-
magical shimmer.
I've never seen a magical shimmer. She says, kind of like chuckling. There are very few that have those gifts from Lady Arabelle.
I don't think I have any gifts, but I saw a shimmer that seemed different than just a twinkling of light. I don't know. I had said a prayer to the Martyr in Hot Gwyn and just trying to make sense of all the directions I've been led since then.
You believe that you were called here?
That's putting a lot of self-importance on myself that I don't know I assign, but I don't rule out the fact that there's a weird coincidence in that prayer leading me ultimately here.
Perhaps we should have you speak with one of the paladins.
Assuming they can answer deeper questions by then.
She nods. Well, it seems as though it's exhausted the questions that you have. She'll push her chair back and stand up and say, "It's a pleasure speaking with all of you. Good luck on your assessment."
Thank you. You truly don't have any questions at all for us?
I've asked my questions.
Any advice on the rest of the assessment?
Don't try to trick us. Be yourself.
Yeah.
Couldn't if I tried, so.
Fine advice.
And she does start to walk away, and then she'll turn back and say, "Last chance."
Yeah. Okay, Mikhail will say, "Okay, I have a question. What question are you hoping we ask you?"
That was it right there.
Oh. Okay.
And she'll turn and
Then I guess I'll see you out.
she'll leave. Yeah. When she
Go
leaves,
shut the door.
she walks off a good distance with Rafik, and you can see that they're having a conversation out there. Occasionally, he'll like gesture back towards your way while they're having their conversation. They're removed enough. Even if you wanted to make a perception check, you're rolling with some nice big penalties. But I imagine you're not sitting there listening in on the window or what have you, trying to be heard. Anything you guys want to say to each other after she leaves?
That works sometimes.
The
Oh, well.
weather? Breakfast?
No, what question are you hoping we ask? Sometimes
No, I know
that
what you
gets
meant,
things.
but I was just...
What,
Aldo,
Aldo?
that was...
What about it?
I don't know, they're just weird questions. Do you actually care about the answers to those things?
Care more than the questions you guys are asking?
I figured it was.
No.
Yeah. That's I mean, I'm sure that's a huge honor. I mean, in this place and everything, but man, kind of crazy to think about being that young and used to, like, her whole role was to travel around and meet people and bring them into the culture, and then now she's kind of stuck here.
It's different, but I relate in a sense. I mean, the weight of the entire... all of a deer is on our shoulders, and I used to just go wake up in a random girl's barn. Things have changed drastically. We have so much pressure. I can only imagine she feels a lot more pressure than she thought she would, and a lot more helplessness in it all.
A lot of responsibility.
I can sympathize to some degree, though. I like our freedom of movement a bit more. Not that she said she can't leave, but now that she's Lady Vigil, she really can't, right? So.
Yeah.
Speaking of freedom of movement, aren't you all getting, restless?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
hoping that since she came to us that we're nearing the end of this whole assessment thing.
The only thing keeping me sane is that the fact that getting some rest in before we go to another one of these keeps, I think, is going to be necessary. Having food provided, an actual bed, not being torn to shreds or having to look over our shoulder all night.
I mean, not only that, but if these people can become allies, that's great. But even beyond that, another stop on the way back, because let's face it, we're probably not leaving that keep with the same energy and vigor we go in with.
That's the
Having
spirit.
another stop would be great.
Yeah. I suppose if they welcome us, then we should ask. What happens if we show up at death's door all beaten and battered and rough shaped? They have doctors here? Or is it?
I guess they do, but as I said, medicine doesn't cure all ills.
It seems they have a bad track record of saving people in peril here. 12 in 120 years is a lot.
Quite. I mean, but
Every 10 years almost having replaced.
yeah, that's I don't know. I mean, I guess we could have asked more, but it did
I
start to
figured
feel
we,
kind of like we were prying, you know?
yeah, I felt like we were pushing our luck a bit as well.
Yeah. Why do they die so often? Yeah, that's a great way to ingratiate yourself to the people.
How long do you
How
think
come
you've
you
got?
can't protect your most important citizen? Ugh. I don't think that would have won us any points.
No. Well, guess we'll see how it goes. I'm a little bit sore though, Mikhail, so I think it's your turn to do push-ups.
What?
Aldo goes and gets a wad of parchment.
I told you I'm busy. He starts going back to his room.
He starts whacking you on the shoulder on your way, and he just follows you.
Koa like
this is
leans back on the couch comfortably, glad it's not him for a little bit.
This is for the knocking, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm not doing any push-ups. Although your arm's going to get tired from hitting me with that paper, and I'm not going to do any push-ups.
We'll see.
"14 minutes later." Which
A
is our
battle of wills. All
All right, Aldo, you can beat that. You can beat that. Come on, Aldo. Are you berating him? Is this a language dependent effect?
Oh,
So the good news is when Mikhail finally breaks and he's going down for his first push up, he's up there and he goes down.
Koa, get the door.
Koa shakes his head and gets up to go answer the door.
Rafik, I'm happy to inform you it's time to bring you in for the rest of your assessment.
Time to go in. Did you want to step in for a moment?
705. All right. He gets up.
I imagine we follow along, unless there's anything else we need to say.
They'll bring you back to the cathedral, where it's going to be a similar setup. He's going to walk in with the three of you. The three of them are already inside there, etc., etc. As you're walking in, he's going to once again announce you and the deeds that you had done beforehand, and kind of that whole thing that's there. And then finally, Teresa will chime in, or Lady Vigil will chime in and say, you came to our home just yesterday, only 1 day ago. And in that time, you had your deeds stated before us, and you were asked to expand on those deeds. What was most important to you and why? The answers that you gave were interesting for each of you and gave some immediate insight into the character that each of you are. I would say that's perhaps the best answer out of all of them for telling what character we had before us would be Aldo's. Certainly, it was not an answer that we've heard before, at least not in the way that you've told it, but it does fall in alignment with somebody who is going to be dancing on top of a table during breakfast.
I enjoyed every minute of it. And he gives like a short bow.
You can see that your short bow does not settle well with Casimir. He is
Don't care. Do not
Good. Fucking good.
Have also had the opportunity. I've spent my day outside of my normal responsibilities to speak with the various townsfolk, those that you've interacted with or those that witness those interactions. They had some kind things to say about you, though, Aldo. You bring some stories, old ones, stories that I heard in my youth, but aren't often brought up and told from our perspective. It sounds as though Lady Aravel herself is in your ear. That, or you're just good at telling tales.
He just said, looks at him and he says, you said it.
Mikhail, Vanessa has already informed me of the impression that you've left. You've discussed it. We need not go over it any further. However, I think we can all state that none of us are surprised that your strategy when it comes to combat does not stand up to the expectations of those that have trained their entire lives for militaristic combat like we do here in Vigil. I don't think anybody here, again, is surprised by that outcome and that assessment. You can see that he's fuming to the point that his face is almost as red as his hair.
No, I wouldn't say that's surprising.
But if you were to pass this assessment during your time here in Vigil, do you think that you'd be willing to devote some of your time into learning our tactics, to learning our defensive measures? I don't mean to march as one of our soldiers, but to follow our procedures should things go such a way during your time spent within our town.
If we're here and something happens in this place?
Nobody expects you to march with an army, but to stand in defense when you're here during a time of turmoil.
I think that would be agreeable.
She waits for
He
anybody else
looks
to
the other
turn.
two.
Oh, is this to Aldo? This was just to Mikhail.
No, it's to all of you, of course.
Yes, there are children playing in the street. There are people here just trying to live their lives. Something came to threaten that, I think, yes. Of course we.
It's not about
up
just
on.
bursting forward out of the gates and swinging your swords, though, Koa. It's about understanding where your responsibility is. You are somebody who is extremely fit. Your place very well may not be wildly swinging a sword over your head, hacking apart the people that are standing to your left and to your right. Your job very well may be to just simply put out the fires.
Every job is important.
Vanessa says, I believe Koa already has a track record of doing those exact tasks in a couple of towns in these stated deeds. And then hearing that kind of like retort towards him from Vanessa in your defense, he is, if gaskets were a part of his armor, they would be bursting off of them.
That's hot.
Those soulless redheads.
We didn't roll for his hotness.
Okay. Cozy, you have a good track record. Why don't you go ahead and roll for Casimir's hotness? Moving on. So we have oh god, okay, now I have to pause and wait to see. Oh no, got my attention. Oh, I can't see what it is.
That's average.
It's a 9.
It's a 9. All right, that's average.
Yep.
You know, I mean, honestly, are there hot redheads? Let's be honest. I mean, if they are, they clearly die. They're naturally blonde.
Fiance is a
brunette.
redhead.
Mm-hmm.
She's like a fucking 17, man.
Mm-hmm. So, anyways, they
Ariel, have you ever seen The Little Mermaid?
Yeah, she also has an apothecary. She dyes her hair. Come on. So, where
The
were we?
scales match the. Okay, never mind. Let's move on.
Jesus Christ. Where were we?
Casimir is about to his
Blow a
head's about
gasket
to
or whatever it
explode or
is.
something because he's all.
She says, so I spoke around and there was kind things to be said from each of you. I think it's plain enough to say that the deeds that are brought before us, the evaluation of each individual town's member here, and taking into account the reports that were brought by each one of the members of leadership here, and certainly the sponsorship brought by Rafik, that we would deem your assessment as being in favor of Vigil and the Vigilites that live therein. You are welcome to visit our town as often as you would like. You're welcome to stay here, comfortably, safely, within the town's walls. You're welcome to engage with our townsfolk as though you are their equal. You're welcome to participate in the trainings to assist in defending the town should we come to a time of turmoil. And our doors are open to you. You may or may not have realized it, but the building that you stayed in did not have a locked door. That is true for all of the doors in Vigil. None of our doors are locked. And that's when you realize you're playing a JRPG and you can literally just walk into any building and just like ignore the people there and like
Take the cheese.
Yeah.
Start looting. Ooh, healing
Potion.
Cheese.
18 gold.
No. 35
walls.
cheese wheels.
Anyways, go ahead.
Should I actually picked up the plate. Drop.
Well, thank you. That's great to know. Is there something we need to carry or?
There's just a small ceremony that needs to be done. If you'll step forward. And Vanessa will walk over with 3 scroll cases. And she'll hand them to Teresa, who will unfurl the first scroll and it's kind of laid out before you. And I will gesture for Mikhail to step forward first. He's the most vocal amongst you, so it makes sense for him. And say, these here are a list of all of our laws, rules, and edicts for those that are welcome to stay within Vigil as not Vigilites themselves, but as friends of Vigil. If you choose to accept our assessment, if you choose to become an ally of Vigil, you simply need to read this over and sign at the bottom. This is a binding oath saying that you are going to follow the laws that we have here. Now, while this oath is one that you're putting in your on good faith, I know that somebody of your backgrounds sees a document with a pen and a bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Posterity around the signing of this. Do not worry. There is magic to this document, but not compulsion. This is not going to force you to do anything. The document will simply make us aware should you break this oath.
Okay. He'll take it and begin to read it.
Okay. You read it over, and it's literally just, it's without going over line by line. It's a very reasonable list of rules for that you must follow within the city itself. They all, like, there's some of the things you're like, well, this is a little bit silly, but it makes sense not to do so. And then some very foundational things, all things that are very easy to follow. We don't need to go over the heavy details there. It's when you leave the town that the rules are important. And so when you leave the town, there's a couple of very, very plainly stated rules. You're not allowed to tell other people about the location of Vigil, the name of Vigil, the culture of Vigil, so on and so forth. It's not that you can't talk about its existence. That'd be ridiculous, right? Mm-hmm. But there's like a hard rules about not being allowed to share like the finite details about their existence, because about like the way they go about things, because you're going to have access to things like the military training, so on and so forth. So you're gonna be like, yeah, there's a town named Vigil that's inside of there. If they say Aldo says fuck you, I'm not signing this document, he could still technically do that. It's around limiting what you're able to share now that you have access to more secretive information, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's what you'd be signing, agreeing to.
So yeah, he reads it over, and he says, "Okay, I would be willing to sign. Just to be forthright, we had an agreement amongst ourselves that that kind of decision would be unanimous or not at all. So I'll wait for the others."
You actually hear, which is uncharacteristic so far, because he himself is also a very rigid person. But you actually hear a scoff from Casimir when you say that.
I don't pay him any mind.
Yep. Wait.
Agreeable to me.
Aldo?
There's a magic in this document, Mikhail.
There is. Unfortunately, I can't identify it right now. But
Vanessa says, "Oh, can you not?"
no. But I thank you for being forthcoming about what's in
Tail
it.
song. She says, like with a realization. I do apologize for the delay for everybody. I misunderstood the education that Mikhail had received. If you don't mind waiting, I'll return shortly. I know this is a little unorthodox, she says to the other two, but if you wouldn't mind. And you can see Teresa nods and says, "Of course." And Casimir says, "It's not the only unorthodox thing." And
Why's there always gonna be one asshole?
Teresa,
right?
Teresa
Vocal too.
looked sharp to him, like for speaking out of turn on that one. But he just kind of like looks away to not make eye contact. And Vanessa says, "If the three of you wouldn't mind waiting momentarily," and she'll turn and remove herself from the chamber. Do you stand there quietly? Do you want to?
I want to talk to them.
Talk to. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Aldo, did Casimir or whatever his name is leave as well?
No, the other two are still standing there like 10 feet away from you.
Oh, okay. I'll excuse us and move away, I guess, while I speak with them.
Yeah, I'll leave the scrolls there, of course.
So you guys go to take a step back, and Teresa will say, "Are you looking to have an aside?"
Yes.
I would.
She looks as though she's going to say yes, and Casimir is going to gesture and say, "How many layers of unorthodox are we going to allow?" And she actually grows a little bit red in the cheek, and she says, "I do apologize, but that is not how we do things normally. The assessment is still underway. You're welcome to discuss amongst yourselves, but this is the time that the assessment is still being evaluated. Decision is coming to a close on both sides."
Aldo
Yeah,
straight up just turns to them and he says, I feel uncomfortable to be made to have this conversation about, our future, I guess, with being almost forced to have people listen in on my private thoughts. Mikhail, I do not feel comfortable.
Signing?
Yes. For one, I don't understand the magic, and while it may be explained to me, it's just not something I'm comfortable in doing. However, if I know what we said before, this place has subverted my expectations of what I originally thought. Some members seem to want to make it as uncomfortable and, uninviting as possible, I guess. He says, and he looks straight at Casimir. Yes, while others are welcoming, and he looks to the other lady, and then he just turns back and says, if you would like, I know there is things important to both of you here. I just don't feel like there is for me.
That's very understanding. Thanks, Aldo. I I won't try to force you. If you want to wait and find out what the magic is, that could still be useful.
Well, I don't believe we're permitted to step away at all, so I believe I will wait, but that is my thinking. I know you two both have a purpose and a reason for being here. It's just not me, I guess.
Yeah.
After some time, Vanessa returns and she walks over to you and she'll hand you a scroll and say, "My apologies. I forgot that you had said Tailsaw."
Oh, the scroll detect magic, I assume.
She nods, but she also will hand you a pair of spectacles and say, "I know you don't have time to study it. These will help you read it."
That I can actually take care of, but
You have
he
read
takes
magic?
the spectacles. Yeah,
Oh, cool. Oh,
yeah,
I
I've
honestly
used it
didn't
before
know,
for stuff.
and she couldn't.
Uh,
She couldn't assume that. So,
Yeah, he'll take them anyway because it's like, oh, cool, magic item. I want to use it.
yep. Hey,
Cerulean,
what's up,
Hey,
Ceruli?
Cerulean's here.
How you doing? So everybody's always wiggling their butt at me. So many butt wiggles.
They're farting at you.
Okay, that's even worse.
Yep,
It is worse. All right, so I'll use detect magic, which I don't have on my sheet because I don't have that spell.
I just want to be clear.
Um,
Dragon Zib is sniffing while everybody else is farting. So if they're all farting, Dragon Zib is the only sniff that's in chat. So just want to throw that
Yikes.
out there.
It looks like a dog nose, so it makes sense.
I just saying. I'm not shaming your kink. You do you, bruv. Just throwing it out there. And now they're standing there open mouth. So they don't just like the
Gotta
smell,
really
they like the
breathe in
taste.
that fresh mountain air.
That's right. Like, yeah, big gulps. Enjoy.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll my spellcraft now.
It's somebody that chooses to go to the porta potty rather than the legitimate bathroom, you know? But moving on. So you rolled your spellcraft and okay, cool. You are able to identify the magics that are here, and you can see that again. Literally, it's just divination magic to know whether or not you are in breach of contract. Actually, moreover, what you can see is that the magical item, the way that it functions, is the way that it works is if you're in breach of contract, the scroll case cracks. That's how it works. So it's not even like instantly they know, it's teleported to their brain. What it is that you imagine it sits on a shelf somewhere, and so actually, why don't we have you, Keegan, go ahead and roll me a because it's like a culture thing, if you will. Culture or etiquette would probably come from normally my like diplomacy is what jumps to mind, but give me 1 second. Ability, history. It feels like diplomacy is the most appropriate one here. I'll have you roll diplomacy. Not strings, but diplomacy.
I mean, I get to substitute. I know. They're close.
That's a solid number. I think you guys used both +1s from the hype train beforehand, so staying at 19,
Yeah.
you're happy with it?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was already kind of like half spilling the beans anyways. So to dump the rest of the can, you likely what happens is there's a whole shelf that has a ton of these on them. It's like somebody like every day inventories the shelf, like, oh, who did what? It's probably one of those when your honor is called to question, or maybe when it's your first time returning to the town after a period of time of being gone, that's where they might go and retrieve your case and see whether or not it's broken, right? That's where you'd understand.
Yeah.
So that's where it goes. But your spellcraft is too low for me to give any more details. I'll just give you how it works and then what likely they do culturally with this outside of it. So it's like, again, somebody instantly gets teleported knowledge to their brain or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you understand the magics by looking this over for a minute or so after casting the spell and can report that back to your friends.
Yeah. Just for brevity, I explain what you said.
And that's why there's 3
Just
separate
explain it to
scroll
them very
cases.
quickly.
Each one of you would sign your own. And of course, you
Mhm.
guys would confirm that they're all identical, and they are, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. So
So all that
he goes over and
happens
explains
is
that to them. And
they're just made aware. That's it.
that's it.
I'm still
Pretty
agreeable.
simple spells. Aldo, you're still out.
Yeah. I thank you for your hospitality.
She says, so Teresa says to you, Aldo, why is this your decision?
I value my freedom,
How are
and
you
I don't
losing
like
your freedom?
things that bind me to anything. Like a simple slip of the tongue could mean I seem to have betrayed my oath or anything else. It's just I understand the need for secrecy, and believe it or not, I will follow those rules. I don't need to talk about Vigil or the people here or anything like that, but I don't need a bit of paper to tell me that.
You can see that Casimir, he takes he opens his mouth, he starts to say something, but jumping in front of it, like seeing it because of where she's standing and kind of facing his way, jumping in front of it, Vanessa says, a bit of piece of paper is not what's telling you to do this. Think of it as our own safeguard. It's our way of having proof as to whether or not you've what's what I'm looking for here, as to whether or not you've used our knowledge against us or you shared it for your own profit. As mentioned,
I understand, and that's why I do not think I need to know that knowledge. I don't want there ever to be any question or anything. So I think it's better for myself to not learn the ins and outs of Vigil. I guess it's just. I mean, like our conversation, I like to keep things light. I don't. It's not something I need to know. My purpose and interest is not here. And while you all are, from what I've seen, nice, friendly people who care about each other and want to protect each other and live your lives here, I can appreciate that. But it's just not for me.
Vanessa says, well, I'm not one for trying to convince somebody against their will. You know what's best for you. I'm sorry to hear that that's the conclusion you came to, but I can understand why you came to it. And then Teresa says, if you don't mind sticking around for the rest of the ceremony for the sake of your companions.
If that is something you wish me to witness, I shall.
It does pertain to you. And she'll turn to the other two. I hope Keegan can still hear us. And she says, then you already have read this. You understand the documents, the rules, and apparently the magics behind how this functions. There's just one small caveat that maybe you weren't aware of because of Aldo's decision. If Aldo doesn't sign this contract, then he is also outside. If Aldo doesn't swear his oath, then he is also outside of the purview of what may be shared. Any information that you gather, he is considered an outsider. He is not a friend of Vigil. You will not be able to share it with him. To do so, you are breaking your oath. Normally, I would say that this is something that I would not be too concerned about. There are many people that are companions, even lovers, with one another, that don't need to share all the intimate details of what they experience in life. But there's a bond between those that live the lives that you choose to do so that stands beyond even what many lovers have with one another. This is a bond that tends to rely on a free passing of information. Is this still something that you think that you can uphold, this oath, when one of you is choosing not to participate?
If I'm being honest, I guess it depends on the situation. I will do everything I could to uphold. But if the fate of Dear, lives depend on some crucial knowledge. I would choose that every time.
And so Vanessa says, and that's something that can be explained afterwards, and something that can be forgiven.
And I still could. I can accept those terms.
If my honesty is still acceptable to you, then yes.
Teresa chimes in and says, to say that you have divulged something for the greater good of all of
The greater good.
of all of Adir, including those of Vigil, it's very likely that something like that can be forgiven. We are speculating with zero defined circumstance, but we're not going to go so far as to, label out each scenario. I think you can use your judgment. Hopefully, it's a wise enough judgment. I certainly believe it is one that you can come up with, scoff from what's his name, based off of the judge of character we've made of you so far.
Aldo, we agreed that it would be all or none. I don't wish to betray you.
It's okay.
Is it really? You can say no.
I can't agree to this. But like I said, I understand the need for you, especially you, Koa, to be here.
I think for what
There's-
good could come of it, it's hard for me not to agree to it. I would keep my word to you. I don't know what weighs on you so, even after your explanation, to where that outweighs the positives. But I respect your decision. Even if I don't understand it, can't understand it. But despite how I feel, I made a promise, and I will honor it if that's what you wish.
It might make
I
things
would-
difficult, but life is difficult, right?
And you can't be convinced.
What are the things that can't be done outside of Vigil or whatever?
Spilling secrets of Vigil, betraying them.
Sharing its location and name, its culture.
Its name can be said. Its location you're not supposed to give. And then of course it's secrets. So secrets being things like, obviously if you're being trained in how it is that their military is trained, you're not supposed to give out stuff like that. If what kind of knowledge they have inside of their library, not knowledge you have, you can share your own knowledge. But being like, they have books for such and such, something like that would be considered like divulging, right? But knowledge that is your knowledge, you're welcome to share, right? You get the idea. So it's more or less kind of safeguarding its own secrets. Most pointedly, its location.
Yeah, makes sense.
If it was my word, I would give it. But
That's all it
doesn't
is. They just
sit-
know if you broke it.
Yeah, but it doesn't sit right with me having something hanging over me. You know what I mean? Like, it's just.
I
What if
imagine
we
that
found something out that didn't align with what this place stands for or is? You know?
I mean, the
Don't you
punishment
feel
is they know you broke an oath and you'll maybe not be welcome back. It's not like they're going to come hunt you down. I'm assuming
You
this
get
is
a
the
chance to
safeguard against
explain
things.
yourself.
If I'm incorrect, let me know. But if you all came from Paradel and settled here a long time ago, and someone were to go and report your whereabouts, that would be pretty devastating to this place. And having a chance to know and protect one's people and family, having a chance to flee or prepare a defense or something, I can see the why it exists. I'm sure this isn't exactly well received outside of the people here by many. Not that they're doing anything wrong, but it is a different take on their culture than what is accepted at home, and a lot of people from Paradel are viewed in different ways in different places, as are we all if we're outsiders.
And apparently they give you a chance to justify the action. If we feel that breaking the oath is the only way forward to save a deer or even Vigil itself or anything like that, then we would have the chance to explain.
Vanessa says, there are courts here, and your case will be made, and they will be judged. The courts fall under my purview. They are what I oversee personally, though I am not one of the judges myself. Once a judgment is made, you are either deemed innocent, a false cracking. It has never been done before, but magic is flawed, as is everything in the mortal world. You are deemed justified. The choice that you made was the correct choice, and so therefore you were justified in your action. There's a narrow scope of that where your justification could actually lead to rewarding, because the decision that you made actually led to a more positive outcome than what otherwise could have happened. And then you were deemed guilty. That verdict would revoke all of your permissions that you have here. You, depending on the scenario, will not be likely serving any sentences here. We do have the ability to house people that have broken some rather radical laws. If you were murdering people in our streets, we would house you in prison. But if you told somebody of our location, you would be excommunicated, banned forever, and marked as such. And Teresa quickly chimes in and says, marking does not mean branding or the like. You will not be marked with some cow prod. Or she says, thinking for a moment, and then looks at Koa, or Varen prod.
Wonderful horses.
Well, with that, yeah, I don't want to be beholden to a law no matter where I travel. It's my decision has not changed.
Hey, that's just how it happens sometimes. That's all right. I understand. But you're sure you're okay with us signing?
That's up to you guys. Like I said, it's strange. I just don't want to be. I've said enough. It is what it is. Like I said, I think Koa needs to be here, and if that is the price he needs to pay or whatever, that's completely on him. So I leave here. He addresses the others. I leave here, as a friend to Vigil, at least on my behalf. If it's not reciprocated, I understand that. But you have nothing to fear from me. And so I formally decline.
I'm happy to hear that, says Teresa. I'm while it's sad the decision that you've inevitably chosen, every decision must be made for oneself. It's your life. It's your heart.
And I have made that choice. Thank you.
She then will turn to the other two and explicitly say, Mikhail?
He looks over to Koa.
Koa looks like he doesn't know what to do. It's like he You definitely get the feeling he wants to sign, but he also like knows what they agreed to with Aldo, and you can tell it's weighing on him.
Mikhail signs.
Okay, you sign, and then what is it? Vanessa will go over and assign next to yours. There's like there's no like flash of light or anything like that that happens. She then just rolls it up, puts it inside the scroll case, and then when she puts it in the scroll case, you can see like as she like puts the scroll case in place, the area that is where the scroll case would normally be opened, it like seals on its own. It's subtle. It takes like Koa is super perceptive, so maybe he notices it. Maybe Mikhail, who's pretty perceptive as well, does for how close he is, because maybe you're staring at it, whatever. But like literally the area where you would, kind of like pull off the cap of the scroll case, it's sealed shut, so there is no pulling off the cap.
Nice. Okay.
Koa looks to Aldo one more time, see if he gives him any kind of like nod or shaking of the head.
You get a stare from Aldo, but it's not a blank stare. It's more of he's just looking at you, really. Like this is your choice. Like they said to him, it was his choice, and Aldo made his choice. Mikhail made his. So it's not. It's just an expectant look as far as what's he gonna do.
I believe you are good people here, and I believe the Martyr herself has perhaps set me on a path that's led me here. And I think I must see it through. But despite kind of looking at Aldo again, what we'd previously discussed, it seems as though things have changed. I will honor this agreement. And knowing that you still offer it in the event that, should the event present itself where I'm forced to divulge some information to save lives or change the fate of a deer or something, I will come forth and explain that. And I promise you, if I do, it will not be a decision that comes lightly, or one that will be out of malice. I shall sign.
Okay. You put ink to well to paper. And to the paper, and you sign as well. And then after the two are signed, that one's put in there, it's completely done. There's like a moment, like a long moment, like a pause, because like just the fact that both of them signed, and despite the words that are said, there's of course like a silent pressure that exists on Aldo to complete the third open and prepared scroll that's right there. And so while nobody calls to him, nobody asks to him, nobody like looks at him expectantly or anything like that, there's this long, lingering, quiet moment where he could just choose to change his mind and go ahead and sign it for the sake of, what's going on. Does Aldo take this moment, or does he choose not to?
Aldo picks up the scroll. I'm gonna roll a linguistics check. What's the is there any loopholes here, workarounds? I just wanna say.
Yeah, go right ahead and roll. Both plus ones are gone, so you can go ahead and use luck if you want to. I just don't know if you feel.
I will, just because I'd like to know, I guess.
Okay.
18.
So you have an 18 total, looking for any loopholes, so on and so forth. So if something like that does exist in here, an 18 is not going to be enough to make that clear for you. An 18 is not going to be enough to make that clear for you, any loopholes that you see. You know that it's written vague and simple enough to be fairly encompassing of what it's saying. but at the same time, narrow rules enough to not be like one of those things where if you literally just said, "Oh, I visited, the town Vigil." Oh, you never heard of that? Whoops, that you're like screwed. Like it's meant to be written in such a way that kind of goes towards what they're trying to do here. But loopholes, you're not able to find one with that.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's difficult as a player. I'd love to do it, but I cannot rationalize Aldo doing it. I just can't.
Oh.
There's nowhere. There's no wiggle room for me.
Yeah.
Oh, I get
We
that.
already did our in-character arguments. It is what it is,
Yeah.
man. We're not going to be upset as players.
Mm.
I know you might be a little bit, but you want to do it.
I get where you're coming. I get how you're feeling.
Yeah.
But like you're
It
playing your
sucks.
character, and we made our in-game pitches. All good.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just like reading the scroll. Like he obviously reads it and he studies it. Probably waits longer than probably they're even comfortable. I don't know if they even say something, but then he'll put the scroll back and take a step back.
Okay. But just scroll down, take a step back, and then she says from that she actually goes into like this like prayer to Lady Aravel. To which case, hold on, let me sure I get this right. Sorry, she says a prayer to Lady Aravel. Vanessa says a prayer to Lady Aravel and to Lady Arenda, and then Casimir says a prayer to Lady Aravel, Lady Arenda, and the Martyr. And after that, kind of like the thing's over, and what's her
We
name?
slap him. Get my goddess's name out your bitch ass mouth.
Teresa says, "Welcome, friends of Vigil," is what she says to the two of you. And so finally, Casimir, being kind of like the cock that he is, turns and says, "Is the sham over with? May I leave?"
Not asking us.
Sorry,
I'm
I was
assuming.
reading
Is
something.
he asking us? Oh, okay. I was
reading
about to
some-
say,
I
like,
was
he
about
doesn't want to hear
say,
from
just
us.
Reading something real quick. So she says, "Is the
spicy shit?
is the sham of a ceremony over with? Can I leave?" And Teresa says, "Yeah, you can go." He goes, "Great," and then turns and walks out.
Wonderful. I think that make everyone happy.
Rosk says,
Who?
Rafik.
"Fuck, Rafik." So I can't even remember who I'm confusing him with. Rafik says, Rafik says, "I'm sure the four of you have many things that you wish to discuss. Then, Aldo, if you'll come with me, I'll gladly bring you back to your homestead."
Aldo just turns and he nods at everybody, and he'll just turn and leave.
He goes and walks back with you, fighting a yawn as he goes.
Hmm.
That leaves the two of you behind with the two of them.
Well, thank you for welcoming us. I apologize for Aldo, but I do understand him.
She shrugs. This is Teresa shrugs and says, "So need to make an apology. Everybody must make their own decision."
Yeah. I'm glad he stuck to. I'm glad he stuck to what he was being true to.
Vanessa says, "I'm
as
not.
much as I'd rather have him here.
I'm not. It's
No.
going to make things difficult for you."
Like you said, life's difficult. I'd rather him not feel compromised and we have to keep a few secrets to ourselves than him go back on what he feels is right for him.
Teresa
I can
shakes
take
her
some difficulty.
Teresa shakes her head and says, "No, I'm in agreement with Vanessa on this one. You have quite the task ahead of you. It's going to be difficult to overcome the situation in Hod Gwen, which you've chosen to take to bear, if you're not standing, in unison with one another. Perhaps this is just my upbringing here inside of Vigil that leads me to believe that you should, as Casimir has said many times, be able to look to your left and to your right and to trust who stands on either side and to know their flaws, their capabilities, and to know that they can step in when you fall, to guard you with their shield or to take your place if you cannot rise again. Aldo no longer fits that position.
This is a cult. This is exactly what they do. I'm putting it out there. I was right from the start.
Heard a fly buzzing or something. I
We
don't
can
know
agree to
that
disagree at that.
not being in unison isn't the same as not understanding each other. I think Mikhail and I both knew Aldo wouldn't like those terms. He's different from us, sure, and I'm different from Mikhail, but I think we've learned to accept our differences and our different approaches, and in times of strife, sometimes having those different approaches has been enlightening or beneficial. We come together when it's important, and our disagreements and differences, I think, lead to better decisions and planning overall. In this particular case, while it is unfortunate for that we can't share information with him, I think we both knew he wouldn't want to sign. Not whenever something would be tracking him in any same shape or form.
Strange that you would have him go through the whole process then, says Teresa.
Well, we didn't
We're
know,
hoping
to be
he'd be
honest.
convinced.
We didn't really know the ending of this. It led to a document signing either.
Yeah. And he agreed to come and see what he thought. And I mean, even as he said, you did change his mind on some things, what he thought this might be. But in the end, this is where we are.
Sure. Vanessa says, everybody's always willing to make a promise, but not willing to make that promise binding. It's easy to say the words. It's hard to actually walk the path. And even harder when you know that there's the ability to verify. Have you heard that term before? Trust, but verify?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunately what we have to do here. Koa, I think you touched on it a moment ago. Why we have such policies in place to trust, but to verify. But we don't need to belabor this point any further. We all know what decision Aldo made. We all have our opinions of it independently. I think we can move on to subjects that each one of us feels as though is more valued than this. Teresa, you're welcome to leave. Thank you for acting in this role temporarily. I do appreciate it, but I'll take things from here. And Teresa says, thank you. Turns to the two of you and says, I'll be around town if you have any questions.
Do we still refer to you as Lady Vigil?
She looks at you and her cheeks grow a little rosy and says, for now.
I didn't know that was a position one could lose.
She opens her mouth to reply, but Vanessa says, don't worry, I'll explain things as needed. They are trusted now. And Vanessa nods and says, I'll continue with my studies then. It's a pleasure getting to know each of you. And then she turns and leaves.
Huh.
Why did
Turn back to Vanessa.
Why did Rafik sponsor us? What did he hope we could provide, or what was worth putting himself on the line for to bring us here? I understand the benefits provided to us, potentially, but we can't just move in and stay here. I think you all know that, so I'm curious. Why?
It's a great question. I'm sure you noticed that there was tensions up here today and yesterday.
No.
It's not how it usually is. There's usually unity, strong unity between the three of us. It was, shall we say, fate seemingly brought before us, the three of you, 2 willing to agree to terms, and 1 fighting tooth and nail against the decision of the others. It was like staring into a mirror. It was I want to say entertaining. Unfortunately, it's just as you heard, Lady Vigil unfortunately fell to the hands of some foul individuals that came into our town. After she fell, we buried her, which is the appropriate thing to do, and then we had our ceremony, where the sword is supposed to choose the next Lady or Lord Vigil. Unfortunately, the sword chose no one.
Oh.
During times between where there is a Lady or Lord that is set, there is a sword bearer that is welcome to be there. The sword bearer bears the burden of the sword. It is heavy on their back. It doesn't give them a sense of foreboding because they don't wield it, but they bear that burden. You may have seen him around town. There's a
Erwin, yes?
Erwin,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, then yes, you've not only seen him, you've become acquainted to some degree. Erwin is one of our...
just overheard his name is all. I saw him carrying 2 swords and made a comment about it.
Well, one of the swords is, of course, the one in question here, and it's strapped to his back to allow his body to handle the additional weight. Erwin is one of our paladins, one of the most devoted members in our town to the faith of the 3, to the triad. And he walks around not just with the burden of the sword. You've seen the weight of his armor. You've seen everything else he wears on him. He's trained, honed his body every day from when he was young to have this responsibility. It's a very honored position, but it's meant to be a temporary one. The fact that it's gone on for as long as it has is, well, it's a first. We don't know why this is being done. Perhaps Lady Arabella has deemed nobody in Vigil, none of the existing Vigilites, to be worthy of wielding the sword and to serve as Lady or Lord Vigil. Maybe that's why this is being done. Or maybe there's other powers at play here. You may have also noticed that this assessment was a little bit easier than you probably anticipated when you first heard about it.
I didn't really know what
maybe
to
a
expect,
touch, but yeah.
Yes. Wasn't
Thought it
difficult.
might be a bit more trying.
Fight to the death.
You've also
Really
noticed that Casimir is perhaps a little bit in disagreement for how things played out.
That's a way to put it.
Casimir is a very strong-minded, strong-willed, and dedicated individual. He is very much a person who reads the letter of the law and follows it with dotted I's and crossed T's. A noble attribute to have for somebody with his background, with his responsibilities, and his position. I understands more the spirit of what the law is. It's leads to disagreements, and it's ones that we've played out many times in the past. You had an assessment that follows the rules, but perhaps was a bit more lackadaisical than we typically would do. We know not only the merits of who you are, the 3 of you, but moreover, what your intentions are in the near future. With the climate being as it is in Hodgwen, and so therefore all of the towns of Adir at the moment, the option to have Erwin, or whoever the sword bearer may be, to travel abroad and to try to find the next vigil, well, it's not really an option. And so by opening our doors to you, by having you become a friend of Vigil, we can provide for you greater assistance than we could if you are not friends of Vigil, and hopefully help to see the end of this path sooner than maybe it would play out otherwise.
I feel like you're still speaking a bit cryptically here. Which tasks are you referring to?
Hardgwen is in disarray. There is no
Yes.
law or order that makes any reasonable sense to a reason. Yes, there are laws, and laws have value. But we can agree that these laws are not true laws, but the whims of some problematic group of people that have grown even more bold in their positions as of late. She says, trying to be diplomatic.
There's a spoiled child at the helm of the guard, who is wielding them like a cudgel in random directions to suit his fancies.
Whether or not you realize it, you are acting out the will of Lady Aravel. You are bringing order back to that land in your actions. It was literally the martyr that called you to our door, if I understand what was said before well enough. And it's through the will of Lady Aravel that you are bringing the order back to Hardgwen, which would allow our own town, Vigil, to flourish. So what do we get out of bringing you in? Order.
Suppose that would make sense. That's related to the task we're undertaking right now, but we're not heading directly back to Hardgwen. We'll be heading north. We'll need to resupply.
We're not to set your pace or to tell you what to do. We're to provide you the resources within reason to help you accomplish your task.
Resources would be nice.
Mikhail, I don't really know how to ask questions about the Martyr and Veni while not overstepping.
There's no overstepping.
Plainly. It's the culture here.
He gives Mikhail a look, implying like, no, overstepping what we know.
He seems to realize what you're doing. He's, oh. We can talk about it later then.
Feel free to take the evening to collect your thoughts. Aldo is not going to be booted from the town just because he said this. He's welcome to stay inside of the same home as you are and to enjoy the hospitality. And he's also welcome to walk about town, though he will have an escort as he does so.
Do we count as escorts since we are welcome here, or
You're not
separate
Vigilites,
escort?
you're just friends of the town. But
Right.
you're welcome, of course, to spend as much time with him as you choose to or not to, and you do not require escorts around town. There are a few places that you are not welcome.
Which would include
Offices for the various leadership members, and I imagine the bedrooms of most of the townsfolk here. Though I will not tell you whether or not you're welcome to be there. That's up to each individual person.
right. Yeah, he does actually laugh at that. He's like, right, of course. Okay. Just didn't know if there were any specific sites or
We
anything.
should ask before we end up in the bedrooms, Mikhail.
Yes. Yes, consent is important.
Since you don't have the questions that you want to ask immediately, perhaps you can start to formulate your questions with a bit more knowledge at your fingertips.
I do
Mikhail,
have one.
Yeah. Oh,
Lady Vigil didn't have this answer, but perhaps you might. Whenever we were taking our tour, we stopped by the cemetery, the graveyard.
Mhm.
And I noticed the stone obelisk that I believe had words saying resting place for Veni, who I understand is the martyr.
she nods.
The stone shimmered a bit. It had a glow to it that seemed not from light reflecting, or it seemed different. And I didn't know if anyone had experienced or mentioned such a thing before that wasn't just a glimmer of light.
I've not experienced this, nor have I heard nor read anything about this before. Perhaps it was a trick of the light in your eyes. I don't want to discredit your experience, but perhaps it was something as simple as that. I could certainly point you to where readings or what have you may be had. Though
I don't believe it was. It seemed to. Did it look like it was coming underground or just to the ground?
Seems like almost like you could see through the ground. Like I can't remember what video game that was. Did you ever play that? What's his name? Sam Fisher. Splinter Cell.
Oh, Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Remember
really
in
play
Splinter Cell there was like a vision, like you could turn on the goggles and allows you to see like the wires through the walls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like that kind of like Splinter Cell.
Gotcha.
So it was like you.
I know what
see,
you're talking about, but
yeah.
Okay. No, I.
Man, I miss the Splinter Cell games. Those are fun back in the day. They probably don't hold up anymore.
Conviction's still good.
I could almost see the shimmer go underground, like I could see through the dirt almost. I looked away and it was gone. The moment passed, but it was different.
I've not seen this myself, and I have in fact used magics like the ability to detect magic, and have not noticed something like this before. I will say there is lingering magic on the obelisk, but not magic that I could identify. It was
I'm not
beyond
a
the
magical
scope.
person. I don't really dabble in it, nor have I ever seen it. Or I know Mikhail talk about auras and things, and that all means nothing to me. Magic happens. I see what the normal eyes see, perhaps a bit more clearly, but not magic themselves or whatever. It's just this. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
The only
the best
person
I
I think that might have any insight into what you're saying would be somebody who saw the obelisk before it's in its current state. I'm no young lady, but Zender, the founder, perhaps he has some insight. Though these days he spends more time sleeping and isn't quite himself. Age eventually takes us all, doesn't it? Xander would be able to potentially have answers. Though I know you have plans to not stay in the town for terribly long. He might not be available before you leave. He probably won't be available before you leave for such an in-depth conversation. Please understand, he's on his 15th decade.
Jeez.
Would he be available at all tomorrow?
I do not believe so. He is in a current moment of decline. His mind is sometimes his, but often is not. I would say if he is in a moment of lucidity and I am around to speak with him, I'll inquire on your behalf. And if you're around, I'd be happy to invite you. But again, those moments are fleeting and becoming far less frequent.
This could be nothing, but this could be vitally important information.
I understand.
If there's any way to influence this.
There is not. The mind is what it is.
Are we, or more specifically, at Koa, would he be allowed to go pray at the obelisk?
Of course. That is to not pray at the obelisk is borderline sacrilege. She says playfully.
I'll make sure to stop by. But perhaps in the meantime, that would be a good use of your time. We've come all the way here.
Yes.
Or more pointedly, more accurately, what I was going to say before, there was interest in coming to the library. Perhaps you can find some of the answers to your questions or formulate new questions in there.
I'll certainly spend some time in it. I'll go check on Aldo first, but
we do use congressional practices in the library. So, no open flames, low voices, preferably little to no speech at all. There are a few side rooms that you can use with doors that close, so you can have the details in there. For the lights that you're using, there are a couple of trinkets in there that's allow you to have light. But beyond that, we do have lanterns where the flame is completely encased, so that you can we don't have to worry about you accidentally setting aflame a book and what have you.
Of course. Great. No, that's fantastic. That's more of what I'm used to, really. I've been in a library since I left home.
Oh, it's not going to be as robust as what you had back at the university, but I think you may be satisfied with what you find there.
It is a port in a storm of ignorance. I will be satisfied.
I resemble that ignorance.
Oh, Koa.
I likely do.
You have free access to the library. In less than an hour's time, the whole town will know of the what had transpired here, and people will understand what that means. Nobody's going to question you. If your intention was to go and speak with your companion, perhaps doing that first. That way, I don't need to accompany you to the library, and then you would have all of your freedoms again shortly after the ending of the ceremony, anyways.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the plan. Thank you for your time.
She nods. Oh, one last thing. If you are in the library, assuming that's where you're going to go next, if you see anybody walking around in simple gray robes, she realizes probably the easiest way to describe it. Robes that almost look dusty. Those are the individuals to ask if you have questions, where to find things, how it's sorted, etc., etc. They're the ones that are best to assist you. Others will be willing to assist, but it's their responsibility.
Okay, I'll make sure to direct their questions to the right people. And
then, with that, she says, "Please feel free to find me if you have any questions. I'd be more than happy to meet with you as long as I have the freedom of time to do so."
He just gives a quick bow.
Yep. And then with that, you guys can leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna go pee, giving you guys a moment to RP with one another, and then talk to Aldo if you like.
Well, I guess we're friends of Vigil now.
It's a bittersweet with Aldo saying no.
I guess. To be honest, I was still a little on the fence. I wanted to... kind of show some solidarity with him. But at the same time, I was worried that if I didn't sign, then you definitely wouldn't. And I agree with him. I mean, he didn't come out and necessarily say it, but I think he really wanted to make sure you signed as well. Just because, I mean, you're really why we're here, right?
Well,
and
you
it's clearly
found the
something
people
you
in
want.
Town. It wasn't me.
Yeah, but I found them because of what you were seeking. I would never have asked those questions. Well, I mean, I might have eventually, right? But not with the same sincerity, just on some scholarly things. This is a bit different. I mean, we'll get to ask him in a moment, but I didn't want it to be a situation where, I pull away and then you pull away and then now he feels like we did it and it was sort of his fault you didn't get what you were after.
I'm sure there are other ways to get information, but I'm not sure what I would have done. I wanted so badly to sign because I do feel as though the Martyr has led me here in one way or another, and she is here, at least was, or physically the body that she left behind. Whatever it is that happened. The shimmer was strange, seeing through the ground almost. I didn't see like a
see
body or
anything
anything
under it? No?
Just this It was like the stone and this shimmering light was all.
Yeah. I mean,
I need to
look,
speak
you
with
got to
this Xander
sign.
about it.
Oh, maybe, but if he's not available, like, I don't know, you feel like you got to sign praying all the way in Hod Gwen. Maybe you get a better one here, even if you're just showing your respects or praying homage or paying homage.
These people could potentially help us with breaking the curses. They're capable. They could maybe hold their own at one of the keeps. Maybe. But we'd have
Maybe
to tell them.
we would, and we don't have a complete enough picture to do that in a safe way yet.
No, but even the prayer that led me here, I talked about so many different things. I need to find a way to help Guinevere, especially if she's carrying our child. The souls below Hot Gwen. We have no idea how to handle that. Even breaking the curses themselves, there's 3 of us. We have to do them all within who knows how short of a time period, or 1 month, or 3 of them within however short of a period.
Yeah,
We have to be able to depend on people, and I'm not saying we trust these people. We don't know them at all, but these are the first people that have seemed equipped enough to be able to actually handle themselves in a scrap. This isn't
it's
just a person begging for coin or sitting in a tavern that all of a sudden we're handing a sword and say fight Beltran. These are people that train and can hold their own. And
yeah.
with who knows what is Wraithblade, but the other 2, sending anyone else there would end a disaster.
This I'm not going to say this gracefully, but the folks here are they're a piece on the board, you know, in their allies, that kind of thing. We don't necessarily know all that we can ask of them, but they do have an investment in what we're trying to accomplish.
Even if they
That's
want to
what we
help
know
with
now.
Beltran, they don't know the extent of what's going on because they don't know about the sword or anything else.
Of course. But I'm saying this because these are the things we know now. That is our information. But we have a task. I don't think this changes what we set out to do. It can augment some decisions later. Maybe it gives you some insight. But I don't think this changes our immediate plans.
It just makes it hard to get useful information whenever I can't even ask a full question because I'm keeping information that might be crucial to the answer.
Yeah, it does.
So how am I supposed to utilize this information if I can't fully even ask my questions?
Like, which piece of information is it that you're stuck on?
Guinevere trusted me with her condition, and I've already divulged it to you and Aldo, but I'm not sure she wishes me to go sharing it around the whole world. But yet, how do I help her if I don't ask people that might know? How do I ask about what to do with this knowledge I'm seeking for Venny whenever it could be to do with liberating people stuck in an ooze that from a curse that happened 700 years ago with a ghost man we speak to that we also can't tell anybody about it? How do you formulate that into a question without divulging anything?
Oh, you mean if you do talk to this Xander guy? They made it sound like that's pretty unlikely to happen while we're here.
But if it does, even if it doesn't, someone at the library. What if there's information here and we're so busy walking on eggshells that we don't get the information because we don't ask the question the right way to let someone know what they're helping with?
I can worry about the library part. I mean, seeking specific information doesn't necessarily divulge the purpose of it, just possibilities. For the other stuff, that's something we have to be with Aldo to discuss anyway.
I don't disagree. I'm just expressing it now in case I can't formulate the words properly later.
Like, I
I'm
think if you're, especially if you're relatively isolated, talking to a man who has bouts of, I won't say insanity, that's not, who is only occasionally lucid, I don't think divulging things is the I don't think it's quite the breach of our privacy and our secrecy that it would normally be.
This is a group
Other
that's
things he
already given
says
us a
could
great
be.
amount of trust, whether it's with the scroll or not. We know that. I mean, Aldo knows their location, and he's not bound to anything. They already know that we know where they are. We know who could possibly hurt them. There's a lot of trust, even if we did sign something.
There is. They
There is a
have
lot that
buy-in
they
to
have
that.
given us.
There is, but there's also buy-in to that, right? There's a reason. It's not just out of the kindness of their hearts. Not that they're not being kind. Don't get me wrong.
No, sure.
But they even told us this is desperate times.
And for us, it would be the same.
I don't want to be under bonds of desperation.
No. But I'm tired, Mikhail. I'm tired of people suffering. I'm tired of Guinevere suffering. I'm tired of not knowing what to do.
That's why I keep saying task at hand, Koa.
Well, task at hand is we could potentially get help or answers here.
Task at hand is I think you go pray at that obelisk. Maybe nothing comes of it, but heck, I wouldn't have thought something would come of the other one. You didn't either. You just asked.
What if I'm losing my mind? What if there's never been any sign at all?
well, then we explore the other avenues. We did get here. There are benefits. But I don't know. If we can play the what if game all day and we'll come out crazier. We'll have learned nothing. Maybe you feel something. Maybe you get another sign that leads us to another place. Who knows? I think do that. Don't even start asking all these other questions. Well, let something out. I mean, how many people always pray just to get peace of mind? You let out your stresses. Let the gods have them for a bit.
I need to. I need to be able to focus on what we're working on, and all I can think about is Guinevere and a potential baby.
Well, they aren't giving you a time limit. You can do both.
There might be one for her.
No, I mean you can be over there at that obelisk praying your heart out for whatever else. I don't know what it all will accomplish. Maybe you'll feel better. Maybe you'll get a sign. Maybe it just helps you clear your thoughts or put them together in a better way, like meditation or something. But you look, I'm gonna do it too. Not at the same time. But just because we're here.
I'm
This is
not saying
maybe a
there's no
holy
value
sight.
in prayer. I'm just saying there's also value in the people here and what they could potentially offer.
And you don't have access to one of them right now.
No, I'm not highly focused on that one. I'm just saying when we talk to Aldo, I want to know where you stand on the fact that we could potentially have someone help us with one of these keeps.
My stance on that, on exploring, trying to deploy people to one of them, is that I still think we wait. We're headed to a keep now. The information we have is going to change. I think
Are we
on
going to
the way
violate our
back,
oath by just speaking to the Elder? He just learns things from us being there.
I don't think so. I think the way that a lot of that type of thing works, it's not all about intent, but it factors. Well, we can't outright tell him the location of this place, but if we mention the name and he knows of it, which would be odd, that's his information.
I wouldn't mention the name of this place, but like if we learn anything about the Martyr here, that's information I need him to fill in gaps on, I'm sure.
To be clear,
Well,
you can talk about the martyr's grave without talking about Vigil.
its location and Vigil, yeah.
Oh, sure. I just more of like he learns more about her here.
Yeah. Which is his knowledge. That's not you giving it to him. That's his whatever connections extrapolating it. That'd be like if you discussed it and then someone else went and did their own research or, pulled the information together and figured something out. That's
Yes,
not
but
on
for all
you
we
just
know,
because
he
you gave him a thread to
pulls
pull.
the information from our minds because that's how he seems to get stronger. I don't know.
All right, and then it breaks a scroll case and we come back and say, hey, someone read our minds, and if they don't like that, then what was going to change? Were we never going to talk to the
There
Elder
is
again?
somebody who can read our minds.
I know.
Two now, I guess. I think. Kind of.
Okay, well, one of them we're not in front of right now, Koa. You're pulling in too many things.
We
Okay,
think she could look like anyone.
you're doing it again. All right, what's your next? After we talk to Aldo, okay, and to
I
be
will go
clear,
to the obelisk and pray,
excellent.
and then I will
And
eat
to
a
be
meal and
clear,
sleep.
I'm not getting into a discussion of whether we tell them about all these keeps and how they can go help us break curses. I'm not doing that right now.
I
So we're
know.
going to one next.
I understand.
On the way back, I think that's when we can have that discussion because we'll have a lot different, maybe a lot more information by then.
I certainly hope so.
Even if all we learn is that we still have a bunch of blank spaces, that's still an opportunity to ask for help. At least we know exactly what we're asking for help with.
Right. After you.
Go inside. Aldo?
Somehow Aldo's already drunk with Rafik. Just kidding.
They're both on the table now.
When you guys walk in, Aldo's just kind of like he's just sitting at the table, feet up, and I leaned back a bit, and he just looks at you guys as you just walk in.
Hey, you know we wouldn't have signed it if you were against it, right?
Yeah, it does make it difficult. Yeah, I don't know. I just you know, you get what I said to them. This place is exactly what I said it is.
I don't think it's
Yeah, you
as
had me
bad.
convinced. Yeah,
It's got its issues, but I don't think it's that bad.
yeah.
They already drank the Kool-Aid after you left. They're
Mhm.
fucking ladling it out right after you left.
That's
I
right.
already didn't think it was that bad. Something's different. But yeah, Mikhail will come and sit down at the table as well. He's like, I don't know. I still feel about the same. I guess maybe we all feel about the same. I honestly, well, heck, I might feel a little bit better now.
I don't have the luxury of thinking about how I feel about it. I feel like I was guided here, and there's so much weight.
That's the only reason I didn't really speak against it, Koa, because I knew you would have regretted it if we left, and I knew it was important to you, and you needed, at least you think you needed to be here. So look, I don't begrudge you for what you both did, but I don't agree. It's just simple as that.
Yeah. I wanted to show some solidarity, like I was telling Koa, but I figured if I didn't, then he wouldn't. And
I would have stood with you like I said I would.
I know you would have. That's why I said what I said. At the end, it was up to you, and I knew that. You know, I knew where it would be.
yeah,
At least now you can't blame me for like hindering you, right?
As I said, I don't even know if you were there for that part. We've disagreed on a lot of things, and each of us has pissed off the others at a point or another, but I think those have led to wiser decisions and more formulated outcomes, and when it matters, we do come together. So,
Yeah, what I was thinking, Koa. If the information you find out here, if it is pertinent to the keeps, how do we handle that?
as I told them, if it's something that will potentially make a difference, I will break the oath, and I will face whatever consequences that it leads to.
yep. It's pretty much where we sit.
Yeah. They ask you anything in return? Oh wait, don't say anything. No.
Well, the basic answer is still no.
Yeah.
They're just looking after themselves. I'm assuming they have a lot of enemies.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it seems a little more than that.
We should have asked about their enemies. They've got to have some. I mean, considering.
If we did ask, we couldn't tell at this point, but
True, but I mean, at least some of us would know. And he would know that we would know. And
is it
just
breaking the
depend
oath to
on
tell
that.
him that we don't know?
No.
Good.
Listen,
Don't
nope,
tempt me. I'm really trying not to. Not to.
Unraveling an entire city's secrets with just a signature? I can't imagine how you'd be tempted.
Mm. Well, what's the plans now? Right, I've obviously under house arrest, more or less, right? So, what are you
I'm
guys
being sent to a
planning on
graveyard, and
doing?
Mikhail's gonna go read a book.
more than a book. I'm gonna go to the library and see what I can find. Koa is
Yeah.
going to the obelisk. Then after that, I don't know if he'll come join me or he'll come back here. He'll get to decide that. You can move around the city, but you have to have an escort, sadly. Or,
Yeah,
Not one of
okay.
us, because we're not from here.
yeah, we're just
Yeah.
friends.
You are just beholden to them, though.
Can't tell anybody where the place is or any of that stuff, but
For the stakes, to me, it was a small price to pay.
yep.
Hmm.
We're not on any mission or anything from them. That would have
Yeah.
changed things.
You see, that's a part I really didn't like at the end of there, and that's what's weirdly enough. There was this part of me that was like, just just go along with the group. But the moment they started saying like, well, it's gonna make things hard for you if you don't sign and trying to manipulate the situation, that was it. I was done there.
Yeah. I think if Casimir wasn't there, you probably would have signed.
Nah, he's like a prick, right? But
Yeah.
the other, I don't know. I don't have a fear. Like there was some underhandedness I feel going on there. I don't know the situation, but there was something they weren't telling, and it was putting me off.
Yeah. I mean,
But we can
at the
ask
end of the
about
day,
it. We
they're
just
still
can't tell
people.
you.
Yeah.
I don't really want to know any more about this place. I'd be happy to see, the end of it. I don't wish to come back. But yeah, right. Like I said, if it's, I mean, it's all on you guys now, right? If there's something that you find out that, you know, about the curses or anything like that, it'll make things difficult. But I know, I mean, I guess you guys said where you stand, right? So I don't want to know any of the secrets of Vigil or its people. I really don't
Yeah.
care.
It gets
But the
more
other stuff,
complicated when
if you
it
find
comes
out something,
to.
right?
Yes,
That's
that's where
gonna
it gets
be,
complicated.
Yeah.
yeah.
And if those things don't specifically connect to Vigil, I think that's where the wiggle room is but if it's things with the keeps that are specifically tied to this place, then therein lies the difficulty. But like I said, life's difficult. Shit happens.
Yeah.
We're
We
not
gotta.
discussing this right now or making a decision, but I did pose to Mikhail, and I want it to be something on the back of our minds. The stuff with Beltrin, this sword, if it means we have to break a curse, and we potentially could break 3 simultaneously, I don't know how we get back and forth so easily, but if we do need help, especially with fighting something, people here are more equipped than most to handle themselves in a fight.
What are you saying? Speak plainly or not at all, Koa? You know?
I'm saying if we have to put someone on the line to risk, I'd rather put someone who's trained and can defend themselves and can handle themselves in combat. And if we have to run from one keep to another, having a group of trained soldiers to help fight undead or stupid little tree creatures is better than either no one at all or someone who isn't equipped to handle themselves.
And you're saying you want their help breaking the curses.
I'm saying at least we should consider the fact that they might be able to help. I don't know.
You think he turns to Mikhail? You think they'd sign like a a document that was, a magic document about being friends of the valiant few. So whatever we tell them, they can't speak about to other people. Think you
I don't
just
know.
rig one of them up?
Maybe
Interesting, right?
something to think about.
Yeah. Look, my position hasn't changed on that. And Koa, like you're the chosen one, right? You're feeling these things. You think the chosen one needs help from all these other people. You think you're supposed to do it.
Chosen ones. You've seen the Elder, and you, the one who rode Alcimia.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
Yeah, I did. I did write Alcimia. That was the thing.
So
Yep. 2 legendary.
we are the valiant few,
heroes
not the
and their
valiant one.
bard.
Yeah, well, not the valiant group either.
No, but
My
being on
my
allies,
stance
I
on
think.
it was just that it's worth a consideration, but it really doesn't factor into our immediate plans.
No.
We're headed to a keep, and we're gonna get other answers. So
Yeah.
whatever plans on who we're going to enlist for help, I think wait till after that, till we have more facts, more experiences.
A lot of the time, too, though, remember, help is not free. You'll owe something for any assistance. You know what I mean?
No, but
Might
if
not
what
tell
they
you in the
want
moment,
is
but
peace and security and stability and that sort of
that's
thing,
what
then
everyone wants, right, Koa? You know what I mean?
yes, but they
That's
might be
all.
willing to pay
That's
the
all
price for
everyone
it.
wants.
It's different here, though.
I don't think it is. I think it's their way or the highway, and really, it's kind of proof of that, right?
I'm just
It's
saying they took action when it came to standing up for what they believed in. They came here, and if that way of life is threatened by something, I think they'll
Did you
defend it.
not notice with Casimir though, with his strategic planning and how he was drilling us and this and that? What
Yeah.
is their strategic plan? To they're worried about Hod Gwen or whatever, but their plan is to stay here and do nothing and just let the things go by as they always have.
I don't think so, but we didn't quite get that far.
Well, they've done nothing up until now.
The I don't think this place was always this size.
Hmm.
Yeah.
We can ask, but unfortunately, I don't think we can tell you our findings. But it is something that's
well,
on our minds.
Yeah.
I don't
Figuring out who
know.
their enemies are would be good. If they have any other allies that we can actually utilize or at least depend on, that'd be good.
If I'm
Either way,
being
I think we're stuck
forthright,
here for a day. Oh, go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
that's fine. Don't. It's weird to say, but like, don't get too much information, if that makes sense. Because if you start asking a million different questions and a million different things, especially with things that don't really matter, we can't talk about anything, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
And I
And
mean,
then,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
that
ask you what
becomes.
happens at with the martyr. You know what I mean? I'm just, it's up to you what the go is there. But like, I don't know.
I'll try to find out what I'm allowed to divulge. If anything or if everything.
Oh, well,
If
I
it's
gotta put my
important,
trust
you
in
know
you
I'll
too,
share it
right?
with you.
Mm.
Yeah. Yep. Don't worry. We'll. I guess I'll go read a book.
Yeah, right. Well, as long as I don't see you two scheming in the camp light when we move, it would be fun.
Yeah.
We will be doing
We'll
some
both.
scheming.
Maybe a bit.
Well, you know, can't fault me if I try and listen in.
If it
You're
forces
just a
our
let us
oaths
catch
to
you.
break, then yes, I would fault you. Forgive you, yes, but fault you in the moment.
He just gives you a smile.
Hmm.
All right, one more day.
I think, yeah. That'll give us time to do our bit of research here. We can stock up, rest, and we head out. Right?
Yes.
All right, well, get to praying.
Um, want anything while we're out, Aldo?
Nope.
Okay.
I think Mikhail can tell you how many books he reads, not which ones.
I don't think I've smelled a whiff of alcohol since we've been here.
Well, there was our supply, but we exhausted that.
Yes, we
I was
we
gonna say I didn't have
exhausted
any.
that collectively and equally.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll see if they've got probably nothing, but someone's got to have a stash, right?
What if we piss in
Yeah,
the
I
water
don't
skin and you make it taste
trust
like
you
wine
there.
and we give it to Aldo?
All right.
I'll taste it first. So then
The last thing I need is to get drunk and walk out and try and, slip past the guards or something. I don't make the best decision sometimes when I'm really drunk, right?
True. Yeah. I don't have any
So,
interesting books.
let's
They all got
just-
stolen, or I'd leave you one.
Let's just get this over and done with so we can get away from here and stop worrying about what we can and can't talk about.
All right. I just feel bad leaving you to be bored in the house arrest situation.
I don't.
Well,
You
I
gave
didn't
me
want
a
to come here in the
caution
first place.
He'll start his way out.
Perhaps whip yourself into some push-ups.
Maybe.
If you know the rules around the spell Tears to Wine, and then the Spirit of Soiling Green, they literally juice dead bodies
Still on about that?
and cast Tears to
Like
Wine
30
on
minutes
it.
of RP and you're still on about Soylent Green?
We're just getting him some alcohol.
We have Tears to Wine.
There you go. Juice some dead bodies.
Well, we're not doing that. Why would we do that, Scott? We're not idiots.
Would you like a sip of the Martyr?
Oh, I still got that blood drink.
I think she might be dried out by now. 700 plus years of husk.
Can you prestidigitation some juice back in?
Yo, I got that Perrin blood drink. That might be mildly alcoholic. Probably
Wait, if she's
not.
been rotting in the same spot for a while, could you
Listen.
use your repair on her, like her hand or something?
I think it's prayer time, right?
Yeah, Mikhail's already left. I'm just on
Yeah, great. All
the
right.
same bullshit Scott's on, I guess.
I guess I'm going to the obelisk.
Okay. Keegan, where are you going?
The library.
So my
library.
apologies. So you are going to the library. So I'm going to keep this short. We won't approach it this session, as Wade's about to go do something else. When we get to the library, you are very happy with the library items they have in stock. Shortly after being there, say 20, 30 minutes after being there, like, wait a second. Let me go look. And you go and try to see if they have any copies of what's that collection called? The Mull Encyclopedia.
Yeah.
And they have every book.
I thought it was Sex on the Ice or whatever that a molten porn was.
Level the ice wall. Is that what it was?
That was it.
That's in
Yeah.
Vanessa's personal collection.
Well, I don't know how we would know that.
So anyways,
We're allowed to go
I
in their
haven't
houses,
even
just
mailed
not
my
their
professor
bedrooms.
back yet.
What if we just go stand in people's houses outside their bedrooms like, I'm not in your bedroom. I'm not in your bedroom.
Right. Just dancing around outside their bedroom.
so
We'll be
It's
outside
like-
of Vigil an hour later. I don't know what went wrong. We were
Candy Man finds us like just eating a bag of chips on his couch. What's his name?
Casimir or whatever. Yeah. Casimir.
Candy Man.
Like, yeah, we're welcome in your house,
Chamomile.
not your bedroom, right?
It's Casimir
Candyman.
So anyways, so
Anyway,
Keegan, you do find the Mull Encyclopedia there. They do have
They have
every
all of them.
copy, and the copies are in great shape, easily worked through, so on and so forth. It's they clearly had see if they have a full collection over the course of many years. They were able to work their way towards a full collection of like well-maintained, high-quality books. Each one of these books is probably worth 2 to 3 dozen gold pieces because they're each
There's
in
more than
great
that, aren't
shape.
they?
I think more than that, yeah.
There was a lot more than that. They're in great shape.
No, so the like mint conditions like 40 gold or whatever, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But either way, you get the idea. So they have those books there readily available for you to read if you wanted to, as well as other books and blah 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 blah. Cool. Let's go to Wade. So Wade, you were walking down to the graveyard.
Yeah, I just got to figure out if this is I'll let you describe the scene.
You go walking down to the graveyard. It's evening time. The sun is all but completely set. The sky is dark, aside from off in the western distance. Where you can see there's no trees immediately over the town, right? But there's obviously the forest, to the west as well. There's a little bit of color left in the sky over there, so a little bit of pinks and oranges and whatnot. But directly overhead is that midnight blue. Maybe a little bit lighter, but otherwise a midnight blue that's overhead. It is dark there. However, around the town, there's a few torches, or not torches, sorry, what are they called? Like torches or whatever, lit, or like lampposts, if you will, lit up at a couple areas around town. It is not a city, right? This isn't a metropolitan area, so they don't have many of them. They just have a few periodically here and there to make it so that there's enough light cast that Perrin eyes can easily see throughout the area. As a matter of fact, for you, Wade, for Koa, he can easily navigate throughout the town. One, he got familiar with it, earlier this day, and two, again, where the strategically located lampposts are everywhere make it easy. When you get to the actual graveyard itself, they don't have lampposts here. Instead, over by the obelisk, there's a few candles that are lit there. Your character doesn't know this, but like in the meta, these are I forget how they do it, like what material they use, but these are longer, slower burning candles. Like the wax burns a bit slower, so you can imagine like these probably burn for like a solid 4 or 5 hours before they burn out in the middle of the night, as opposed to typical candles just burn out in like an hour or so, right? So anyways, they have candles that are set there, so just around the obelisk itself there's some light that's being cast there. For eyes like Aldo or Mikhail, they would just see like a little flickering off in the distance. For you, you can see the obelisk. A combination of the starlight overhead and the candles there, it stands out obviously to your eyes, Koa. When you go walking towards it, there's nobody else in the graveyard. There's nobody else nearby. It's not like there's a guard posted inside that place or anything, and there's nobody else that are down there paying their honors to anybody dead. At least not right now. So, as Koa approaches, he realizes he's alone.
Do I see that shimmer again?
Great question. You walk over, you do not immediately see the shimmer.
Kind of looking around again, just not expecting to see anything around, but just wondering if he was crazy, if he really did see whatever he thought he saw earlier. He'll kind of just look to see if anything else does stand out around him, I guess.
Not immediately, no. And not if you spend a minute or so either.
Okay. I Wade here. I'm debating on whether this is another like hero point-esque moment, because this is like the place. So I'm debating that internally at the moment. I've used one and I really loved my rock. But like I'm hoping maybe this time finding like a skateboard or something would be cool.
It's up to you, man.
You don't necessarily have to use a hero
This
point.
is up to you.
You can just roll the.
I know, but I did last time. It would be a slightly different focus.
Because you can choose after you roll the die whether or not you want to use a hero point for insight or whatever.
I don't even know what die I'd be rolling. I didn't roll last time.
He's rolling a check. Yeah.
You're doing a prayer. I assume you're doing a prayer.
Yeah, but I did that last time. I didn't roll anything. I just used it.
Because last time you just said, I'm spending a hero point for insight. As opposed to this time, which is getting on your knees or however you choose to prostrate yourself and doing your prayer or what have you. Either way, you don't have to choose to spend a hero point before you do X, Y, or Z.
Well, you do if you want a +8 or for insight. I didn't know I was rolling to... What do you roll to pray?
It's just knowledge religion for like putting together the right prayer. Or, Wade, you can go ahead if you have checks I usually use to supplement role play. Or
can I mount the gravestone and use ride?
Unless you want to actually mouth out a prayer and see where things go. Did you pre-write one?
I will tell you, my knowledge religion has no check mark and no ranks.
Did you pre-write one this time? I think you did last time.
I did not pre-write one this time.
Okay, so if you go to chatgpt.com, you can go ahead and
I am good enough with words, but I don't think I need to worry about it. Knowledge religion. What else did you say I could do other than knowledge religion?
Intimidate.
I did not say otherwise.
Oh, I thought you said, or you can use one of your blah 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 blah. Okay. +8 on a knowledge religion. If I have to roll that, does it matter that it's unranked or unchecked?
Technically speaking, if you don't have a rank in a knowledge skill, you cap out at 10.
That makes sense if you're trying to remember or learn something, but to say a prayer is kind of weird.
Yeah, that's where using knowledge is not necessarily the right skill. It'd just be like a charisma check, if you will.
Diplomacy.
So he's not actually capped at 10.
So he's not
For
actually
whatever
capped at
this
10,
is.
correct?
Okay.
Okay, so actually using a hero to get like a +8 would be useful if I have to roll knowledge religion. Potentially.
You're
Yeah.
capped at 10. You can get an 89, but it's capped at 10.
I just asked that. You
If
said
it's
he's
a
not actually
knowledge,
capped at
if
10.
it's knowledge religion, he said, Keegan.
To say a prayer.
Yeah, not a
Yeah.
charisma check, Keegan. That you have no cap with a charisma check. You would have a cap with knowledge religion.
I was talking about knowledge religion because it's an atypical use. He's not.
Oh, that's why I said a charisma check for not
Oh.
using knowledge religion. And I think it's also
Oh.
better for him. I think he actually has a mod for charisma, whereas he doesn't for intelligence.
Flat charisma? No.
Do you, oh,
Diplomacy, yeah.
He has a mod for
Yeah.
diplomacy.
Charisma's a
yeah.
10. So
yeah.
it's a
Oh,
+0.
gotcha. So it's the same thing as rolling knowledge religion, but without a cap at 10.
Well, knowledge religion has a 1 for whatever reason.
Because you
I
have
guess
an
my
intelligence
int
mod.
is 1, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would use the hero point for a +8 in this.
I think if you're gonna spend a hero point, just do it for insight again.
Yeah. But you can
I
always
didn't know
just
you were
try
gonna have to roll
praying
it.
and seeing where things go from there first.
True. Rather
Hold
than
on to your
rolling
rock
anything,
while
just
you
pray.
do it.
You
Would
were
you guys-
guided here.
Would you guys recommend, if I'm going to pray, trying to hit the 10 and capping, or using charisma and just seeing where it lands?
I would say just RP out your prayer.
Okay.
Don't worry about a roll or whatever. And then if Scott decides to Scott this and give you nothing or give you another rock, then you can use your hero point for insight at that point. Because he can't. That's not a roll. He can't be like, no, you can't. You
Listen.
can just use it at that point.
That's literally the martyr saying, "You rock."
I brought you here to... Oh, God, that's what you said? Nah, you're done.
Okay, yeah. Just come serve Lady Arabelle. She'd never.
Take a moment to compose your thoughts, Wade. Is Claude? I think Claude is another one. Or is that specifically for developing?
It's a different LLM, basically.
All right. So Koa will, if it's a normal prayer stance, like Christianity prayer, he'll get down to whatever that.
Whatever
stance
makes
is.
sense for you. I think we agreed that with the martyr, it is similar because literally Jesus is a martyr, and so
Sure. If that's what's
Yeah.
standard, then Koa will do that. Martyr, Vinny, if I may be so bold, I speak to you again from a different perspective. I choose to believe that after I spoke to you last, you gave me a sign of sorts. And I've tried to follow and learn and understand. And ultimately, it's led me to where I believe your mortal body was left behind. I don't know if this place has any meaning to you anymore, or if it ever really did, as I see you much larger than just a body. As hope for an entire nation, really. And I come to you again in that hope that perhaps following your guidance will continue to lead me to some answers. an experiment happened that I assume you're aware of. I don't know how it all works, but we know people are stuck. They aren't aware of it at the time, but they're stuck in that ooze beneath Hot Gwen. And one of them is now part of another creature, and it's a whole complicated thing that's a bit beyond my understanding. I'm sure you know, but it brings some more urgency to the fact that we want to help those people, liberate them from that awful condition they're stuck in, that prison. I've also since learned that there's a chance my fiance is carrying our child. She has an ailment which I described before is beyond my understanding as well, but she wants to be able to help people, her people, people of Adir, everybody. She's dedicated her life toward healing and trying to help, while her body continues to imprison and fail her. And I wish desperately to see her helped, relieved, and healed of what she's experiencing. I believe that everything you stood for, is important. I follow you for a reason. My companion Aldo had a vision in which he thought maybe you were in it, along with a man named Nankaro?
Nankaro, yeah.
Nankaro. And I don't know if who he is to you. We think perhaps he speaks to us as a spirit in these keeps that we've been going to, these ruins throughout Adir. I hope what we're doing is in following with the spirit of what you did in life. I hope that we're helping people. I hope that we're breaking this curse and bringing peace to ending slavery and suffering. But I need your help or your guidance. I think it is a strength to lean on those around you to help that you know when you need help and to admit that you need that. And all of this is beyond me. It's bigger than me and it's more important than me. And whatever you ask of me, if you can help me help those trapped, the people currently living in Adir that are suffering, Guinevere, I offer myself. I'm willing to sacrifice myself, to martyr myself, if that's what it takes. And I'm assuming that's how you felt as well. I'm not sure what to believe as far as whether you are mortal or not, or which name to call you, and I never mean to offend. A bit dense on a lot of things. But I do care, and all of this is just me trying to learn to understand because I want to help people. I think it's my purpose. And I choose to believe it is, whether it is or isn't. And I'm going to keep trying. Thank you for your time again, Martyr. I'll kind of like nod and stand up.
Okay. So first, real quick, we're gonna go. It's combat music for you.
Can I just keep praying till I can take a 20?
What was that?
I'll just keep praying long enough to take a 20. Is that cool?
Yeah, no. You're good. Okay,
I'll
so
word it out. I will filibuster this shit.
oh, we're gonna go to bed. All right, so what ends up happening? So let me make sure it's not this one. Right, cool. So, what happens is after you're done saying this prayer, nothing immediately happens afterwards, right? You don't get any like immediate like what is the word I'm looking for? Kind of like
Results.
Or whatever. Thank you
Reactions.
from your
Okay.
prayer or whatever that's going on there. To the point where like you actually almost have poor Koa is like losing a bit of like maybe growing aggravated or is kind of at the end of his rope, if you will. After he stood around for long enough that he's just like, I don't know, I'm not sure what's gonna happen here. And I don't mean like several minutes. I mean like minute and a half, whatever it is. You'll actually see a small glow will happen once again around you on the ground, right? But that glow kind of like comes up into the obelisk to the point where the obelisk itself seems to have like a small glow inside of it. That glow seems to grow closer, even though the obelisk is right there before you. It seems to grow both closer and larger until the glow kind of emerges from the obelisk itself, shedding while glowing like bright with almost like a yellowish white flame around it, illuminating it considerably, and from your eyes, illuminating the area around you as well, kind of like lighting it up very well. What you see is attack of opportunity catches you off guard in the middle. Oh, sorry. What you see is a flying metal kind of disc, if you will.
Aliens!
Size of a wagon wheel.
Oh.
And not spinning UFO style. A disc, a metal disc like this wagon wheel. It's kind of like floating before you again with this like burning yellow and white flame around it. That's like the image that you see that's there, and it kind of like appears before you. So again, it itself glows like at first with this like illumination that lights up the area around you, so you can kind of like see considerably. But then that illumination it diminishes considerably again, so that despite how big this thing is, it's barely giving off more light than a candle, which of course we all know in Koa's eyes is more than enough, right? This is not a small, again, the size of a wagon wheel, the size of it. What does Koa say?
A floating blue disc with blue and white flame around it. That's how you described it. Flame.
I said yellow and white flame.
Yellow and white flame. What was anything blue? Did I just invent blue?
Nope.
Yeah, okay. Yellow, white flame.
Yep. And so how does Koa react immediately upon seeing it?
He looks around to see if someone's around, like casting a spell at him at first, because it seems like magic. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, what to make of this. Martyr, if this is a sign, I thank you. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what it is.
The thing pulses slightly, and then shortly after it starts pulsing, it's giving off noises that themselves, the noises that you hear, are... There's no better way to describe it than truly angelic. Like the noises that you hear that are coming off of it are otherworldly in a way that to say that it is words, this is vocabulary, makes no sense. It's just the sounds that come off of this thing and the way that it's pulsing. It just has this radiance of unearthly, holy, energy to it. Despite that, what you're seeing and what you're hearing is collecting in your mind, almost like like a rainwater collector is collecting into your mind shortly afterwards as being thoughts or words or feelings that you can understand and put together in comprehensive, string of thoughts, if you will. So it's funny because as a thing speaks or pulses or whatever it is that it's doing, it's almost like if you watch a poorly dubbed movie, like it starts like pulsing and making noises, and then you understand it like a solid second later or whatever. It's like a really bad like 1950s dubbed film, you know. Anyways, so as this giving this pulsing, mind you, there's no eyes, there's no nose, no mouth, no any features like that. Again, it's just a metal disc that's there. It has these like flames around it. As it does this, it actually, even though the pulsing of it seems very energetic, like it seems very like, you know, bright and energetic and so on and so forth. It responds saying the martyr sends its blessings. So the martyr sends her blessings.
I can understand you now. That's great. Do we talk to each other?
Again, pulsing first, and then it says, "I can understand." Sorry. We can understand each other, and your prayers have been heard. You were chosen for this task.
Chosen. I've heard this word, but can you tell me more or help me accomplish it? I feel I will not give up, but I feel lost.
The sacrifice made by the martyr and countless others many years ago, that sacrifice has risen some, but unfortunately trapped others. The minds of many are bent in turmoil, the lands twisted in chaos and ruin, with curses that are locked here. The only way to alleviate all of these pains are to lift the curses. But this is something you already know. Again, as the thing like is pulsing with like a lot of energy, it also moves, kind of like spinning, not spinning like you take a coin and flick it and it spins in a circle, spinning like a wheel would spin, right? And it kind of sways back and forth slightly. As it speaks, it moves a lot more rapidly and erratically than when it stops and it's like listening, if you will.
Can I consult you often or here, or is this a one-time thing? I have so many questions that I don't know how to narrow them unless I'm forced to.
Speak your questions.
Breaking the curses, we're working on it. But to break the curse in Hot Gwen requires, I think, expelling the souls outward. We don't know what that would do. We don't wish to unleash some water elemental with souls trapped on it into the river.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement, right?
It's a Koa question.
Yeah. I was. That's why I was waiting. I was like, that wasn't a question. So it responds and says, "It's unfortunate, which happened to so many thousands of people many years ago, and how much suffering there continues to be in their inability to move on to the next phase. Those souls were joined together, were combined through alchemy. Through alchemy, they can be separated."
Through alchemy. The Mole Encyclopedia? The Alchemy of the Mole, or something else?
It kind of like spins and whatnot in such a way as to, it doesn't have a definitive answer, because this creature that's before you, which is an otherworldly creature, that doesn't mean they know all of the answers. Right. They're messengers, right?
That's fair.
But it gives you like so it doesn't like be like, I don't know. What it does is it gives off like this flickering of light in these spins and whatnot that just makes Koa feel encouraged to discover the answer on his own. Like, that is my quest. This is the what I must discover.
On a more personal and selfish note, Guinevere, how can I help her? It weighs on me. It distracts me, obviously. I'm justifying and rationalizing asking for help on an individual, but
Your beloved, Guinevere, is trapped in a nightmare of her own making. Once released from those bonds, only then can she starts to find a way to heal.
That's very vague. Should I tell her that?
I mean, that question, should I tell her that? There's just, yeah, because that was your question. It gives spins and flashes of encouragement.
Her own making. I thought it was something inherited from her mother. I thought her mother had this and she was born and developed it, and her father did some kind of experiments and such. I don't understand how she could have made this herself.
Search deep.
Deep. Right. Deep. I'm not going to ask what deep means to you, but I'm not sure what deep means at the moment. The one we call the Elder, is he the one from Aldo's vision that had great magical power and fought with? Should I call her Venny or the Martyr? I don't really know which name to use. I don't want to be disrespectful. As I know it's a bunch of questions at once, but I ramble sometimes.
Names are words mortals use to carry meaning. It's not the name that you use, but the meaning behind it that matters. You hold reverence in your heart and your mind in the way that you form the words. The word you choose to use doesn't matter. The meaning is carried. Yes, the name of this elder, as you refer to him, that is her brother in life, in a time of mortal living. He is trapped, captured just as she is by this curse.
Okay, well, obviously we will try to help him as well. I'm assuming that's a good thing to do. I just don't know if he'll be freed if we break 3 curses, if we have to find all 7. We don't know the location of the last keep. We only know of, I think, 6. I'm a bit overwhelmed. I wasn't really expecting... Last time I just saw a rock, and this time there's all of this going on, and I'm not exactly a magical... I'm rambling again. Is there anything else you can tell me? Any guidance? Any location? Anything I should be doing in particular that would help? Questions I'm not smart enough to ask.
It's funny. Usually, like, dealing with a creature like this, it's meant to be calming. It's meant to be soothing. This particular creature is very high energetic and talkative. So it's like, it does not help to soothe Koa, who's already kind of like all in his own shit at the moment.
Koa's like, last time I saw
like
a rock. This is a lot more than a rock.
Indeed it is. And so you like, so sorry, to repose your question, you're more or less just saying, hey, I'm lost, where's north?
In a Koa sort of way, yeah. He's like, I'm sure I had more coherent questions to ask, but like, I'm talking to someone who represents a goddess I worship, and I'm a little like out above my pay grade here.
You were chosen to walk this path, and it's your path to choose where to go. It is not my place to tell you how to accomplish this task or what steps need be taken next, but I'm happy to offer a bit of advice. Each one of the places that you choose to visit, each one of them is going to unlock more thoughts and memories to the martyr's brother. He can help you further and further as you go. He becomes more and more powerful as you go, but understands, while he is her brother, while he is trapped here, and he is equally a victim as he is equally a savior of those that were released, he is also a part of the curses. He is cursed, not just to stay, but as a part of the curse. As you go, decide how you're going to lift these curses, decide how you're going to free things, decide how all is going to be resolved. But you must choose your own path and how much further you will walk to accomplish this task.
I understand that, but when it comes to people that have been trapped for hundreds of years, souls that are on this plane that don't belong here, it's not right for me to make that decision, is it?
It doesn't respond. It's encouraging. Like, again, spins and lights and whatnot that are encouraging.
Well, I'm sure I'll be bothering you more because, well, I'm me. But I don't know how to express my gratitude. I hope you have the ability just to see inside and know that I'm very, very grateful for... what do I call you?
It spins and lights and whatnot that kind of like form an idea of what this thing is, but it's not a word that you can form as with a mortal mouth, right?
That's great.
It's actually easiest for you to put into, like, for me to give Wade something to say. It's Iophonite. Iophonite.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yes. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I've got sounds in my head of that. Great. Well, I hope we get to speak again. And if there's anything we do that is heading in a bad direction, I hope you warn us or stop us. But we will do our best. We're trying to do things the right way and do things right and help people. And that won't change.
The martyr is
Aldo's never
watching.
gonna-
She sees what it is that you're doing. She sees the efforts that you're there. In your time, in your critical time of turmoil, at the time where you need to make the most important decision, she'll be by your side.
That's the best I've felt so far during this, because man, oh man, is that a scary proposition. Thank you. Iophonite.
I mean, that's probably the best way for Koa to say it, right? It's
Io-
when you say that, it
and-
actually does spin like over itself and turn and whatnot and glow like very happy to, you know, like responding in kindness to your calling it by its air quotes name.
I will continue to serve the best I can, and I will try not to be too distracted, but my beloved, as you called her, it always heavily on me. I'm sure you and the Martyr can understand. Well, never really good at knowing how to end these things, but I'll be in town at least another day if you want to stop by.
It grows dimmer as it shrinks down, or it doesn't really shrink. It seems to there be a distance between you it growing, even though it barely moves in physical space from you, as it like travels away within the obelisk, right? Again, the physical space is like maybe a 2-3 foot distance, but it looks like it's traveling very far away very rapidly.
Mikhail could play lute. He's very good. Is it like disappears or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it like eventually vanishes and everything like gets dark and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Koa will turn to start heading to the library, and then just neither one of them are going to believe me. They're going to think I'm barking mad. Am I dead? Like pinch himself. Like this is like he just got like communication with one of his gods. He's like,
You prayed and saw a fucking angel.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
I asked if it wanted to come hang out later. Stupid.
It's funny
Like
because
someone who just ended their date without the kiss. They're like, fuck.
it's funny because I would love to do a monadic deva, like that's like the more, but that's like the upper echelon, like the highest
That's
tier
a
of what
lot.
makes. Well, no, but it's also the highest tier of what could exist for an inner planes god,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you don't present like the characters would be like crumbled by the might of holiness that's put before them. Y'all are
That
what,
would
like
be a
level
lot.
3?
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Not like level 3. We are level 3.
Yeah, I was trying to confirm the
We've
number.
rolled enough 30s, and by that I mean Mikhail and Aldo's bluffs.
Yep.
Never Koa on anything. To be important enough to be.
Oh, hey, you're that guy that wrote that song.
So as an example for a monadic deva, Wade, like these creatures have 3 attacks. Its weakest attack being a +12, and it has this ability called Solid Blow. If it strikes you twice within 1 round, it just does an extra 1d10 points of damage. Sorry, 1d8 plus 10 points of damage. It's like, oh, I hit you twice, so I'm just gonna do another da-da-da. But the funny part is, it doesn't say, because it says within 1 round. Those could be like attack of opportunity strikes. Those could be all sorts of different things that lead to it. So if it just hits you twice, boom.
I could take it. It rolls low.
Well, so that means if you got hit twice, that means you get 3d8 plus 30 total damage is what you would have received.
If it rolls low on the d8s, I'd be fine, maybe.
Monadic Deva? No, these are creatures that you don't fight.
I'm not planning on taking on the martyrs like avatar people or friends or whatever.
Of course.
That'd be a real weird turn of events. It's like, fine. What a twist that would be if like it's like I'm here representing the martyr. I'm like, finally, bitch, get what she deserves.
Oh,
Lord Ooze sends Ivan Ooze sends his regards.
what is it? Oh, hold. Yeah. So wait, do me a so. What's your
What did you say? Did you say Ivan Ooze?
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
old
Yes, he
Power
did.
Rangers reference.
Yes, he did.
Did you what's your will save, Wade?
Positive 2.
2, and if you rage it's a 4.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Because of my 2.
Yeah. So that creature can cast Hold Monster once a day, DC 19 will save. And if you fail, you cannot move. You are held in place as a person for, I think it's 10 rounds.
You get to save every round, though.
Yeah,
You do
but
get
like
to
it's
save every
not
round.
stuck in the round with me. I'm stuck. Fuck.
Yep. And then
He's trying to beat a
can't-
DC 19.
You
every
can't defend
fucking
yourself as it's just like bonk, 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 bonk.
It can
bonk,
coup de
bonk,
grace you.
bonk, bonk. Yep.
round.
Yep.
Mhm.
I mean, again,
It's
it's a
bad.
goodly creature. It wouldn't do that shit, but you get the
Unless it's
idea.
trying to kill you, in which case it would.
Yeah. Is that one of the ones that I had pop out and like threaten Neil's life? Is that what I did?
I
Jake?
don't remember. I don't
I don't
which
remember
one that
what it was. Yeah, at the time I didn't know what it was at the time.
It was like looking down at Neil and like more or less being like, "You's a silly little bitch," and he was
Yeah,
like,
you did have some celestial
Neil.
creature show up and be like, "Hey, knock that shit off," and he was like, "Eh."
and he didn't, and then he got erased from existence. So, anyways, cool. Back to game.
Yeah, that was by a slimy thing.
Yep. Literally pushed him into a sphere of annihilation. But cool. Yeah, so Wade is gonna head back. Sorry, Koa is gonna head back to speak to his companions, and we'll resolve that, next session.
Cool.
I do want to say this is also the season finale here. For spent a lot of time talking about some goofy shit this session. So we didn't get to get into any of the booky
I talked
stuff.
to God's wagon wheel.
Now you gotta talk to the other 3.
What?
Oh
There's
my
gotta
God,
be
collect
4
the whole
wheels.
set.
Oh,
You talk to the other 3. That's where you get the rest of the
Martyr,
puzzle.
I've rebuilt your carriage by killing those you've sent. You may ride with us.
This is what you wanted, right? They're all bent out of shape. because they're not made of wood, so you can't actually use carpentry on them. So they're all like ovoid. Yeah.
What's funny is, technically speaking, that creature, the Iophonite, is what, a CR4. So like, if you guys rolled really lucky, you could technically beat one, but you have to be really lucky. Really lucky.
Probably not. Don't they have like Scorching Ray or something?
Yeah, Scorching Ray, Burning Hands. They burn anybody who's next to them. You know.
Nah, I'm good.
Mikhail can fix a window.
Yeah, I sure can.
Their AC's 18. Yeah. It's really lucky.
Oh my god, they have a 40-foot perfect fly speed. You'd have to play really dumb for us to even have a shot.
Well, Scorching Ray only happens once a day.
It can fly 40 feet perfectly. Like, what
But
are
it
we
doesn't
gonna
have
do to it?
flyby attack.
It doesn't need it. What are we gonna do to it if it's 80 feet in the air?
But it can't attack you from 80 feet in the air.
Yeah. Oh, like it doesn't have to kill us though, right? Like,
No. But I'm saying if you're fighting to kill, it only has one
yeah.
Scorching Ray and 3 Burning Hands. It also has
honestly, even if it's 30 feet in the air, there's not much we can fucking do to it.
It also says Expeditious Retreat, so like it can make its 40-foot speed be like 70 or 80 or whatever it is. So Yep.
Yeah. Nah, it's not in this campaign.
anyways, cool. So back to you, Koa, or you crew. This is the close of this chapter. I realized afterwards, I was like, well, how are so many luck die coming in? Oh, Kiken, we forgot to flip over the luck die for the campaigns. So do you remember what you ended last session on?
No, but I can find out.
Because I was supposed to set it back, so I think there's only supposed to be 3 or 4 on the tank, like because that was supposed to be the end of the season. That was all that was left. But like, but people triggered a bunch of them because we didn't flip it back, so only 3. So I think like 6 or some shit got triggered. So more luck than was supposed to be.
I can remember to flip it after session next time.
Yeah.
No. Before
it's on me. I as you know, I was even borderline late to the setup. You know.
Yeah.
So. But
that was this angelic disc. It's like whenever you call the insurance company, it's like, oh yeah, this is my insurance representative. It's like, hi, I work in that insurance representative's office. What's your problem? No, the person. This is the person. Yeah.
Well, gods don't
30.
show up, right? Like gods don't actually show up. That's not a thing.
He's like, today's the Martyr's Sabbath. Which day isn't?
That's need to know information.
For 2 reasons. One, gods themselves are metaphysical creatures. They can't show up. All they can do is send avatars of themselves. And 2, avatars don't show up. Like that's literally why D&D has creatures like, angels, archons, and so on and so forth. They send messenger ones. And more often than not, you would actually send like a lantern archon, which is like way weaker. So this is actually Koa wouldn't know this, but this is actually a compliment. To send something like a creature of like combat and defense and so on and so forth, rather than just like I'm a flickering light, So
Koa got a fucking Dobby sock last time, so this was already like, yeah, like Master gave Koa a rock. Now this time it's like, by the way, here's a magic fucking spinning disc that speaks in your mind. It's a big deal for him. Yeah.
That's a big one.
Cool. I'm tired. And I have an early morning.
We're starting the next season right now.
I'll stay up for it.
How many gift subs?
Wait, where are we going? No.
500. No.
So there is a number. Don't underestimate my power. I've got 200 million initiative.
We'll try to fucking bribe you too.
What is I going to? Okay. Cool.
Something about
I have to
luck pool.
I have to catch up YouTube and stuff too. So. She's gonna be so fucking busy. All right. I gotta find somebody to raid. Anything? Oh, outro. Kiken, do you wanna tro your out?
Yeah, you can find me also on Tuesdays over at twitch.tv/unnatural_1s, uh, where I also run Pathfinder First Edition in my own homebrew world, and I never can remember what my players are doing when we finish this campaign. I think they finally actually got the information on what their last mission is going to be, and they kind of surprised me. They're going to go work with the evil people. So that'll go well.
Gotta love you.
It's in the
people.
same time slot, but we end earlier
Yeah.
because my PCs are
Bitches.
weak. They're
In
weak.
this case, it's our DM that's weak.
No, I have family and stuff. I've got kids and stuff.
They won't let me play 8-hour sessions. Do you guys want to come over on Tuesday sometimes? Play super late
Dude,
sessions.
you picked the one day of the week
I
I do
know.
not have flexibility.
I know.
Yeah, he doesn't stretch on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's the one day of the week.
Well, great outro, our one PC.
Well, it's just
Thanks for
me.
watching,
Yeah.
everyone.
I'm so tired.
Did you want to have anyone else do their outro, Scott?
Oh, Jake, you want to throw your out?
Yeah, I'll be back next week.
All right. And what's your name? Wade.
Well, thank you for asking. I'm pretty sure you skipped me the last time entirely, so it's nice to have an opportunity here.
Did
I have
I?
a podcast on Spotify called Distractable. I do YouTube, I do Twitch. I'm really great and don't have much of an ego. I have all of the ego. And my chat goes along with everything, and they tell me how right I am, and it's a fantastic experience. And you could join it and praise me. And we are definitely a cult. I mean, a camp. We are a camp. Camp
Ooh.
Wade.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah.
Oh,
Camp
wanna-
of Wade. It's called Cal.
Want to hear a crazy work thing?
No.
Too bad. So at work,
At all.
we're defining role-based access control for our platform. And I literally was like, oh, okay. So I was tasked with like, Scott, what's your idea of how to do this? And I described this like hierarchical process with this like nuance, so on and so forth. And they were like, holy shit, that's really complex. I was like, yeah, awesome. I literally just described Discord.
Wow.